everybody. Good afternoon. Happy weekend. Happy Thanksgiving weekend for those of you that celebrate in the Americas. I'm Michael Chift with me, Verdict, and we're back for another COD Mobile Rivalry series. This one's going to be a spicy one, Verdict, because it's labeled as an All-Stars event, but somehow we still let Bobby Plays still compete. I don't understand how that logic works.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're taking shots early. Bobby's already feeling the heat. Well, guess what? We've got an all-star series, as Shift has mentioned. We've done it all. I mean, COD Mobile Rivalry Series has hit every angle we could possibly imagine. We started off with a multiplayer event that ended up being a just phenomenal one, followed up with a BR as well as a Zombies one, and now it's only right we do it with an all-stars. I mean, it's the end of the season. We're getting ready for a Stage 5 event and stage, and I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't know how much more amped I am. And then we get this delight of a treat, too, as well. So
100% multiplayer, the format, 4 teams, double elimination bracket, $10,000 on the line. And outside of some of our captains, which were questioning the label of All-Star potentially, all of the players that were drafted as a part of this event are incredibly good. So, yes, multiplayer, as we mentioned, on phones, 4 different teams, double elimination. The finals will be best of 5, but everything else will stay as a best of 3. So we'll be playing over hardpoint, search, and control, and a little bit of a special format once we eventually get to the grand finals. We'll talk about that later. But, kind of looking over the top of the prize pool, we've had $10,000 pretty much as a part of every single one of these rivalry series. That will stay the case today with $4,000 for first. But the best news here for all of our players, Verdict, is the fact that everyone will walk away with at least some tally of money by the end of it.
No, absolutely. 4,000 is a fat prize pool for that first. But second, third, and fourth also receiving some of that prize pool as well. We're in for a great and delightful treat for this event. All-star captains or not, we've got some all-star players, as you mentioned. I've got to be honest with you, man. When I'm looking at some of these names in the mix and some of these teams that are put together, we got pretty solid event now as we take a look at the bracket and see how everything's going to run out. Who are the captains, you may ask? Well, it is going to be Team Godsley, a.k.a. the only pro player or former pro player in this mix, as they're going to be facing off with Team JHC. And you mentioned Bobby. He may not be an all-star shooter, but he's got some all-star shooters on his team. They're going to be testing their lucks up against probably one of the fan favorites in Team Noah.
It's going to be a fun one because we're actually going to start our day watching that Team Bobby versus Team Noah matchup on the bottom side of the bracket. And you know that these two guys, they love to go back and forth on Twitter with one another, so you know the passions will be high. And kind of talking over their rosters in particular, as we mentioned, all of the players that made up the draft, which is what our captains went through, was just kind of a pick and draft order. They're all incredibly good. I mean, we have pretty much the entirety of Tribe here. We have a good majority of the team from the NYSL Mayhem. Some players from Luminosity recently picked up, but also a handful of Brazilian players coming out of Skate and Inco that's going to be interesting to kind of watch, including some of those players being in this particular matchup. I mean, it's kind of hard for us to go over all of the players and teams, but as we were kind of looking over the top of them, were there any particular teams that you kind of saw pop up after the draft and say, wait a second, this team's just not fair at all?
Well, I mean, there are several different elements. I mean, you could, highlight big pros for each and every team. I think Team Godsley, you can't go without mentioning that 2 of the players that are picked on that roster are Tribe, playing in Stage 5. But also, Godsley is also a Tribe content creator. So if we want to look at it in that angle, that's a powerhouse team that's stacked with Tribe talent. Team Bobby's probably got the most diverse team. He's got a mix-up of Tribe, NYSL, Luminosity, and Inco Gaming. Team Noah probably going to be a little bit more of that, I think, the hugest accolades of team players as well as him. I mean, he's won several tournaments. The JHC, I think they're going to be the underdogs in this tournament. Team Synergy's definitely got the payout. They've got a 2-for-2 split. It's 2 players from Luminosity as well as 2 players from Skate that you mentioned. So we've got a banger on our hands. I think this format fits and suits these players very well. It's going to be a very eventful Saturday outside of World Cup as well as college football. Man, we've got, I mean, this has probably got to be like the biggest Black Friday weekend we've ever had, right?
I'm thinking so. I mean, at least for us, American fans, we were obviously very excited to watch England and the U.S. play yesterday, but there's a lot of key matchups going on. We're going to get a handful of them in the virtual space as well. I think the coolest thing about this format is the fact that we're going to be diving in and kind of giving almost like an appetizer to Stage 5, because as mentioned, the best of 3 opener will still stay in our normal competitive rotation. So it'll be a hardpoint map, search and destroy map, and if we need the third, it would be control. And then when we get to the best of 5 eventually, we'll be talking about how that format differs differs because there will be an advantage for the team that comes out of the winner's bracket. But we'll talk more, as we mentioned, later on about that. So here's a look at not only our bans and picks for the maps, but also on top of that, a little reiteration visually on what these teams and rosters are looking like. We're going to get a standoff hardpoint to start things off, and then a slum search followed up by a raid control. A very traditional map set, so to speak, although that slum search and destroy can get really interesting just considering the fact that it's a super mixy search map overall.
No, you're absolutely right. I think this is a very balanced best of three. You're starting off on a banger. You're going into a Black Ops 2 Classic, and then you're going to also end on a wild card control, in my opinion. That map, if it does go to the distance, I believe it has no power ranking or lopsided, if one would say, appeal. It's all about the strategy. So Team Bobby, Team Noah here in series number 1. Take a look at the rosters too. Bobby plays Tectonic, Little B, Jesus, Lucasen. We got a 2020 regional champion or regional MVP. We got a 2022 regional MVP in Lucasen. And then we've got Little B, who is absolutely phenomenal player in every regard, as well as Jesus, who dipped on over to that Luminosity roster. But Team Noah's looking absolutely stacked too. I don't know if you've seen it. Noah, Band, Bolo, Space, Nero.
Yeah.
How many accolades did that team have?
Too many to count. I'll say that much because it's multiple per member on that squad. Although I will say, just kind of comparing the two rosters, I think Bobby picked up a really big final pick in Lucasen. I think a lot of people watching over the Latin America Stage 4 were saying that he could have been MVP, no question, for Inco Gaming, just based on how he played throughout the entirety of the tournament. And Bobby knows his stuff. Obviously, he watched parties all of the COD Mobile stages from start to finish. So I think he got away with one there. If that was his final pick, that is a sneaky final pick overall. Plus, of course, Jesus Can Save You. As you mentioned, that Luminosity team, I think kind of had some struggles to get through in towards North America Stage 4, but Jesus Can Save You has always been one of the overall stars on those quote-unquote underdog North American squads. So I think Bobby did a really nice job drafting, whereas Noah went for the big names, from start to finish in every single round, and I think it's going to pay out pretty nicely for him.
All right, we'll have to find out now as we're going to get geared up for our first series. Team Noah, he's won several championships. He's won the duo drop-in. He won the Zombies event, for Christ's sakes. We just got the opportunity. Yeah, we just got the opportunity to cast that one not too long ago. So, is he trying to add another notch under the belt, or are we going to see him upset this Team Bobby team that we have mentioned is stacked to the brim with talent? Oh man, I'm gonna be honest with you. He's got to start here in this hard point. It's a classic. We're gonna be racing at 250. We've got bands and whatnot to come through as well. I do believe this one should be starting up here momentarily, but if you had to make a suggestion or a pick, based off the rosters alone, who would you have to roll with?
Gosh, dude, it's so hard to pick, but here's the thing. When you're looking at players like Bolu, for instance, and even on top of that, watching Space, I remember last year in particular, we had so many back and forth standoff hardpoints, and a lot of it in North America was between Tribe and NYSLN. So you've got a fully stacked up roster where you've got players from both of those two teams from last year as well as from this year that have a lot of experience playing through this map at a high level, mind you. I don't know. I think in the respawns, I kind of favor Team Noah, but the Search and Destroy, I don't know how you get past the combination of Little B and Tectonic. Those are two of the best Search and Destroy players probably in North American COD Mobile history. So I think I've got a map 1 favor to Team Noah, a map 2 favor to Team Bobby, and then all gloves and bets are off for the control on raid if we get there, because I think that's just going to be an absolute slaughter fest.
I'd like to agree with you, but I have to counter a little bit. There's a little bit of uncertainty, in my opinion, on that Search and Destroy slums. And in some of these cheeky angles in COD Mobile, snipers are not as relevant as one would think inside of that B-side push. Ultimately, it's going to be who's going to get those frags up front, who's going to be able to get that bomb plant down. I'm hoping we see Bobby take game number 1, because if we don't, we might not see a game number 3. You look at Band as one of those demon players who's going to rush each and every angle. Bolo is quick with the shots. We're not going to see him following back and not having anybody rely on. I think the complete opposite. I like your opinions, and I want to roll with that, but if I'm banking on a Game 2 win here for Team Noah, I need to see a Team Bobby win here in the response.
Okay, a little difference of opinions here on the desk. We like that. I mean, here's the thing. It's an all-stars event. All 4 of the rosters we have today are absolutely stacked from top to bottom. I'm pumped to see it. Again, like we mentioned, it's a little bit of a teaser as we get ready for Stage 5. And yes, the rules that these guys are following, not only on the map selections and mode selections, but also the in-game rules will also still kind of match up to that you're going to see at Stage 5. So this is a really cool little opening test, and you kind of alluded towards it. We've got not only the content creators that have maybe a little bit of bitter rivalry going on, but you also have teammates currently and former teammates that are be playing with and most importantly against one another. So you're going to have a little bit of that extra flair there to kind of get us going and build a couple of storylines for us as we work our way through this bracket. I'm pumped about it. I don't know if I have a personal favorite as far as overall teams, but I think that this matchup in particular could be one of our spiciest on the day if we only see it once. We may see it twice if they both fall to the lower bracket or if they both meet each other in the grand finals, which I think could be likely.
Could be likely. It would also determine how Team Godsley comes through. He's, again, as I mentioned a moment ago, one of the only former pro players, and I say former pro players, I say that lightly because Noah is just an absolute demon in the lobbies. Right now, we're going to go ahead and jump into lobby number 1. Game number 1 is the hard point on standoff, race to 250. P1 out here in the courtside area. Shift right now, we're seeing plenty of gunfights on the outskirts looking in. It's going to be Team Nova who are going to be able to take the advantage off the rip.
This is always one of those that you just kind of, you look at these opening hard points, and now that we go to, a 250 margin, the ability to snowball is kind of limited in a way, but I will still say, if you can walk away with a hefty amount of time here on P1, win the rotation to the second, you can build some major early advantages and force your opponents to have to make a comeback happen. But just as good as Team Noah was off the break, Bobby Plays and co. able to find a way to break back in, at least counter some of this time. You also can see in the minimap bottom left-hand side, there's a bit of a focus here for Bobby's squad towards the new hard point. So conceding the back 18 seconds, looking to win rotation, but the rest of their team has spawned out, and it's going to be a mad scramble to get over towards that side warehouse.
Yeah, it's like we got the shoe on the other foot. We got one player here in a 1v2 scenario, rocking over towards that P2 factory site. And just like Team Bobby did earlier, they make sure they handle the threats. Lucas did with the crispy SKS shots, but Bobby talks right there to get the trades. We're going to have the advantage opening up. 2 seconds in. Feed is all blue, baby. Lucas said it's his season to shine, and boy, is he taking them one by one. They are just falling and shift. Right now, it's a 41-15. All of this initial opening point needs to go in Team Bobby's favor.
Got to give some shout-outs to our Latin American caster counterparts, because when we were doing the Stage 4 broadcast, they had said that Luke is in with the SKS, maybe one of the nastiest players in COD Mobile right now, and we just got example A of that right there on his second life. Bobby's team going to use that pressure as an opportunity to get in. 30 seconds to fight for. Bolu on the way in with his teammates. Good little pinch setup there. 2-2 break attempt works out flawlessly for Team Noah, and that will lead to now a greater cushion, not just in this particular moment, but possibly in towards the future, because this is another concession of the scrap time by Bobby Plays' squad, trying to rotate over to Grandma's house.
Yeah, there we go. They're going to go ahead and give up a lot of that scrap time for free. Well, I say that in the last 10 seconds of it is going to be evacuated. Is finally going to be space who's going to be able to pick up some of it, but early rotations might need to pay off here for Team Bobby, as they're going to be down by about 30 points rolling into this big blue rotation. They got 3 players up. Bolu finding 2 in the feed. Nero on the outskirts here, getting some shots through the top side. Band jumps the hill. Noah's up top. He's going to be able to clean out. Jesus saves, and that's going to be a full break. Man, I hate to say I'm wrong, but I think you might have been right so far. It's been just Team Noah already coming through with high energy. Maybe I need to be wrong in the Search and Destroy predictions as well.
Yeah, this has been pretty dominant, I would say, from Noah's squad. And, I don't want to say that it's been a reactive game from Bobby Plays' squad, because they have been obviously trying to win rotation. That's been where a lot of their value has come from, just kind of as a team mentality. But they're getting broken on first attempt, time and time again, hill after hill. And we're starting to see, again, 17 seconds worth of time here. And look at all the blue arrows. Bobby's squad is just conceding all of this and playing for a very heavy rotation, not even over the fact that they're trying to get to the hard point, but they're not cutting off any of these crosses, and it's allowing Noah's squad to really freely rotate and get a really good look at a setup towards these opening breaks, and it's worked out for nearly a 100-point lead.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to rotate early if you're Team Noah. Why? Because you have been bread and butter on these breaks right now. Band, oh man, he was trying to get up to that cheeky hop up over to the top side of market. Right now, it's the biggest money hill on the map. A lot of value coming through early on. 10 seconds on to the point. This is the longest hold I think we've seen Team Bobby make all game long. We'll see if they continue to rock it. Nero get his perspective. Here comes the breach. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, all dropping.
There you go.
Full squad wipe. That is clinical for Team Bobby right now. So far, so good for them on the regain. If you needed a big hill and a big investment, it needed to be here at Market Site, and so far, they've done great. Now as second wave of players coming through, Team Noah's not giving up just yet.
Dude, he's so smooth with the SKS. Unbelievable stuff from Lucas. 3 in a row. That will solidify the majority of the time and likely the concession of the scrap, although Noah's team is looking for maybe one more break attempt with the final 3 players from the back doors. First couple of kills are decent. Jesus could save. He has actually kind of woken up in this series. He had a really slow start, only was sitting on 3 kills until that last hard point, went on a spree, got 4 in a row, double streaks, and an opportunity for Bobby's team to get right back into this game, just down about 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, starting off first 3 hills, just not looking great for Bobby right now. They are making it a 26-point game. We're going to be heading over to P1. The Hunter Killer just absolutely demolished there by Bandit. Usually, we see him start off slow. Right now, he is pedal to the metal. Lucas is, well, my God, nobody on the cross. He's got 17, 16 for Little B, who's heating up as well as Tectonic. Big kills coming through on the inside. Courtyard now, Graveyard here for the boys over at Team Noah. A little bit of uncertainty. Is Team Bobby coming back? Are they making the breach? Was that enough momentum to get this one rolling? It's looking pretty good. Little B from the top rope. It's Noah, though. He's going to shut him down, and right there, we're going to have the break. Right back in it.
Wow,
it's back. Big pred for Bobby. Back and forth affair, though, here in P1.
Yeah, Bobby, just for what it's worth, you know that he's going to be talking about it on Twitter. Noah's on 5 kills. Bobby now on 10. You know he will be talking about that for a while as the rest of his team have finally cracked the code, it feels like. Not just winning rotations, but now starting to put together some solid holes. Little B with the CBR looking really tight with it. Not missing a single shot here at long range in the back alley. Smoke will come through. He'll tag a couple. Plus, again, the extended man works out for a double. Just holds down the trigger. And Bobby plays his squad will hold on to the rotation to P2. It opens up with a 10-point lead. But the cushion's only getting larger. And a lot of it coming from Little B. Another triple. And now he's nearly fully streaked out.
Did nobody think to kill Little B inside the gas station? No, man. He was in the bodega making things happen right there. But the break is going to come through. 15-point lead in favor of the boys over at Team Bobby. But Noah is breaking here on this hill. It is going to be Nero with the entry frag as well as Bandit Bolo coming through. They're going to be able to heal the wounds for now. Now, you got to hold this one solid. You can't give up the momentum from the first set of hills. Everything is just kind of, snowballed since that P4 rotation, and Team Bobby is taking advantage of each and every opportunity. Tectonic now from the top rope. Nero shutting him down. It is going to be the last little bit of scrap time, and I think this is where things start to get a little bit difficult. You start those early rotations. What's going to adapt here for Team Bobby is they gave it up for free here almost instantly upon this P3 rotation earlier.
But no one has sniffed out that Bandit's on this early rotation. Up top, Little B comes and saves the day from the backside of the tank. That could have been disastrous. Band still spawns in somehow. Okay, hold on a second. Noah's team may have been gifted a bit of spawn help, and now an opportunity with numbers to break back in quickly and maybe even grow their lead back to what the initial margins looked like. Lucas in falls. It's really just down to Bobby, but he is able to find a couple of key eliminations, allowing a chance for his team to come back and help out. It's Bolo on the inside with the switchblade, waiting for some assistance of his own. His teammate's now here, but Bobby walks in, sees that the threat is underway, and we've got ourselves essentially a tie game as Team Noah still continues to threaten the hard point.
Bolo has done such great work of maintaining the traffic flow here on the bottom side. Wait for his teammates to do the work to get onto the hill, get the breach. There's one player left to deal with, but one player is a Tectonic. He's the gold. Oh my God, the flicks. 3 in the feed. You need Mance to put on an MVP performance. He's an all-star for a reason. Euro finally shuts him down. But the Demon is in the lobby. He is still a brewing here as the P4 rotation is going to be made yet again. It was a full 60 off this hill. Well, quite 60. Rolling into the P4 market side rotation first time around. Let's see if Team Bobby can do a little bit more damage. Oh my God, Bobby just turned on Nero. I think you might need to get a little bit of a self-evaluation after that one. Bobby's on 15 right now. Where you at, Noah?
Well. Yeah, Bobby's playing real well. Small advantage here on the rotation towards Team Bobby. 2 operators that they could potentially use. Jesus saves also with a Pred missile if he wants to call it in, which he may need to because the break is almost instantaneous from Team Noah. Now on their way through. The claw out for Little B. Able to find one, but immediately shut down. That is a huge shutdown coming through. You've also got number 5 And Jesus saves, pulling out the claw, and he's going to use that as an opportunity to break things out, even finding some collat damage through the door. That will work out nicely. Team Noah bounced out of the hard point, but still threatening from the backside of boxes, waiting for a little bit of help. Jesus backing up just a touch. Here comes the hit. First one shut down, second one also there. No one's going to make their way in. An incredible hold, at least initially, for Team Bobby, with one more to fend off. It's just space. Last one left to find, but he's able to take down a triple, and the scrap time goes the way of Team Noah.
You're going to need every bit of it right now. You're in a little bit of a bind. You got a little bit of a deficit. Space going to continue to breach out. He's looking for some more action. The boxing gloves come out. Here comes the SKS. 33 on board for the bands. Looking for the mid rotation. He's got one. Now it's all about P1 focus. Guarantee we're going to see at least a P2 on this rotation. Right now it's Team Noah trying to play a little bit of that regain. Back and forth we've gone shift. And might I say, this one was supposed to be a great one, and it's delivered tenfold, right? As we see Team Noah popping the streaks, starting to get clicking back on all cylinders. Those first sets of hills, they've been down and playing recovery ever since. I think they might be saddling up for a big P1 here. I mean, this is 20 seconds uncontested, 30 seconds uncontested. Where's Team Bobby at? Breach coming through. Lucasen, the claw, he's going to be able to find one that's enough for the break. And here comes the cavalry here for Team Bobby.
Huge breakdown. That's a huge breakdown. Team Noah had a great zone around this opening hard point, rotating from 5 to 1. But operators are used and spent to keep it competitive. Essentially a dead tie coming in through the score. And all of a sudden, Team Noah's a little bit in shambles. They're a little all over the place. Split spawn situation leaves Noah by himself in the new hard point. He has to win a 1v1, and off screen, he loses it to Little B. So 230, 218, but Team Bobby control the opening time here at 2.
There we go. Here it goes. Only 20 points city here for Team Bobby. Maybe my initial reaction or prediction was absolutely correct. Maybe it was right. Maybe Team Bobby, it's your day here in the hard point. Noah getting gunned down in cold blood. Bodies are dropping. It's a sea of blue on the left-hand side of your screen. That's Team Bobby racking up the points. 10 is all that is needed. The initial hit going to be shut down. One player in Nero, he's going to be shut down. One more player left. They're going to be just absolutely tossed into the blender. Turn it on full max. Game number 1 coming down to the end. A little bit of anxiety, a little bit of pressure. 250 finally is going to be reached. I didn't think anybody was going to make it, and sure enough, they didn't. Big game 1 performance, and I got to stop doubting myself. I knew Team Bobby had it in them to take this hard point win, 250 to 218. But what a way to go there for Team Noah. It was a back and forth affair, but that P2 rotation definitely locked down, and the gunnies were hot there for Team Bobby.
Hell of a comeback. It really is. I mean, it needs to be said that Team Noah came out real hot. I mean, they were almost up about 100 points throughout our first 4 hard points. But all of a sudden, Little B shut down kind of around the backside of gas station. Really allowed that comeback to start out. The Predator missile also kind of earned up by Bobby was another key moment in that game to make sure that they could string one hill to the other. It was just one of those things that we started to see the trends unfold where Team Bobby was way over conceding some of the scrap time on some of these hills, defaulting to wanting to play for new hardpoint setups, but their setups were really bunkered in, and it wasn't until that first rotation came to a close that they started to kind of explore the map more and set up a more forward line of scrimmage to make sure that Noah's squad was kind of being tested on these break attempts that were moving so well for them. So really good adjustments and maybe a little bit of confidence coming through to assisted to those kind of adjustments as we went through. But you take a look over the KDs, 42 kills for Tech at the top of the leaderboard. No one really coming up close except for Space on the opposite side, who got 38. But again, the big battle is the one that's on the bottom of the leaderboards there. 23 kills for Bobby, just 10 for Noah, although he did get 2 minutes and 18 seconds of the hard point time. Not bad at all. But overall, the full 5-man effort from the side of Bobby's squad, just a touch better in a tight hard point.
You got to think, it was a 4v5 essentially. Noah wasn't, I don't know if he woke, this is probably way too early for him to start gaming, but you got to stop and think, if we had seen a different Noah show up, this is not the performance he's usually used to putting on, that one might have swung in your favor. You might have been right on the prediction. I think Team Bobby had a very slow start. That first set of hills was rough. The holds weren't quite there even when we got into that P2, that second set of hills, but they were getting more than they needed to get those early rotations. And of course, the lockdowns of P4 were absolutely astronomical. Bobby, though, just has that it factor about him. He is going to make these teams work. So they're going to take game number 1 there. Hot gutties there for the Goat Tonic. 42, what a freak, bro. We're going to see this bounce back. Maybe we'll see what, I anticipated here in this Search and Destroy. This is just my thought process. Hear me out. there's a lot of sniper talent in Little B, Jesus, and Lucasen. I don't know if Lucasen's going to pull out the SKS. But with the way that the Switchblade or the SMG was working for Jesus, you can almost bet that he's going to be kind of like that hindrance of, are you going to snipe, are you going to SMG, are you going to run and gun? I think it's all going to come down to those three players, in my opinion, if Team Bobby can close this one out.
Definitely could. A lot of factors to consider. I mean, just across the board, I mean, for Team Noah, you've got 2 players from Tribe, 2 players from Mayhem. You have to know that they're going to have some sense of a playbook put together as far as what they want to do. But the thing about this map is that, you know, as deep as your playbook may be, this is probably the most one-dimensional search and destroy maps that are currently in the pool. Just due to the fact that it's a mad dash of nades going over the top, usually over towards bricks. I mean, the electronics bomb site is pretty much non-factor for the first 45 seconds of the map. So, you know, how much focus for both these two teams will be into controlling Statue, trying to win out that battle over towards Brickside. And we will be getting Little B with the Locust on. He is fairly deadly, and you can see why. Opening First Blood comes by way of finding space through mid-map. The bomb has actually made its way over, and Little B doesn't see the plant underneath the bottom of the bomb site. He can see his hands. But how about Nero? The patient's saying, I know you're probably hard scoping me. I'm just going to sit here and wait. Finally pops up, but it's Lucas in with the SKS to find the kill. We have a 5v2.
There we go. The retake here is going to be flawless. Bolo's last player alive. He's nowhere in sight. He's going to be able to take down one. Jesus is going to be able to gun him down. It's 1-0 in favor of Team Bobby. This round was over before it began. I don't think we even had a 1 minute altogether. I think we had the plant come through in the first 30 seconds. We had the retake there in 20. You know, from my experience casting on this slums map and search and destroy, it is very lopsided. A majority of these rounds are going to be determined here in the first 30 seconds. So payoff round here. Team Noah now trying to evaluate the strategies. They're going to go back for that B-side hit. And Little B just shooting pixels right now. What a game for him so far.
Look, the counter nade is fine, but that is mental warfare tilting in favor of Little B in that sniper v sniper battle. You have to know that that's going to live rent-free for a while, though. Bolu gets aggressive after the post plant comes out, takes down 2. Jesus able to respond with one of his own. We go to a 2v2 situation, but the retake is from the opposite side of the map, and Bolu's just going to play around the environment, not give anyone a look, kill off more time. Band also getting a read, playing forward over towards Truck. That, yep, the hit is coming from the backside of Garage. They find the first, no problem. Turn, perfect timing here, but Bobby, how have you managed that? Not a lot of time on the clock, and he's misread Band. Has to stick for a defuse right here, right now. And, well, not going to work out. Band finding the kill, no problem.
Oh, I got to say, I'll tip my hat to you, Bobby. Routed the corner and absolutely just giving the business to Bolu. Didn't get the read on that last player. It was a great round for Team Bobby, but Noah's going to be able to take and steal that one away. It was well-executed, well-coordinated approach there on getting that bomb plant down. And like I said, as soon as the faster you can get this bomb plant down, the quicker these rounds can go, right, is what we see. A little bit more of an aggressive approach. It's Lucasen who's found his way in enemy territory. Wow. He's got 2. He's looking for the third. Band is right there. The read is, just not there. Band's going to be able to beam him right. His Bobby Talk's now going to be the last player alive. It's Band. It's Bobby here. 1v1 style. Bomb's going to be planted. We're going to be reducing that clock from 1 minute and 30 seconds. We were only 30 seconds into that.
Band hasn't stuck. He decided to play this one a little bit more elongated. Again, there's so much time in the clock. And with this proactive play to re-wrap back over towards A, it kind of puts Bobby Talks on the back foot, although the quick rotation's coming through. How does Band exit after this plant? He's chosen to go back, but Bobby takes the shots. No trigger discipline, so now the 1v1 imminent. Band cannot back away from this. It's a 50-50 guess, and he just slips away. Bobby over the top of the bomb, essentially chasing shadows at the moment. They see each other mid-map, but Band doesn't miss a shot. Another decent attempt for Bobby, but the kill comes through, and the offense takes their advantage.
Great round, great round. Bobby Talks had the read all day long, but that rotation from Band, the wrap, he's a demon for a reason. He's your 2021 Stage 5 MVP for the Western Hemisphere for a reason as well. And when we're talking about some of these entrant frags, he has been clinical in finding some. Band is going to find the nade shot. If it's not the gunny, it is the frag that's going to ultimately prevail. Bomb has made its way over, and right now, Team Bobby might have started off strong here in the first round, but they have yet to find a strophic of success afterwards. Shots coming through. It's Lucasen who's going to continue to peek this brick side. Bomb has gone down. We're going to see it. There we go. 100% done. 45 seconds on the clock here for the retake. It's a 4v5. Make it a 4v4. Big shots coming through for Little B. So
this works out well, though. Bobby's team has been dominating the middle of the map, but Noah's squad has conceded it and is just getting SMGs forward onto this bricks bomb site at B. Little B still chewing away at the numbers, but how do you work your way in with just pistols and sniper rifles over the top of the bomb? How about that? Deagle works out for the headshot. 15 seconds, though, on the clock. How do you stick for a defuse? You have to just go for it. Jesus is playing bodyguard over towards the front side. A couple of tags come through, but it's just not enough, and there's just been not enough defensive contest over this B bomb site, and Team Noah's just getting free plants, it feels like, almost every round.
Yeah, it is. I mean, what can you do? I mean, if you bum rush it, there's nades. If you hold back, the bomb's going to go down. It's very difficult. I mean, we were talking about this one being a little bit lopsided. Is it in favor of the attack or the defense? I think it's all about that mid-map control. If you can get to the B side first, get into that position to get the bomb plant down, it's almost clinical for the side of Team Noah. Right now, they're going to be stalling a bit. And it does look like a lot of map control is going to be given over to Team Bobby.
And think about the difference here. Jesus, who's been pulling up that second sniper rifle, is now on a CBR. Smoke allows him to get forward onto the truck. And this is a really good adjustment from Bobby defensively. Noah's team, as you mentioned, a bit stuck. Have to kind of feel things out. And you have to always wonder, where is Little B with his sniper rifle? Because he has been automatic. Space taking some jump peeks, just trying to see if they can work their way in towards Statue. But it's contested, and no one has any idea that Jesus Saves is in this position. This is a key defensive spot for Bobby to win this round.
Well, we'll see if Team Noah can make the read and get the hits. The laser right there from Little B is going to give away his location. He's got two gutties, but it doesn't matter. The point blank, baby. He has been golden with the shots. Space looking to creep his way through, baby. The SKS coming through. Tech going to be able to take down Band in the background, but Jesus still lurking here is going to be a problem. You make that graveyard rotation, you're dead to rights. You make the brick rotation, you're dead. Does look like we're buckling up for a B hit possibly. Bobby's here, the lonely defender in the vicinity. We got two players pushing into the blue site now as Noah's trying to make the breach. He's not even going to peek the angle. Wall bangs plus the door entry. Nero looking for the refrag.
Man.
28 seconds on the clock. This one's been a long-developed one shift.
Yeah, great. This is just a great design from the side of Team Bobby. Not sure who makes the call to, again, get the smoke out, allow Jesus to move into the middle of the map freely. Everyone survives from the ceremonious opening nades, and a big response, and that's going to create some problems now that need solutions for Team Noah. If you've been giving up that mid-graveyard area because of Little B's sniper rifle, and now all of a sudden, you've got this situation where Jesus has made threat through bricks. You just try to overwhelm one side or the other, and it looks like the answer is going to be yes. A four-man hit coming right on in, but Jesus saves once again from Statue. Getting two. How about number three? Now to the pistol for the fourth, and Jesus could potentially be good for the ace. Just needs to find space, and why not go for it? But Little B beats him to the punch. And yeah, we need some answers soon here for Team Noah, because this is a problem.
Yeah, ace or not, that was just a brilliant little rotation there from Jesus. Shutting down four. Little B says, I want the money. Let's go ahead and take this guy out. And we're going to flip sides. First 6 rounds in, we're tied up. We are tied up now. What side of this map has the advantage? Well, the first 4 rounds were absolutely, lopsided for the attack, but we've seen the balance come through. The balance here from Little B. He's got 8. He finds the opener. Reed's coming through here on this A site. You can see there's a complete hold up here on the mid-map control for Team Noah, but are they going to be able to give this this read away onto this A rotation? This might be a free play if you make it through.
Well, I mean, they have to get there first. And what is that from Lucazin?
Wow.
Hello? I was about to say, how do you challenge these inner close quarters areas with 2 sniper rifles, an SKS, and a Krig? And apparently Lucazin just says, I'll do it myself. That is unbelievable. What?
Oh my. We are in the blender now. It's like the hard point all over again. It was a strong start, strong showing for Team Noah, but Team Bobby just showing up and laying down some haymakers. Lucasen is popping off of the SKS. Little B is finding opening frags left and right. Here comes the nade Chuck. Jesus now opting to pull out the sniper as well. He's good for 1. Rotation over here to this B site. Bomb is down. It's going to be Tech who's going to get outs there by Bolo. So we're going to play for a little bit of a regain. Don't need it, though. It's Bobby, or Little B and Jesus finding 2 in the feed. It is Team Bobby just running up the kills here in round number 8.
There's just not an answer right now from Team Noah. I mean, on the offense, you're literally running a 4 long-range weapon setup and not even playing for mid-map. You're just picking apart Team Noah, and unless they can start finding space to stay safe from the double scope SKS triple combo that we're seeing right now, I just don't know how you pull this back. Bolo's able to get one. It's a consolation prize, though, at least for the time being. This would technically be a 1v4. He's got 3 more to grab. Bomb making its way over towards Bricks will be planted, and Bolo's playing off the flank. His first point of contact should be Bobby here at Graveyard.
We'll see his bomb go down here and it's reduced to quad. Oh, baby. Good read, good shots. Regain, reposition. 1v4 on the line here for the all-star performance in Team Bolo or Team Noah. Bolo is trying to go hammer right now. Look at the position, the off angle from Jesus. He's got a kilo. He's got a little bit of range. He's playing for that long flank, but I think Bolo might have the read here. We'll see if he can come through for the clutch. He's only got 20 seconds. I don't know if this is doable.
There's just no way. I mean, Lucas.
Yeah.
You just play point of contact if you're Lucas in, and Jesus can sit here and just play a clutch up position. He's gonna have a really good look at this bomb. Bolo though does find a kilo, something a little bit more favorable. Look at the killing of the time. Lucas in just dancing with him, and Jesus comes forward when needed to confirm the trade. No problems. And now just 2 rounds away is Team Bobby, who have been putting together a flawless offensive half so far.
Yeah, flawless since the flip. Good point right now. It's a little bit of hemorrhaging here for Team Noah. We'll see if they can bounce back, though. They found 3 rounds on the attack, and they have been soundless, just not able to find anything here on the defense. They've been picked apart. Here I was thinking that it was going to be the marksmen in this, or the snipers that were going to hold back Team Bobby. Wrong. B-side hit over rotation over through. Little B is going to be caught peeking right through the middle of the map. Neuro finally going to be able to find that first blood for the team, giving them the advantage. But everything starts to slow down now. As you can see, 3 players hovering towards this B site. Not sure if they're going to have the reads there as Bolo's got the shots.
Good adjustments. Again, Team Noah, just get onto that forward wall. Avoid the opening sniper lanes. Get into some tough positions for these long-range weapons to do much. And with that first blood through Graveyard, even that's a bit of a threat. Bolo's able to capitalize to find one more. His sniper rifle really waking up. That's kill number 11 for him. Still behind the pace of Jesus saves, though. And now it's down to Lucas and Bobby Talks. How do you set this up in a 2v5 situation? Bolo's got a read that the bomb carrier of Lucas is nearby. But that's actually baited out Nero just a touch. The trade not there. Bobby gets 2. And we go from a 2v5 to a 2v3. Band able to respond. And now it all falls onto the shoulders of Lucas, who could not confirm the trade.
He's going to have to double back. 40 seconds on the clock. He's got Little B's Locust as well as his bread and butter in the SKS. One player making the wrap, though. Space.
He's hurt him.
I think he's going to be hurt. Yeah, he's definitely hurt. Trying to clear out that pest inside. Whoa! One shot is all it takes. If you got the head, he's the hit. And now it's going to be reeled back in for a 1v2. 1v3 on the line. Noah.
Unreal.
Oh my God, bro. I mean, what do you do in that situation? There's nothing. There's nothing you can do.
Oh, he's not going to see Band initially, but he gets off the bomb plant, giving himself a chance to clutch up the 1v3. Oh, hold on to your horses here, friends. Because, my goodness, Lucas nearly styles on Team Noah, who there's no reason you give up an advantage like that. 5v2, just don't solo chow Lucas in. If you have not learned your lesson yet, that has to be one of those moments. Banned very quickly. Once again, moving forward. Team Noah taking over the middle of the map instantly while avoiding the nades and the sniper rifles of Team Bobby. And once again, the question very early on gets asked, if you're Team Bobby, how do you clear these angles safely?
I just don't know if this A-side hit is it. I mean, I'm all about adjustment, but we'll see if they can find the necessary picks and makes a push. It's Lucasen who's making the rotation through bricks. Band's right here lurking. Look at it. Free for 1. Band and Noah, he's going to be able to get on board for his first. And, well, if you're thinking pushing bricks, think again, my friend. Band is there, and he's lurking, and he is starving, man. 11 kills on board. Noah finally getting on board again. Net 4v5 situation from the hardpoint, seeping over here into the Search and Destroy. A little bit of contribution was needed. Big kills coming through for Team Noah.
And these are some pretty greedy ego chows out of the defense, if I'm being candid. Like, they're getting a little far forward on some of these chows, but it's working out really nicely for him in these opening trades, of which there's been essentially no trades. These have all been clutch-up moments that have provided the kills for Team Bobby on this and the last offensive 2 rounds in a row. Tech, last player left. It had to be a 1v4. Gets a good look at Band, but neither player able to do too much with it. 35 seconds on the clock. The bomb is also down just outside the staircase to bricks. And with space, watch the rotation feels like this is a hard place and an even harder place for Tectonic to make decisions with. Although he will be able to collect the bomb, so he's got a tool to work with here. But how do you work through this double stack at mid?
Yeah, there's just no way you lose this one. Tech is going to be good for another. It's Noah dropping, but it is the final shots there from Team Noah to clutch up and tie this one. We've got a back and forth affair. Again, this is like just like the hard point we had, right? It was start off strong for Noah. It kind of just leveled out, and we were literally tied rolling into that third set of hills, and then things just kind of took off, and Jets a brewing there for Team Bobby to close it out. Right now, it might be another foot. Here
Look
comes
at this
the hit.
different
It is
setup.
pressure. Oh, baby.
It's all through mid this time. Yeah, this is a good awareness from Team Bobby. No problem. Bolu now the last one left, as that big push was super successful for Team Bobby, winning the middle of the map. But don't rule out Bolu. Gets the first two to cannot see the player on the bomb, making a play for the plant. That's Bobby. He will now realize that, yeah, indeed, there was a player nearby. Has the tools to work with. It's just two more. This would be an unbelievable clutch. It'd be a 1v4 situation for Bolu, but time is against him with only 30 seconds on the clock, and he's going the long way around, looking to find maybe someone lurking through mid-map, but no one to be found there whatsoever. Now the desperate long play through Cemetery. Not a lot of time to make this happen.
Yeah, this is such a bad retake position. Obviously, he's got the right intentions, but look at the time. It's just one of the things, the pros and cons of this map. Cons, if you're trying to clear each and every angle on the backside, you got to worry about every bit of it. Lucasen right there, mechanic shop. He's going to shut that one down. No clutches happening here. Ice and Panama, I don't think that's a good combination, right? As we see 6-5 lead back in the hands of Team Bobby. Will they be able to turn the Jets out and close this one out, or are we going to see an overtime? It's all in Team Noah to make the adjustments. Got to play calm and got to make sure those shots are landing. Nades being chucked. Trophies are down. Team Noah, they're going to be playing a little bit defensive.
For pickup teams, this is so good. Jesus able to get one. Banned for the trade. There's no follow-up here, though, from the side of Bobby Plays. And that will mean the middle of the map is won by Team Noah, though it does come at a cost of 3v3. And Band has been aggressive in these positions, looking for maybe just off timings here and there. And, well, he gets punished this time. Little B able to find him on the cross. Immediately responded, though, by Space. And we go to 2v2 situations with a minute 20 on the clock. A lot of time to play with.
This is probably the most time we've had to play with all game. Everything is just kind of unfolded here in this last potential round. Big trades coming through for both. It's 2v2 style. Bomb's going to be Hop Tech. Doesn't get the intel. Noah does. Trades are there. It's a 1v1. Space now trying to play for this last player. Tectonic is going to make the loop. He's been found. Big shots coming through. It's not a secondary, though. It's boxing gloves. We still got a lot of time. Look, there's still 50 seconds on the clock. Anything can happen.
Of time. I think Space thought he had the kill. It's like, I got him twice at the SKS. He swaps over saying map 1, or round 1 at least. But Tech lives to tell the tale. A little bit of nerves making his way back on towards the B bomb site, and rightfully so after those tags coming out of Space. But there is enough vacancy to get the bomb planted.
Bomb has been planted.
And now the 1v1, limited down to just 40 seconds with the plant coming through. And Tech is going to back off completely. Almost calling the bluff here, saying there's no way Space just hops this. And now he can play from Archway, throw shoulders, check to see if there's going to be any attempt to defuse. But has he maybe missed him? Space is already on towards the bomb. Oh, he does take a couple of shots or something there, right? And now all of a sudden, Tech's got the free angle, and we'll clutch it up. No overtime needed, no third map needed. It's Team Bobby with a 7-5 win in the search and a 2-0 in the series, sending Team Noah down to the lower bracket.
That last round was just... I mean, I don't know if 200 IQ it's probably an understatement, but the thoughts and the processes that go on to the minds of a player like Tectonic, he gets that bomb plant down, he repeats that same angle that he was last spotted at. It's just the timing was everything for them. Big game coming through. That's the 2-0. We're going to be sending Team Noah to the Gulag Series. I would say losers bracket, but I think Gulag Series sounds a bit more, a bit more cheeky, but nonetheless, it was banger of a series. Team Bobby come through with that fat win in the Search and Destroy, as well as the hardpoint and shift. Bard starting off with a little bit of a disappointment here for the fan favorites in Team Noah.
I really have to give a lot of credit. Look, those that have listened into the cast that we've done, over the course of Stage 4 and obviously looking forward to Stage 5, I always harp on, okay, here are the current problems. Can you read them and make the adjustments? And that's 2 maps in a row. where Bobby plays the squad has been able to provide that. This is a fully pickup team, by the way. I mean, none of these players are currently playing with one another. We're on the other side. You've got 2 Tribe members, 2 Mayhem players. And yeah, it was a back and forth chess game here or there, but I have to say both in the hard point as well as in that search and destroy, Jesus Saves is making the proactive changes needed to break down what Team Noah is finding success with. That says a lot, I think, for that Luminosity team for Stage 5, and more importantly, for this group of 5 in this particular All-Stars Rivalry series for a chance at $4,000 for a win. So very impressed with the adjustments that we saw. We'll take a look back over the bracket, though, to obviously reflect the win here. Also, I believe there is, I was going to say, a response out of the Team Godsley JHC matchup where Team Godsley took a 2-0 of their own. So that will be our quote-unquote winner's final matchup coming up next.
All right, well, we are going to be heading over to the Gulag series I mentioned. It's going to be Team JHC and Team Noah. But before we do that, we got to take a moment to pause and reflect. I need some water, too. Man, what a sweaty game we just got to, our eyes to feast on. If my stomach wasn't full enough from all the Turkey Day celebrations. Obviously, we got our fill in that first series. So don't worry, we got plenty more to come. We'll be right back after this short break.
COD Mobile Rivalry Series shift with verdict. We are through our winners round 1 matchups. 2-0s for both of them. Team Bobby making their way past Team Noah, and then Godsley's team taking care of Team JHC. A look back over the bracket. Again, this is a double elimination style bracket, although it will still be best of 3s until we get to that grand final. So next on our agenda here is to take a look at that lower round 1 matchup between JHC and Noah. And, well, it's do or die time here if you want to have a chance to win that first place prize of $4,000, your verdict.
Yeah, and if you don't, come up successful, you're still going to have a little bit to lean on there, as that third and fourth place prize pool is going to be set at $1,000, $2,000 respectively. But, I mean, come on, it's a holiday season. We want to put more bread in our pockets. That's the objective, right? Try to find and get this dub. It's going to be a tough one. Team Noah slipping by 2 games in a row, not being able to find any kind of action. Maybe we'll see if they can get something to brewing here for Team JHC as we're rolling into this lower round bracket. Thoughts and predictions wise, I would have to see the teams, but as I mentioned earlier, I think Team JHC has that split of 2 players from Luminosity and 2 players from Skade. We'll have to see how it pans out.
I mean, we don't know the exact map scores of what happened in JHC's first overall series, but at least we could say for sure that Team Noah's squad is very competitive, because it was a 250 to 218 hardpoint and then a 7-5 surge. Both maps could have gone either way, but like you had mentioned, hey, a little bit of team synergy and familiarity between some of these players on these rosters. We already talked about how 2 players from Tribe, 2 players from Mayhem playing with Noah, whereas on the other side of things, like you mentioned, a lot of the Brazilian representation coming through for JHC, and I love to see it. You have R4F4 that's playing. He looked really solid in Stage 4 of Latin America. I have my eyes on him to kind of be maybe a sleeper pick up throughout the draft. It just comes down to, like, do any of these Brazilian players hold a candle to what we just saw out of Lucas? Because at the moment, he's looking like one of the best players possibly in the world at the time being.
Oh, he's scary, man. I mean, you can't peek any angles. You can't show your head at all. We saw him just absolutely pick Noah apart on one of those rounds of the Search and Destroy. So we'll see if the Brazilian talent can step up and prevail. I know they've got their hands in the World Cup as well. Well, we've got our All-Star COD Mobile Rivalry Series here for them to represent as well. So we've got some pretty solid games left here in the lower bracket as we're getting geared up for our second series of the night. Team JHC, Team Noah. Got to think that was a close loss there for Team Noah. Again, as you mentioned, it's not scores represented for Team JHC. But let's go ahead and take a look at the spread here. Maps look a little blank. That's quite all right. Team names there. JHC is going to be handed. Oh, okay. So we got Just, Blur, Mihawk, and Limbs. That's a little bit of a last-minute adjustment as some of the players weren't available. So I think initially this roster was JHC, Blur, Washi, Limbs.
Washi, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Little
switch up. All right, that's perfectly fine. Okay, R4F4 is on Godsley's team. I made a mistake there, so apologies to your friends. But we still have a look at Mihawk and Linz. I'm excited to see them play as well. I mean, like you mentioned, the duo from Skade. Blur, I will say, though, he really stood out to me, what was it, Stage 2 last year? I think he played for that Arsenal squad, and I was like, dude, this guy is a machine. And now a chance to watch him play not only at Luminosity, but here today. I'm really pumped to see what he has. I would say he's probably got the hard carry potential out of Team JHC, not running anyone else short. Whereas on the other side, we just saw all these players. So not to cut him down short, but we know what to expect out of these guys. And as we take a look as the current bans and picks are starting to come through, we're sending it back to standoff hardpoint. So immediately you look to Team Noah and say, can you improve from where you just previously dropped about a 90-point lead in the opening of that standoff hardpoint, allowing Team Bobby to come back and steal away map 1 from you?
I don't know. That's an ego chow right there. I don't know who made the selection, but we're going to go back to where it all started here for Team Noah. Maybe they'll get the better of the run here in this second go. It was a hell of a first game for them. It was a hell of a series. I mean, you might have gotten 2-0, but it was very, very close. So Team JHC is now going to be able to test their luck here, and what might be a second opportunity of life here for Team Noah to recaptivate where they went wrong in that first standoff. So rosters look set. They look rock solid. I think that we see a little bit more of the LATAM representation here for Team JAC. You got to stop and think, man. At some point, some of that, no ping, no mommies might be a factor, but it did not hold Lucasen back. Good freaking night. I don't think there's any excuses running into this second series.
Agreed. All the bans are now through, so we're not going to see any firing range nor summit coming out of Team JHC, where Takeoff and Hacienda will be eliminated for Team Noah. Man, I really want to see some Hacienda, my man. I'll tell you, it's one of my favorite maps for COD 4.
Yes.
COD BO4, rather. So we have got a full run back here. This is the
Copy
exact
pasta.
same map set that we just would have had with Bobby and Team Noah. So, again, the hardpoint standoff. Again, the slum search and destroy. And then, of course, if we need it, the raid control will be there. Still best of 3. And yeah, man, I'll tell you, I'm excited to see what Team JHC has to offer. I mean, obviously, like you mentioned, the ping could be a potential issue. I mean, we obviously talk about Mihawk and Linz being from the same squad, but just, he played with that Zygnus roster last year, who was dominant in Latin America pretty much from start to finish, getting a chance to kind of, get into the competitive scene once again, and we already know what Blur can do. So this is definitely a tough test, but, I think when you look back over it, you have to give a small advantage to Team Noah because they're running back the exact same maps that they just came off of against Team Bobby in a tight series.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, running it back was obviously what you want to do, especially when they're close knit games, and maybe a little bit of a language barrier could be holding back this Team JHC. I hope that they can make something happen here against a very, very stacked Team Noah. We'll have to see how Just brings, his elements to the table. We're talking about Search and Destroy Demons, Shift. We mentioned Band in our first series. We're going to mention Band again, but we're also going to talk about Just. Just is just, amazing.
He's a great player.
Destroy. When you're looking for someone to clutch up, he's got ice in his veins galore. And I know ice melts in Panama. I know that's a factor, but Just is just, liquid nitrogen level of frost, man. So we're going to get geared up for that and more. Here's our second series about to tee off. Predictions-wise, running it back, the odds have got to favor Team Noah, right?
I think so, too.
I want to be biased, but I want to be realistic here.
Yeah. I think that's a huge consideration, considering how close the first 2 maps we saw on our broadcast were. Again, we don't really have full details in terms of what had unfolded with JHC's squad, so who knows? They very well may have also been able to play their first series at a tight affair. Kind of hard for us to say against Team Godzilla. The only report that we got was that it was a 2-0. So we'll see exactly how things unfold. And actually, now that I'm kind of looking back through their Veto channel, they played Raid Hardpoint and Slums Search and Destroy in their first series. A takeoff control was there, but at least they've got some experience on the Slum Search and Destroy as a team today. So who knows? It's hard for us to say for sure. I will continue to mention, though, that every single time we consider the Latin American and Brazilian region, I feel like, just generally speaking, we always say, they'll be fine, but they always surprise us. It happened in the Western Finals last year. The 2 Brazilian squads looked dominant in Latin America in Stage 4 this year, so the expectations are high that this is going to be a good series. It's just hard to kind of look at it because we had an eye-on look to what Team Noah was able to give us on that first series. So, I don't know. I think that you start to get a little bit more comfortable if you're Team Noah, and you probably improve just a touch on both of these 2 maps, and you're looking pretty solid, I think, to possibly make your way through the lower bracket, at least another round.
Yeah, and we've seen crazier things today. I think that's one of the things we touched on is in our first series. So anything can happen. It's a no bars hold. It's loser goes home. Won't go home empty-handed. They will be heading over with a $1,000 prize pool, but got to keep an eye on the man prize. It's that grand finals that you're trying to search for, and right now you're gonna duke it out here in the lower bracket finals. So our lower bracket series now is we're gonna get geared up for this one and more. Predictions have been made. We're getting ready to jump into the match. We've seen the side of Team Noah play it out. Can they make something adjustments-wise here for this next game? But it's a fresh eye for Team GHC. If you're rolling into a standoff, you don't have any intel, you don't know what's going on. You've got the slums search and destroy, but it's going to be a wild card here on what's going to happen here in this standoff hardpoint.
You also have to keep in mind, though, that as much as we're talking about the 4 competitive players on each team, how much of the series may be determined off of, does JHC just play better than Noah? Because that was kind of a factor in ways. It was kind of a factor at times throughout the first series. No slander to Noah, but outside of getting hardpoint time, we need this guy to step up a little bit. So we'll see exactly how things unfold there, because who knows? JHC might be able to step into this fold, and maybe the 5-man roster is just better. Who knows?
Who would have thought, man? We started this All-Star series, kind of poking at Bobby not being the proper All-Star per se. We'll put that one in quotation. Bobby's a fragger, man. Don't get me wrong, but He's known for his OBJ, and he's known for his snipes, and we didn't see too many of the snipes. We got a lot of the OBJ, so stepped up and prevailed. Team Noah, where you at? I know it's a little early for you guys. I know Noah's a grinder. I think he was up late playing some other games last night. I'm glad to say he's been on the grind. We'll have to see him pick up his performance here in JHC. Your challenge here is just simply out-frag Team Noah. Noah,
yeah.
Bar wasn't really set that high in game number 1 from last series.
Not quite, not quite. And just as a reminder, again, we will be covering every single match from here on out. So that winner's bracket final that we're kind of alluding towards with Bobby, that will be coming up next in the schedule after this series has concluded. Then, of course, we'll drop down to the lower bracket and give you that best of 5 grand finals when everything's all said and done. $10,000 on the line here for this COD Mobile Rivalry Series, this All-Stars multiplayer event. And a reminder, as far as our rosters and map mode combinations are concerned, once again, and I think the biggest thing that we saw be a bit of a downfall towards Team Bobby against Team Noah on this opening standoff, early concession of scrap time and a very one-dimensional hold on new hard points. I think if you're Team GHC, you need to come out confident here and have a chance to kind of zone away Team Noah from just freely dominating the map, because that was a problem for Bobby's team through the first rotation of hills when we watched them in their first series.
No, you're absolutely right. Something else to keep in mind as well is we have operators bans come through as well. It's the Sparrow and the Annihilator, so we are 100% chance of seeing some of that claw action yet again. Maybe some grab vortex. We haven't seen too many of those today. Nonetheless, on some of those objectives rolling into P4, P3, got some of those thresholds that you can probably hold off some of the angles, but I think the claw reigns superior in that first series. So second series round, I'm going to see if any necessary adjustments can be made. Just putting the finishing touches on this puppy as we're going to dive into this first game here momentarily. Appreciate you guys for being patient. I'm just ready to jump into the ring. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Yes, sir. We're both ready to roll. I know. Everyone out there's a caster. Start the match.
Yeah,
Not
right.
We want to see it just as bad as you guys do. We're just as much spectators as any of you out there. We just have a chance to try to, do the game justice, make it as entertaining as possible.
You gotta build
Which we haven't honestly needed any help with, because the matches themselves have been super entertaining already.
Oh, man.
I mean, we've only seen 2 maps, but that's just a winner's round 1 matchup. I only anticipate that it's going to get crazier from here, so we'll have some fun with it. Just waiting for it all to start. That's all.
There we go. Well, boy, oh boy, this is it. Moments of brewing. I'm trying to smash the start button, chat, so don't worry if you're out there wondering what's going on. My clicker might have stopped working. That's right. I'm old. I'm a boomer. Nonetheless, here we go. Yeah, I'm trying to poke fun at it, man. Plus, on top of that, I'm kind of moving slow from the itis. That Turkey Day celebration, man. It's 2 days afterwards. I'm still in.
Yep. It'll still.
It's gonna take a week to recover.
Yeah. We've literally got leftovers for days. I mean that.
Yeah.
But oh boy, come on, give it to us. I'm ready. I want it. Man.
We want it all.
True.
Okay, I'll stop.
Okay, we definitely don't need to turn this into a karaoke stream.
No, we don't. hey. We're having it. All right, there we go. We got the queue in. We're about to get geared up for it. Finally, yes! Anticipation is built. It's at an all-time high. It's Team Noah battling it out against Team GHC here in our lower bracket series. This one's for not all the marbles, but for a chance to stay alive. Redemption here as we're getting geared up.
I mean, hey, you got to think about this. This is technically a $1,000 game worth of COD Mobile coming up this best of 3. The difference of 1,000 at the lowest and possibly, $2 grand or 3 or 4, depending on how far you make your run. I think a lot of people out there would expect that Team Noah can make a run, but the thing about it is, all 4 of these teams are so good, so. I don't know. It's hard to make predictions. You can't catch me making any predictions today. Not for a series winner, but
I had notes, but ultimately it's dependent on all the gunnies. Right now, oh baby, you wanted action? We've got it. It's banned. Running rampant here on this opening set of hills. It's P number 1. 10 seconds in, they're going to be uncontested so far, Shift. And right now, it's JHC trying to find the breach in. It's Mihawk finding 2. That's enough for the break. Is it going to stick, though? Vance, oh my god, he's just skating right now.
How about Noah? A little 3-piece on the way in after getting an opening kill. And then, as normal, hits the OBJ. Well done. Good prone-out fight. And now an opportunity for streaks already for Noah. Talk about a hot start from our content creator. Got called out by both of us a little bit throughout the entirety of the last series, but he starts off with the Nice opening Hunter Killer Drone. That will assist on the rotation if needed. Still a little bit of fight over the scrap, but now all of a sudden the CBRs start to sing a bit of a different tune as they will turn into this, well, what is it, just a straight domination through that back alley. 37 seconds on the clock for Team Noah and the rotation to boot. Team JHC, oh boy, not a great start for them here.
Not a great start indeed. Right now they're trying to play to regain on this retake. The setup here is absolutely perfect. Ban gonna pop that Hunter Killer Drone is gonna be good for one, but it is Mihawk who's gonna be able to find the rotation through. He's gonna get shut down. It is throttled here into this rotation to the factory site. Two players looking to make the breach. It's Blur. They're trying to get their wits about them. They can't make it through the front door. They can't make it past gas station. Streaks are running rampant. And Noah might have took what we said earlier to a whole nother level. I mean, taking it personal is one thing, but putting on 6 already, you're already halfway to where you ended last game. Or last series.
Yeah, this is nice. This is where dangerous territory starts to come through. Predator missiles already thrown out. You've got operators that are getting charged very rapidly, and you've got more kills on Band alone than almost the entire team of Team JHC. Now definitely has more than enough to cover both himself as well as the next couple of highest players. Oh boy, this is straight domination. A near full 60 here on P2 outside of a little bit of contest time. And, again, streaks and operators to win rotation to Grandma's house. This one may be over sooner rather than later. That's all I can really say about this.
We're flirting with the 100-point club so far right now here. And we're 2 hills in. It is a nightmare for Team GHD. Streaks galore. It's the Purifiers popped. It's a lot of investment on this P3 rotation. They're relying on a tremendous amount of gun skill for that P4, and so far so good. Haven't had any kind of adversaries or any kind of upsets coming through on any of these rotations. Late rotations or not, it's been the breaks galore. Feed on feed on feed. Streaks on streaks on streaks. The Pretty, it's good for 2, and pain leads to misery right now. It is just Team GHC just being fed to the beast.
All right, well, not a good start here, but it has to be a rotation win. You have to get to Bakery and get some time here for Team JHC. Because the only way you come back into the series is being able to earn up some streaks, and obviously your operators as well, which a couple are going to start to be online. I think if you're Team Skate and Linz and Mihawk, you have to use them here. Lock down this time. Make sure you've got a chance to fight things through. And yeah, Purifier's already called out for Linz in the corner. That'd be good to lock down the side door. It just comes down to your teammates. Get a read on where Team Noah's trying to break from, because this is getting out of hand way too quickly. Good opening start time, but now the break attempt coming from Team Noah from the back doors.
Got 3 players left to go. He got 1 up top, 2 immediately on the push. They're going to be wiped. It's going to be banned. You still got that 1 player up top you got to deal with. And the Pretty is going to give you primary information. They'll try to hold the rotation off, and last-ditch effort. It is going to be Lenz who's coming through with the shots. Space trying to clean up. He's going to get shut down, but it is teammates coming through. The cavalry has arrived. And it's Team Noah right back in it to win it. It is 160 points already. And hey, they're just going to push out of the hard point and find some more kills.
Noah!
Let's see. I mean, this is about as ego as it gets. I love to see it, Noah.
I mean, he's just locking down rotation. This is all coming off that backside of the Predator missile, knowing that Team JHC spawning towards garage. He gets the kilo to just spam down the street. Went on 7 in a row, and Noah made top frag first team. What? What is happening? Okay. Our slanderous remarks need to be taken back as we have 189-21 the current score. We'll get back over towards the first hard point outside a hotel, which there are more blue arrows than yellow, but more streaks are being called in, and that's going to allow an opportunity for Team Noah to contest this early time here on the first hill.
There it goes. Clinical push there from Noah. He's going to be good for 1. The break is going to be right back in the hands of Team JHC. They need a full 4 sets of hills to get back in this one. It is a brutal one. Off the rip. 20 seconds into the objective, they're going to be able to rack up as many points as they've gotten the first 4 sets of hills. Just about here in this court side of rotation. So, playing for that back spawn site. We've got split spawns for right now. The early rotations are not going to pan out. It is going to be Team Noah back in it. So,
man,
200 points already. This one can come to a quick ending here on a P2, that factory site.
It sure feels that way. Band just locking down the gates. Hunter Killer Drone be able to find his double. 4 in a row now for Band, just like that. Nades over the top will reduce his streak to just that 4 margin, but it just feels pretty inconsequential at this time. And, you know, just kind of comparing the two teams. the things and the strengths that we noted on for Team Noah in their first series versus Team Bobby 100% got replicated with more assistance this time from Noah, 27 kills for him. But on the other side, outside of the first 3 hard points, this has been just too individualistic for Team JHC. And now they have to try to survive through Band's Claw. And, well, he's not even really get a chance to use it. Doesn't even need it really all that much. And that should be just about it. Just have to hold on to the last 15 seconds here on P2 with, well, every streak operator and trophy system being used. It just feels like a matter of time.
Yeah, man, it's just a toss them into the blender and let them just see what they can do to get out. I mean, right now it's heads dive deep into the water. No way to get out to breathe. It's 2:45 and counting. We are ready to close this one out.
Wow.
I've got to say, all this hype to build up to see this one. I am sorry. We're going to deliver on the Search and Destroy. 250 to 36. Wow. That one ended before it even started. What in the heck happened there?
Casual stuff from Team Noah from start to finish. And how about Noah? I mean, look, guy's team captain. We obviously praised him for drafting an unbelievable team. But he stole the show. 30 kills plus, maybe? I mean, he was neck and neck, I think, for the top overall kill leader in the lobby, if not maybe even taking the claim there by the end. And it's just the heads-up play from Noah at a couple of different moments. Outside the objective, getting the kilo to really reap any kind of a respawn that was coming through for JHC towards that P5 in particular is what I'm thinking of. And, man, a 50-point club is where JHC find themselves. Really couldn't get anything going anywhere at any point. Don't love to see that, but hopefully that was a Team Noah host and we could see a turnaround in map number 2.
I don't know who I feel bad for. Wow, just being able to watch that one and spectate that one in real, or poking the bear in Noah and waking him up to put on such a dynamic performance. JHC, they came in with utmost potential to find something close, but it was just domination all the way through and through. I don't think we saw the most points we saw out of Team JHC was on that P1 reset. We're not going to waste a bit of time. We're going to go ahead and hop right back in. We are strictly here for business, and, well, business was handled for Team Noah. Can they do it in a 2-0 fashion? We're going to see a little bit of a fight back here for Team JHC. Mythicals are going to be dropped. Mythics are going to be dropped right there for abundance, and right now it's Bolo. He's back on his snipes, and it's going to be Mihawk there for the trade. So 1-for-1 so far, so good here for Team JHC and Team Noah.
Good response, though, as everyone does their shopping. A little Black Friday sale, a little day late. But mid-map control here for the defensive Team JHC. Some shots ring out for Blur mid-statue. Bolu trying to help his teammate on the backside over through Blue. But no contact will be made over the top of the pond site, though, on the other side. Band loses a 1v1 with Lins. And that will lead to a big numerical and positional advantage for the side of the defense of JHC.
All right, well, this is the round you needed. You started off strong here on these first 6. You got the defense. Let your opponents make the wrong moves, but Bolo finding the two-piece, the heady galore. Collat question mark? My God, what a way to open it up, and that is going to be the A-side hit. We're coming through. It's a 2v3 now. Shots coming in. They're good for Limbs, but he's not going to be able to get the finish. Noah finally going to be taken down. Blur's going to be able to seal that one. It's a 1v3 up for grabs here for Blur. The bomb's planted. 40 seconds on the clock here. We'll see how he plays it now. He's going to slow things down.
Clears out soccer, though this works, or football for those that obviously are not from the United States. Have to give respect where respect is due. Clears the box, so now on the way up the side stairs. Part of the job has been done by clearing this location, but the biggest question is how are they set up in and around Blue? Bolu, the first one up, sees him over the top of the dash. Little jump peek, but Bolu gets the wall bang off before Blur can connect. And the offense bounce backs nicely for the opening round win.
You got to thank Bolo for that one. You need 2 heads to drop instantly. Well, why not get them both at the same time? Big round there for the offense to start this one off. First round in, and things look kind of cool, calm, and collected off the rip. But, again, things have happened, and it's been crazy here. A little bit of this second round action. A Bruin nades chucked everything out the arsenal. And a little bit of that Cyber Monday now as we are heading over into it. Black Friday. Oh! Big crispy shots coming through for Bolu. Clearing out that midsection, and well, right now you've got you got a lot of mid-map control, and you gotta just lean on that one if you're Team JHC.
Good response from Blur. That's on top of the statue, finding Band. Bolu looking to reposition, maybe trying to find an angle through this, but with the scope of Mihawk down, you have to kind of look towards Bolu to make the next action. Oh, and Blur will take a couple of the shots, literally on top of the statue, just barely gets down in time. There's a player mid-map. I think that was Nero who was taking shots in response to him. But as Blur gets pushed over towards the sidewall, it's the snipers that are starting to work out, and the feet get tagged, but JHC just wiggles his way out of the line of sight.
Oh, baby.
Although it does still turn into a 2v3 situation. Space wreaking havoc on the left side of the map, and it all rests with number 3. It's Zignis's Justino to try to work things in this 1v2.
Oh, Just, if you have icy veins, now is the time to show it. It's the L-car coming through, the automatic pistol, shutting that one down automatically. 2 rounds in a row. The offense, or the defense, or the offense, rather. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit of tongue-tied. I've seen too much today. This has been a very brutal hardpoint, following up with some pretty solid rounds here in the Search and Destroy. It's just the edge competitively is going to be going in favor of Team Noah. So, regain here on this defense. You got to put a better sound strategy together. Looking for Blur to get those opening picks. It's Sunday. No, it's Saturday, and Noah is going to be a drop. So Blur's going to be good for 1 now as the push is going to be held to a halt. But Nero going to be able to find the opening trade. We're back to balance. No, my God. Never mind.
I was just about to say, Blur, I could appreciate the pre-fire. I could appreciate you trying to win the angle. But when you set down for a reload, you're going to be facing a scope, and well, maybe he didn't know it because a little jump snipe comes out, secures the kill, and now once again, Team Noah with numbers. 4v3, the defense has given up mid-map, looking to mostly play off of just the long angles. So you would have to think here, if you're Team Noah, you will have the opportunity to get a free B plant off if you can work your way through mid, but the establishment of that deep pressure over through mid has really kind of had Team Noah waiting for shots out of their scopes to clear this space, and they're not going to see anything this time. So this is not bad for the defense, kind of playing back and forcing these sniper rifles to have to get more active.
Yeah, the more time we waste, it's better positioning here for the defense. But as soon as I say that, I do see the double back here. We see the push up for Mihawk. He's looking to get a little bit of information, but again, you're in a 3v4. You can't afford to peek for more than a second. I mean, obviously, Bolo is all he needs is 1 second or 1 jump or 1 flick. Bomb's going to go down, and Ban, look at his positioning, man. He is just waiting for that mid-map rotation. 3 here left standing, 1 directly on that A site. Bomb is finally going to be planted. That's going to reduce the clock, so pressures are rising here. If it wasn't bad already, it's getting a little worse. We'll see if this retake can be a little more successful now as the shots coming through. Bolo is just, I mean, he's back on it, bro. There is no stopping this man.
Justino was the only one who could really make a play there, trying to work his way through blue. But that's the problem when you're going to give away that much space in the face of sniper rifles. You know, there are advantages to kind of holding those hard-scoped angles. How do you recontest any of that with not a lot of nades to play with because you're spending them all in the first 20 seconds of the map? So a 3-0 start for Team Noah. The sniper rifles have been a major problem for Team JHC. It's just Mihawk on the other side that had been pulling up a scope, but I say had with some emphasis because now it's going to be, I think, a switchblade that's in Mihawk's hand. And even with these SMGs, they're really not getting super aggressive. It's just a little bit of temptation over the middle of the map once again, but can you stay safe away from Bolu? And, well, also space on the opposite side, apparently, as he gets, once again, another first blood.
Yeah, clinical there. Bolo has just been Johnny on the spots with the shots, and I know Johnny is JHC, but right now he's going to be taking the name. It's Ban who's going to be able to find the opener here on this B site rotation. He's going to continue to do his demon work, but it's just going to be able to shut him down. The refrag there for Bolo. He's good for it. Mihawk with 2 in the feed. Things coming down to a 2v2, and this is about as close as it's going to get. Bolo's looking for blood.
Oh, man.
He's going around the corner. There it goes. It's 1. It's not 2. JHC gets his first. And now it's all on Noah, the team captains, in a 1v1 shift.
But no one's seen Noah this round, and yeah, it's a really good read from Noah. Takes a little slide timing, catches JHC looking the wrong direction, and a 4-0 start for Team Noah. My goodness, someone put up a fight. Blur's been fine, Mihawk's been decent, but we're just not seeing a great defensive setup, really, from anybody else throughout the middle of the map. It's just been Mihawk on one side, Blur on the other that have been able to find a couple of kills. Trophy system down, doesn't keep them fully safe, though. Nero will be picked apart by those ceremonious opening nades, and an opportunity for the defense to work with some significant numbers as they get the first 3 total kills. It's a 5v2, and a chance for JHC to get on the board here.
Yeah, there we go. Just going to be pushing right into the spawn site, but inside of the mechanic shop, it's Noah. He's holding down the fort. Bolo going to be good for another. Reeling it back in. The 2v5 is down to a 2v3, so Minute 25 on the clock. Anything can happen here. His bomb is in the hands of Bolo. He's trying to make something happen here as they have seen the defense fall back. So we'll see how much time they spend back here on the spawn site before they start finally pushing up. And as soon as I say that, here it goes. He's going to pick up the Krig. So a little bit of a regain here. This is what I wanted to see in the first maybe 3 or 4 rounds. We're getting it here in the 5th. I guess a day late and a dollar short is better than not getting it at all. We'll see if they can clutch it up, though, because these two players are lethal with the shots. And with Bolo still being alive, man, there's a high chance that this one can go south real quick.
Well, it's a good spread defensively. Everyone should be able to help one another if point of contact is made. Bolu in the middle. Does he see the rear end of JHC? I think he may have. Waiting for that little wiggle back. Yeah, free kill there. And no trade will come through. Mihawk was not in a position to do much challenging, although Blur from the opposite side of the map does at least take down the bomb carrier. That puts a ton of pressure here on Noah, who's in a 1v2, and he needs to play up against the clock. 20 seconds if he wants to play for the plant, but he gets aggressive. Finds Blur completely unawares, and I think he's got an idea that Mihawk is still playing over towards the soccer field, and Noah's going to play for the kill, not the plant. Turns around at the wrong moment. And I don't think he's got the time to get back on here. No, sure won't. A little bit of indecision will cost him the opportunity for a big clutch up. But it is JHC that will hold on to the numerical advantage they worked so hard for in the first 30 seconds.
That was a 2v5. That almost got spoiled. A little hide and seek goes a long ways. It's going to be the first round for the defense. And, well, this is going to be their last attempt here to, kind of close this gap. It's been a brutal hard point followed up by first brutal 4 rounds. Heck, that 5th round was brutal. They won it. That's all that matters. So we'll see now as we pop into the action. We are having a little bit of a delay. There we go. We're going to switch on over. That's what I'm talking about. 30 seconds into the round. Space has already found first blood. And all is well here for the attack now as they're brewing for a 5-1 before we get this flip.
That would be a menacing offensive half to get 5. Look at this aggression coming through the B site, though. How about it? A little duality play coming out. Lynn's able to find 1, but there is no help over the middle of the map, and the trade is just too simple. If we're being completely honest, so you lose 1 and then you follow up, you lose the other over towards that aggressive play. JHC will catch Bolu lurking. Mihawk also able to connect with the scope. It gets us down to a 2v2, but honestly speaking, there is an advantage here for the attack, especially with space sitting over the top of the B site. This will lead to a free plant.
Well, look at where Mihawk is, though. He's going to peek the angle. He might be able to get that player getting the bomb plant down, and space is nowhere in sight. Hell, this bomb plant may not even go down. Mihawk's going to be able to get the aggression. The follow-up shots here. Mihawk's 1 and can't connect it. Space now left in a 1v2 is 30 seconds on. The round has been spoiled. The defense coming through with some absolute elite COD timing. Got to thank Mihawk for that one. JHC holding the angle proper. That is going to be the gap being bridged. It's 2-4. What could have been an absolute just snowball effect in those first 6 rounds going in favor of Team Noah has been JHC making the adjustments a little late. We'll see if they can do something here on the attack as we get this flip.
Yeah, just better in opening trades, honestly, is what it comes down to. And that's something you should be able to replicate on the offensive side. So we'll see if they can try to produce that. Opening nades, as you would expect, over the top. This is a heavy defensive stack coming through brick side. Smokes will allow Mihawk forward, but he's caught with a knife out. And the trades do favor that of the defense. 2 for 1 goes the exchange. Still a bit of a battle over toward the middle of the map. Noah has no idea that Justino is quite literally right underneath him. May find him here. Oh, but Justino pops up, finds the kill, and avoids any trade. Not bad overall, but as he survives, his teammates will not be able to do the same. It'll have to be a 1v3. Justino, no bomb in hand. Gets a good chunk of 1 player deep. That was Nero. But not able to get the kill, and off the reload through Cemetery. Space will be here waiting for him, or will he be? Oh, big 1v1 gunfight, and everything resets. Tons of time on the clock.
Just, man, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I wanted to see early on, and right now we're getting it. So, space is dropped. It's a 1v2 situation. Very doable. Bolo right here with the shots. Oh, my God. Pain and devastation. Shift. How many shots have we seen this man miss today? I can guarantee you it's not a lot.
Yeah,
not a lot.
He
has been just, oh, boy. Well, where is he at right now? He ended up like 15 or 17 last game. I don't even know. It was double digits. Right now he's 14. 14! Somebody in this man.
Open nades coming through. Bolu dominating over the top of the middle of the map, but actually puts the scope down just as a couple of the players were starting to cross through Cemetery. I'm not even sure if he saw that information. And it could be key to knowing there could be an initial threat over towards A, but not going to make much of a difference because Band has cleared out pretty much the entire B side of the map. So now Bolu takes the scope back over through mid. Linz, just barely sneaks through the scope. Bolu was ready for it. But Band has once again asserted dominance through bricks. Even further past it. Just this constant SMG pressure not to be matched, and it's just down to JHC. This would have to be a 1v3. He at least has the bomb to work with and just about 60 seconds also to play around with.
Well, we talk about the SMG presence, but, I mean, if it's not one poison, it's another. And Pickett, it's Bolu who's been on top of his game, just putting on for the team. Noah's going to get the slide through. We're on map point, match point, 6-2. So far, so good for Team Noah. They get a little bit of redemption here in the lower bracket. And might I say, second time might have been the charm here, Chef. Second time definitely looked like a charm.
Just hasn't been enough resiliency thrown on either of these two maps yet for JHC. The back-to-back rounds on the defensive side is, acknowledgeable, but it still feels too comfortable for Team Noah. Even on this little play from Mihawk, there's just not enough follow-up, and the kills all tilt in favor of Team Noah. A cheeky idea through the smoke, but the commitment not synchronized correctly. Justino over the middle of the map, should be able to find at least one for free, but gets blindsided, not expecting Bolu to be as far forward as he was, and now it all rests with Blur. And I don't know what you do from here. Hopefully you get gifted a kill or two, and well, he does get gifted one. The second one's around the corner. This is still a chance. The quickscope connects, and maybe an opportunity. It's a 1v1 with space, but Blur has to do some work to collect the bomb as well.
Well, there it goes. He's got the right tech. It's a note out of the playbooks of the Garena, who have just, I mean, I don't think I've seen anybody else use it any better. And some of the China teams as well opting to rock this loadout, and it's paying dividends here so far for Blur. So 1v3 down to a 1v1, still plenty of time. These rounds have literally almost been decided in the first 20 to 30 seconds of these rounds. So
and Space sees the
bombs
bomb.
Down. Yeah, that. Well, I mean, rotation through. Maybe he might be able to get the backside pinch here on the soccer side rotation.
I mean, do you really go through soccer here, though? Oh?
Plenty of time.
Blur's predicted incorrectly. Because he hit the quick scope. Oh, it don't matter. How about it? What a shot from Blur. All three of those shots, unbelievable. And Luminosity's Blur keeps JHC alive in map 2.
We're going to need that Rytech build, homie. My God, what a game. Noah dumpstered. You had Bolo shot in space last. He had every advantage he needed. Didn't even need to make that backside approach. Lens now coming through with the first blood. We might see a little bit of a spark of life here for the boys over at Team GHC if they got a second chance at it. Think that to Blur now. Bolo trying to hold off the push through this blue site. There's only one player there to deal with, and it's Mihawk, and he's tucked nice and tight on around the corner. Let's see if they can maximize on his player count, but oh my. It's Bolo wreaking havoc yet again. Two coming through this blue site, and he's trying to get something to Bruin over there, but it is going to be Space who gets dropped, so Blur, man, really feeling himself after that last one, but man, Bolo has been feeling himself all series long.
Bolo's just heat checking these last couple of rounds, just running forward with the scope in hand. It still works out for him. And now a full reset has to come through. Mihawk working with Blur. Any more magic out of Luminosity's Blur? You need it here, you need it now. Bomb collected. 50 seconds on the clock, and look at the angles that Team Noah defensively are holding. These are, again, going to require quick scopes out of Blur. Clears out the backside of bricks. Does he predict Noah behind the van, though? That's first point of contact, and the next big obstacle that's here to hurdle.
I think the sound's going to give him away. Rounds the corner. Bolo starts it. He ends it. It's going to be the 7-3. We saw a little bit of a spark of a comeback of Bruin for Team JHC, but they are going to have to exit stage quickly. It's a 2-0 sweep coming through here in the lower bracket. Team Noah's going to be moving on to the losers finals. Well, they'll face off against the loser of the winners finals. But before we do all that, man, recap of this series, man. What a series it was for Team Noah. Bounce back, a little bit of redemption, maybe a little bit of upset after taking a brutal beating from us, talking about how poorly he did in series number 1. Well, I mean, he put on for the team in that hard point as well as the search and destroy.
100%, man. That's a big confidence building series. I think you look at it from Noah's perspective in particular, just saying, yeah, I can hang here, because you know there were moments just getting beat up a little bit, just kind of holding the OBJ throughout the first series. No worries though in this one. Threatens the top overall kill leader in the hard point, still puts together 7 incredible kills here in the search. It just was hard to keep tabs on what Bolu was doing, I think, for anybody in the server. I mean, 19 total eliminations in a 10-round affair. You can do the math. Nearly 2 kills around for Bolu, really feeling himself throughout the entirety of the series. A recap over it. A one-sided affair in the hard point. A couple of special moments for Team JHC in the search, but ultimately definitely a cut below where Team Noah was put, and they will exit the tournament in 4th. Still a $1,000 tally for them. And a lot of fun just watching over these guys as we get ready to see the majority of them, obviously, in Raleigh for Stage 5.
Oh, that's right, man. I can't wait for it. It's going to be a epic first LAN event here for COD Mobile. We're excited to celebrate it as we are kicking off this all-star COD Mobile Rivalry series. A little taste of what we could see in Stage 5, obviously. This is a pickup game. We're here for fun. Well, there's money on the line, and guess what? There's no fun when there's competition coming through. You're going to absolutely see these players sweating it out. So we're going to enjoy seeing that and more as we're going to get geared up for our next series. I do believe we're going to head over to the winner's side of things to see
sir.
Team Bobby and Team Godsley. I think that one might be an epic matchup.
I'm hoping for it. That's what's next on the schedule, though, for us. I believe they've already gotten through their picks advance, so we shouldn't be waiting for too long. So don't go very far. We'll step away and come back. Winners finals after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are through 2 series of action here in this COD Mobile Rivalry series, the All-Stars edition. And boy, have we been treated to some unbelievably high-level, highlighted plays in our first 2. But the action only gets tighter and tougher as we take our attention back to the winner's bracket. It's our winners finals matchup. We already saw Team Bobby once, but it'll be our first look at Team Godsley. Only thing we really know, both teams 2-0'd pretty comfortably through their opening series for this matchup now.
Oh, you're absolutely right. This is for the winners finals. You get a ticket to the grand finals if you win this. Not only that, but it is going to be a 1-map advantage rolling to it. So action's definitely going to be at an all-time high. We've got the powerhouse tribe team. Oh, it's Team Godsley. And then we've got a very well-diverse Team Bobby, who came through with a very outstanding performance against Team Noah taking the series. We're taking a look at the best of 3 spread. I'm sorry. It's Team Godsley. The rosters look pretty solid, but the maps look just as solid. It's Hardpoint on standoff, third time around. Search and Destroy on firing range, and then we're going to end this one off, if it does go the distance, into a control raid. Rosters-wise, is this everything that we had anticipated for? I don't see Slothy in that original mix, so we do have Crozen coming through for a sub in Team Godsley. And, well, powerhouse tribe team, question mark, still possibly a chance.
I think so. I just generally because, you know, yeah, it kind of hurts to not have your intended roster, but Crozen is a incredibly good sub. Again, that Inco Gaming roster was super impressive in their Stage 4 performance, and there's going to be 3 of those members in this matchup. Obviously, R4, F4 alongside Crozen teammates, but also playing up against Lucazin on the opposite side. So a good look, I think, at the Brazilian roster, two of the rosters as we get ready for Stage 5. And I think both these 2 teams, the captain-wise, did a really nice job kind of utilizing the Latin American parts to make sure that their roster stayed, you know, not just competitive, but possibly superior to, you know, maybe players like Noah, who just kind of lived off the North American roster picks that we saw. So, I don't know. I think that's all to be said, and a lot of credit to the power of Brazil and COD Mobile. Obviously, they're the only 3 teams that are representing Latin America this year, so definitely has something to say about what Brazil is bringing to the table, and that is not missed by our captains as we look over towards the maps. Standoff once again here for the hard point. Seems to be a fan favorite here for all of our teams and players so far. But a firing range search and destroy for map number 2 is what will be different here between this and then our previous first 2 series.
Yeah, and, you know, lo and behold, I thought we were going to see some Mossy in the day. There's still some hope in the grand finals. I mean, there's some way, somehow, that it might make it through the map picks. Not going to see it here in this series as the bans came through. Was Takeoff, as well as Summit and Slum. So, again, aside from the Search and Destroy on that Slums Matter, it's pretty much the same run around. We haven't seen a control yet today, and with some optimizations potentially, you know, in the air, I could definitely want to get a hands-on experience on seeing how that plays out. So, yeah, got to get through these first 2 maps if you're one of these teams, though. We'll see if Bobby can start stronger. I think they're definitely going to have to start stronger here against this Team Godsley, who is stacked
I think so too.
With Latin American talent, as well as some of the fan favorites in Vague.
Yep, I 100% agree with that evaluation. So we'll see if they can find a way to possibly do that, although it looks like the lobby will be remade. There are a lot of players leaving very rapidly, so it may have been a side issue or maybe just a connection issue, hard to say. But outside of that, look, I just got to take a moment here and once again just sing the praise of what Brazil's been able to do in COD Mobile. You know, the last episode of Fox was a lot of conversation between the casters, like who's going to be the dark horse region. I think all of us wanted to say Brazil, so there's that to also kind of keep in the back of your mind, because not only did Lucazin look like one of the most deadly players through Stage 4, but that Inco Gaming roster looks a step above what we had seen anytime previously from Latin America. So a lot of expectations and anticipations kind of revolving around the Latin American and Brazilian region in particular. And this is a great, I think, entry point for a lot of viewers that may not have watched Latin American COD Mobile in the past. You know, Lucasin's already been special in the first series we saw, and I expect similar things here for both R4, F4, as well from Crozen. So I'm pumped to see these guys in action. It couldn't be more of a treat to see them kind of giving us a taste of what they have to offer as we get ready for December.
Oh no, that Brazilian pride, it's I mean, you could feel the confidence. I mean, last year was a step back for them. They've seen what they need to do. They got to execute now. As we saw in Stage 5 last year, it was a little bit of not necessarily putting up the numbers that were anticipated.
Right.
This year, they're coming out strong. They have been an absolute brute force in a region that has been highly underrated going into Stage 4. And then we get Stage 4, and oh my God, bro. There are names up there that could be contending and compete with some of those powerhouses that we think we know are going to be, dominant as we move into Atlanta Pit. But Atlanta events, anything can happen. The craziest of crazy. Anybody can perform. Anybody can step up. And that Brazilian pride could reek into that land event. So yeah. I could definitely see them coming out with some victories.
Mark my words, Brazil will be the biggest upset region, I think, at Stage 5. I don't see a world where they're going to come out and just get trounced on. I think they're going to be competitive with all of your favorites from North America, maybe the top team from Europe, as well as those that were coming out of Garena and China and stuff like that. Obviously, a lot of anticipation on what the Eastern regions are going to be able to do. But no, I think that this Latin American region, with how good Brazil has been, I think the teams that were formed this year are more solid from top to bottom as well. Not to take anything away from the teams that were put together last year, but a couple of new faces that have really been super uber competitive. And just on top of that, I think just the overall level of competitive COD being played in Brazil is much higher than what we saw last year. So very excited about it. But outside of those expectations and anticipations, obviously we're getting ready to see what we have here. And I think we need to see, again, that hotness come out right from the gate if you're looking to possibly shut down Team Bobby, who looked really good in their comeback effort on the stand-up that they played versus a very good Team Noah in their winners round 1 matchup. But we don't have to wait for long. We jump right on in. Here we go, map number 1 of a best of 3. And it will be the side. Oh, boy. Never mind. Backing out once again. Just kidding. More of us. Hi. How are you?
No pink, no mummies. Second time's not a charge. How's it going? You miss our lovely faces? I mean, Shift, you're looking fantastic, bro. The hair is absolutely on point. Right? Well, we had a little bit of a double back from the lobby. No, you look fantastic, my guy. Stop it. I can't help myself.
We've got some sunlight problems now coming through, which is not a bad problem to have. Just gotta do some adjustments to make sure I don't phase out into the netherworld.
All right, well, we'll take a look at the best of 3. Hopefully, we'll see some sun come through in this matchup. It's definitely going to be bright and shiny in the Search or Destroy. Hardpoint could be a bit gloomy, though. We'll see who can start off on the right foot now. That's the main focus right here. The itinerary in the best of 3. Got to start strong here in this game. Number 1, the slow start's not going to be one that are favorable as we get into these winners finals. Why? Because these teams know what it takes to win. They've already done it 2-0 times in a row. I mean, you can only play so much from a regain, but we'll see how it pans out now as we're going to give it the third time's a charm. Maybe we'll see this one start up, but got to get your operators on point, I believe, as we see. Bands came through. It was the Annihilator and Purifier, so we are going to yet again see the potential of Claw, all 10. Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, dude, Claw's addition is unreal. I mean, last year it was like death machines all over the place, and it was like, okay, who's going to take care of the death machine on Bands because it's out of control? And we're starting to see, I think, Claw be the second coming of what that looked like throughout 2021. I mean, so Claw, Sparrow, definitely, I think, going to be our top priority picks. But, it's all speculation again. As, here we go. Third time, better be the charm. That's all I got to say.
There we go. Certainly feeling like a charm. It feels like everybody's good to go. We're moving at a rapid pace. Firing off on all cylinders. We'll see if Team Godsley can come through with some absolute hammer time now. As we see Lucasen trying to lurk around that mid area. He's going to be out. It's the bot man coming through with some shots. P1 so far so good here for the boys over at Team Godsley.
Dude, Crozen is sniping off the rip here. Okay. Curious. The bounce back after the initial wave does come through successful for Team Bobby. And how about Jesus inside of Hotel? Taking reservations, but no vacancies for the large majority of these plays. Vague from the top ropes. No, shut down. And we've got ourselves an early tie game. You do have number 5 in Crozen swapping off of the scope into an AR over towards P2, but gets shut down in the process. And Team Bobby once again doing well on rotation here as the Chopper in play. Hello?
I love it.
Haven't seen that in a minute.
Haven't seen it in a minute. Haven't seen it in a while. I mean, LMGs have been, by far since some of these updates, been one of the most versatile weapons to have. The Holger in Vague's hand, beautiful. The Chopper certainly viable. I think the Kilo is one of the best ARs of the game, if not the Krig. Chopper right there for Rafa. He's coming through. Good night. Chopping him down outside of the gas station, but Tectonic finally going to be able to end his reign of terror. Now as T2 opens up, Factory Site is Nowhere in sight and found for Team Godsley now as the bot man trying to make the rotation through. So far, the waves of players coming through, they have been shut down each and every angle.
Looking good again here from Team Bobby. Down currently on the scoreboard, but, I mean, you look at the zone of pressure. That line of scrimmage goes right down the gas station street. This is going to feel very comfortable for the players soaking up hardpoint time, and the spawns are even happening right behind this hill as well. So, a very good opening 30 seconds towards Warehouse. The response coming back through gas stations. Actually a bit of a split spawn situation, so double focus now required of the defenders as the spawns will be out for the side of Team Bobby, but it doesn't make much of a difference. Everyone trying to threaten and contest is immediately shut down, and it looks good for just about a full 60 seconds here for Team Bobby on P2.
Yeah, and then look at Little B. He's already raining terror all the way on the opposite side of the map. He's trying to get those spawns bunkered down. They're trying to have their cake and eat it too, and guess what? Not going to be denied. Well, it's Rivalry shutting them down. Deal the damage to the pest. 3 there to hold off this big blue. No, it's 2 as Lucas is going to be able to pick the head right there of Vague. Godsley's going to get dropped, and yet again, nightmare after nightmare. It's Team Bobby coming through with the early break, the early advantage. They're going to be able to rack up some uncontested time, and there is nobody in sight here for Team Godsley to get back onto the objective.
It's another little blowout moment here. The snowball starting to be built. Good shutdowns coming through. A couple operators are ready to go here for Team Godsley, trying to work their way in, but it's in pieces. I mean, this is all, again, individually. They try to make their way through. The bait and switch through the window, though, does work out. R4, F4 able to get in, but only for a brief time. Spawns are still good for Team Bobby. They'll quickly be able to get Bobby himself in towards the hardpoint time. And the last 20 seconds look to be conceded as Bobby's squad will make their way over the century mark. And it's on to Team Godsley to put together a flawless hold here at Bakery. But the problem is no streaks, no operators. They got to do this the old-fashioned way.
Well, plenty of streaks, plenty of operators on the right-hand side of your screen. It's Jesus who's made his way to the top factory. Looking to deal the damage on Vague, who's won, but here comes the hop-up. No, it's shut down the bottom of the staircase. Hello, I'm here. Where you at? Rivalry finally able to deal the damage to take down that player, but it is Lucasen and Team Bobby there for the break. It is early rotation or not. This is the hardest hill to break in the map, right? Wrong. You've got plethora of operators as well as streaks. It is endless possibilities and opportunities here as the scoreline yet again getting lopsided in the hard point all here on standoff. P4, nothing different out of Team Godsley here in these first sets of builds.
Yeah, you need 100 killer drones just finding so much information that the hit is coming from this left side of the minimap. R4, F4 up top. Needs to find something here, but his teammates may have actually just beat him to the punch. Now it's just down to R4. F4! Oh, Lucasen! What is he doing with this SKS? That's a triple in the kill feed for him on the break attempt for scrap time. What can't this guy do? Unbelievable. And now 155-39 to tally. The backup play from Jesus Saves You will make sure the scrap time is confirmed. Even gets a read on the next set of spawns. Oh, boy, Lucasen living up to the hype without question.
Oh, man, it's sea of just absolutely kills coming through for Lucasen. He has not been stopped yet. He's on a streak. He's got streaks galore as well. He's got the claw popped. He's got 4 in the feed for himself. God, man, this man is just built differently right here. Trying to get the shots there on the box side. He's going to be able to follow up with it. It is going to be the opening act here for Team Bobby. They're trying to repeat the performance here in the first set of hills. Second time around, it is looking even better. Dominant performance so far for them. Crowson finally starting to get something to brewing as he pops the Sparrow, but here comes the streaks of streaks. I mean, they just got endless amount of opportunities here with the streaks coming through for Team Bobby.
An absolute slaughter is on display right here. Jesus Saves once again, bottom side of Hotel. Deals with one, very wisely waits for more. A little duality play coming, but it's not going to work out for Jesus or Tech together. Luca trying to work in an angle, but the timing does not work out for him. So the scrap time will go the way of Team Godsley with an opportunity to possibly start making moves over towards Warehouse. But Jesus is gatekeeping the doorways. 50-50 spawns away from this second hard point for both of these two teams. So every kill matters here, especially if you're Team Godsley. First 2 coming through the middle of the map. Now it's down to can you get into the hard point itself. The chopper still in hand for R4, F4, but can't do much with it. It's Little B on the opposite side of the map to get a double. Tech has called out the Sparrow, but it will not be needed for this break attempt. It's Team Bobby in the hard point early.
It is. They're going to be able to rack up that 200 point, but here comes the hit from Vague and Crows, and they're going to double up. One from the front, one from the back. Tectonic, good for 2, shuts down the wave, but it's not enough to hold off the pressure, so he's going to be taken down. So 35 seconds left to go on this point, and Team Bobby are just flirt with 200 points at this point. trying to get back onto the objective. They are going to be saddling up, and what seems to be a rotation over is they're kind of contemplating, we're going to go ahead and go back. No, let's go ahead and feed off this one and get this early rotation. So 20 seconds left to go, but nobody's in the hard point for Team Godsley. Where are you at? Nobody.
Yeah.
Big miscommunications, big mishaps. I know you're down by 130, but small things like that need to be addressed.
Oh, nice little slide play from Little B. He was the sole defender up top, and now he's got help. Over towards Grandma's house. He might not even need any assistance. He's just doing it all himself once again. There's been so many individual moments out of the roster of Team Bobby plays, really except for Bobby this map. Only 3 kills. He hasn't been needed, though. That's been the biggest thing about it.
Yeah.
As Little B gets another double from up top, over to the 200 mark does go Team Bobby. Frozen trying to force something along the back alley, but no play will be allowed. A little split hit now coming through with the spawns being a little all over the place for Team Godsley. It works out for a chance to contest. Jesus up top. Feels the pressure, goes to the claw. Challenge, immediately shut down. No worries there. And yes, Team Bobby can still win here if they choose to enforce the rest of this hardpoint time. It looks like they're going to try to commit.
Yeah, there it goes. Only 20 points needed. Claw is good as gold here for Jesus. Picks up his 30th. Nobody there for the contest. Only 12 points needed. 2 players on the hit through the back alley. Might have to throw the white flag up on this one. Urbalo says not today. He's going to try and make the breach through the staircase. Shut down yet again. Dramatic ending here. It's a contest for the last second. Finally going to be able to see Lucasen come through. He's going to be able to get some shots in. Little B going to be able to find one, but the contest continues on. The dream is still here alive. It is not. It's shut down. It's a 250-268 win. Team Bobby. I don't even think they had a sweat there. Bobby, I think you dropped less than 10 kills. We're not even going to give you much crap about it because why your team performed
Didn't need to.
And outslayed tremendously.
Didn't need him at all. Casual. Golly, man. This is surprising. I think that's the only word that I could really use it. This is a very surprising outcome, considering the fact that I thought for sure that Godsley's team was going to be well-formed to be able to put together at least a contest. I mean, they 2-0'd their opening matchup, but you take a look across the board, just outslayed in every regard except for Bobby, who got 2 minutes and 41 seconds of the hardpoint time. And on the other side, you know, outside of just the lopsided affair between the kill-death ratios, I mean, just nobody could get into the hardpoint from the side of Team Godsley. I mean, 30 seconds here, 30 seconds there. It's just not enough when you've got players in the other team that are amounting to 1:30 almost each across the board. Just better objective focus from Team Bobby plays, and it works out to a very comfortable win in the opening hardpoint. Dangerous scenes again. I don't want to see a one-sided affair here, but we very well may be getting if that kind of tally continues in the search.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If you're just now joining us, you missed an epic performance from Team Bobby. Well, not for Bobby individually. He did pick up a lot of OBJ time, but it was the Slayers around him that made everything possible. The 250-68 win now is going to go ahead and dive into game number 2. It's Firing Range Search and Destroy. Don't want to see this one be a lopsided affair. Need Team Godsley to get their act together. Need to find a way to shut down this momentum. Team Bobby bring it to the table. So with the amount of sniper talent and SKS talent and just general talent in the favor of Team Bobby, it's going to be a difficult one, but we believe in miracles here in Firing Range.
Well, the thing about it is, you know, all the things that we saw out of Tech, Little B, even at times, Mr. Jesus can save you. I mean, the long-range sniper rifles will possibly solo win rounds. It's just the way it goes. I mean, you know, Little B likes to get aggressive with the Locust, and he definitely could do it on either side of the bomb coming into this map. So I think the immediate kind of thing we need to see here for Team Godsley is the ability to neutralize the fact that these sniper rifles may be able to pull, because, you know, on the other front, not only are you possibly expecting 2 scopes at times to come out, but you know that Luke is pulling out an SKS, and the guy was one-tapping heads through slums. So it may as well be a 3rd sniper rifle for Team Bobby, and that's an issue that you need to make sure you're being able to put pressure on these long-range rifles if you're Team Godsley. Smokes and Nate need to be on point here to try to gain some space away from the long-range pressure. And how about this opening setup defensively? A little bit of an enabled play to allow Rivalry to get into a good position up towards sandbags. You'll be in a great spot to watch crosses over the middle of the map. And how about the stack defensively over towards B, as this is where the hit is coming from. Little B gets the opener. The numbers start to rotate over defensively. Godsley needs to find a response here.
Yeah, they do. They need to do it quickly. The SKS is going to pop here from Vague. He's good for Little B. Trying to get some more shots, trying to hold off this push. We've seen the first trades come through, but it is Godsley who's going to be able to come through as well as Vague. They're going to be able to shut the push down, and only 2 players left to go. Tectonic with the bomb in his hand, still holding down this back firing range. You see the defense trying to equally distribute some of the pressure. They're going to be trying to go for the wrap, and it's Godsley who's going to be finding himself on a little bit of an island. So Tech and Jesus still here at the halt. This B hit has not been successful so far, and I love the approach from the defense. Go ahead, give it away. Let's see this retake. It's 4v2. We can't botch this one, right?
Godsley on the backside. Oh, the players up top.
Oh no,
it's not good. Okay, that creates. Yeah, look at the defensive arrows. They realize that wait a second, they could actually rotate back over to A. So this is going to stretch the defense considerably more thin. Although Vega's making the right read, play inside a wood and try to keep them contained. He will not have full information though on this timing. They still could have slipped through to A, and every single moment that all this clock is ticking away, they kill noise. That creates a level of doubt. But now some pre-fire comes through. Rivalry in a good position to put the response to this. Jesus, slide, quick scope. Hello? No one's shooting at each other. They're just playing a little bit of chicken. And, well, now the full swarm comes through. Tech is completely trapped, and it's Crozin who gets credit for the final kill.
Oh, you got to give Rivalry a round of applause for that one. And just stalling your opponents. There was only 20 seconds on the clock. It was a lose round here for the attack, and he did enough to get one and get some shots on the other, and the pinch approach came through. The defense prevails. So far, so good here. 1-0 is the Team Godsley putting a point on the board early on. We'll see if the adjustments here for Team Bobby come through. It is the nades that come through. Godsley's going to be taken out himself. Botman, we'll see you next round. 4v5 here on the defense, but it is an equal distribution of players now. As you see the line, it's being held all the way across.
This is interesting. Rivalry once again is going to cut off mid-map, so even though the opening blood is good, maybe for an opportunity to get into trailer, some patience still being executed, and oh man, it's just picking apart this defense. That's so tough. When you lose your sole defender into trailer, you have to make moves. You cannot allow the middle of the map to be wide open like that, and on the repositions, it's Team Bobby finding every single kill. No problems in this one. A flawless second round from Team Bobby to tie up the score.
There we go. I mean, it's clinical. You're trying to get in the tower. Tech's like, hey, have my back. Someone's going to peek at Rivalry. Sure enough, hooks the bait. And that is going to be a great response here from the attacking team. They slow things down. Don't even need to get a bomb plant down. Look at this. They double back. There's a little bit of uncertainty. Who picked the bomb up? Nobody did. Finally, it's going to be Tech who's got a little bit of a level brain. Lucas, if you're not doing it with the SKS, you're doing it with the nade shots. My guy has put on a show for us today so far. And we'll see this big aggressive push over towards the A side. The player advantage here for the attack. They're trying to get this bomb down as quickly as possible. But here comes Rapallo to save the day. He's going to be able to find one, and Jesus saves. It's going to bring us back to a 4v4.
Whoa, that's a huge shot.
Oh, my. Where was that shot even at?
That's from tower. It's bottom sniper tower. That is a huge pick. It gets it to a 4v3 for the defense now on the retake attempt. Bobby holding the bottom stairs. Tech watching trailer. Smoke embellishes all of the bomb site, and Tech has to back off his angle. Here comes the retake attempt. All of it from the front. Bobby drops. Tech, what can you do? How about a double for him? That may be enough, because now you've got long range. Lucas in, but it's Crozin who gets him through the wall. A final double for Crozin, and the defense with the successful retake, and it's all Crozin off that initial pick. Obviously, give him credit for the last two as well, but those are three massive eliminations out of Crozin.
I've got to say, man, I was looking for this kind of affair in the game one, that hard point. We're getting here in the Search and Destroy, and it's making it oh so special. The wall bangs here from Crozin, trying to make something connect here from the Locust. Not going to be successful. It's going to be a double down. We didn't have it successfully on this first A-side push. We're going to go ahead and get it for a second time now as this bomb made its way over. It's four players completely invested, but Crozin putting damage in the shots. My God, a little beheady. Just absolutely canned right there.
I think he may have gotten him through the bottom of the bomb.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Bomb has been planted. Looking for an angle somewhere. Gets the tag, but Bobby successfully gets the plant off. He cannot go anywhere, though. He needs some help from his teammates. He's got plenty of assistance, honestly speaking. Now Bobby off the regen is able to back away, but Lucas in falling off the flank means once again the defense can hit this retake from multiple angles. But Jesus! Oh! He gets a double from the front! Backs away, sees the third nearby, but does not expect him to be as close as he was, and the defense will still successfully retake, even in the face of a heck of a double out of Jesus.
Oh boy, you got to tip your hat to the defense right there. Look at that retake. They had complete map control. They shut down. They had Bobby one shot after getting the bomb planted successfully. Even after the collapse from the two-piece from Jesus, couldn't save that round. Rafa coming through with the R4F4. Absolutely beautiful there on that collapse. Right now, it's a little bit of a conservative play, and this is exactly what you need to do if you're on the attacking side and you've been literally read like a book for the last 3 rounds. So we'll see if they can find success here. Maybe looking for those picks. They have been clinical in the first round, but not so much here moving forward.
Oh, those stuns land. It's good information on where the defense is playing. Close towards barrel. Raballo sees Tech up top. Oh!
Boy.
But Jesus Saves does exactly as his name would intend. And now a 5v4 early. Goodness, Crozen. I have to imagine saw his life flash before his eye and that little jump peek across. And Little B able to come around the backside. In the same moment, both scopes light things up in the kill feed. Vague. He knows that Tech's going to be playing topside sniper. Yeah, just can't not get into 10. Another flawless round from Team Bobby.
Oh, boy. Much needed, though. I mean, you've literally just bit the dust in 3 rounds in a row. I mean, all the momentum shifted in favor of the defense. You had to find a way to reel it back in. What better way to do it here in firing range than just slow it down and, create the opportunities? They do so with a few opening frags, a little bit of bait and switch, a little bit of Jesus Saves Tech. Right now, we got an aggressive push. It is all or nothing the last round on it. Lucasen's going to be able to shut down Vague, and you can see the momentum from the defense going to haul back, but here comes the Godsley. He's going to keep a knocking here on this wood site. Maybe he might be able to create some problems now, as Little B's going to be able to find his first of this round, his second in total for this team. So Jesus stills the pressure there, gets the player out of the spawn site, and now we've got a 2v2, or 3v2 rather. Where's the bomb at, Bobby? How did you get all the way over there, homie?
Just walks his way through. Just same situation for Little B. He just kind of meanders and trespasses his way onto the defensive side. R4, F4, last one left. Jesus, timing, he actually does catch him, but not quite in time. The chopper just pumping out so much damage. How do you retake with a chopper in the face of, for a fact, 1 sniper rifle? I feel like you don't want to be playing too deep, but timing here, I was going to say maybe you can sneak into trailer, but not going to work out. 2 rounds on the bounce here for Team Bobby to tie us up at 3.
All right, flip sides now, 3-3. We are at a dead even, as we're going to see if Team Godsley can have a little success here on the attack opening round. We want to see a game 3. We want to see Godsley pull this one out. We're not rooting for anybody, but the pure sanctity of good competition right now. It is a big, brutal push towards the B side. 2 players there. I don't think anybody else has got the intel. Push through. Oh, the chopper doesn't get to spray him, but it's Godsley who's good for 1. He's going to be able to shut down Lucasen. Nah, absolutely not. Lucasen's a stage 4 MVP, right? Should have been. Should have been.
Well, Bobby's on the flank here, too. They're going to completely contain this offensive hit towards B. As long as Luca could stay safe, but no. Vague's able to pick up the pieces. Now it's on to Bobby. He has to make a play. Oh, Bobby gets turned on! No, not like that!
Oh, we got kids watching. That was brutal, Bobby. Hey, you know what? If you're going to tap him on the shoulder, at least follow through with it. Good reaction timings from Vague and the BM. Oh, man, you can feel it. It is certainly at an all-time high here in the lobbies. This search and destroy has been very entertaining so far. First round, so far, so good. They take the advantage to see if they can keep it shift.
First big embarrassing moment ever for Bobby. Don't love to see it, but as you mentioned, as we swap the sides, you wonder, were 3 rounds enough? Because now the sniper rifles will feel super comfortable to take these angles. Little B, though, caught up by the bomb. Missed a shot. Very rare to say that. Jesus Saves, able to confirm a trade. Numbers stay with the defense in this 4v3, but a long route through the middle of the map. May be able to isolate in Crozen. What a challenge that is. Required to hit the shot and does. And finally, Godsley flank does work out. So from a 4v3 to now a 3v2, the opposite. The only consideration is, can you get the bomb planted? Because you do still have Bobby try to challenge the trailer.
I'm starting to question. I mean, you got the player in trailer, but I mean, if there's one holding oversight, there's got to be some kind of clearance to get that bomb down. It's a lot of time wasted. We'll see if it works in favor of the defense. Bobby's getting sights on Godsley. Godsley playing his life to a very, very great stance. He's holding the staircase, waiting for the push. Well, where is Tech at? We need him to collapse ASAP. He's got top 10, looking for some shots. Maybe he's going to go ahead and get aggressive. Here comes the pinch approach. One from south, one from north. Trying to pick the headies off. There's one behind the bomb site, and here comes Tech. He's going to get shut down. It's all on. Oh, it's Bobby who was on the approach. Tech is going to get shut down as well. Read that a little wrong. It's okay. I'm still feeling the body shots from last round. That's on me.
It's the right read, too, to try to come back into a 2v3 like that. You have one player who completely concealed the other that you think is still in 10 and trailer. You hit the long flank. It gives you the best chance to break down that 2v3, but not fully going to work out. So now all of a sudden you start to feel the pressure of that win condition looming if you're Team Bobby. Need to have a defensive round right here. You do not want to be down 6-3. Good information there. Even though the shot will not be able to come through, you did see Godsley make a play down towards this ladder on Sniper. Luke is in, trying to clear his own angle. Does he get away, though? No, he does not. Good help from the team of Team Godsley. And that's going to turn into a significant numbers advantage, leaving Jesus can save by himself. And the bomb's going to make a quick wrap and get an easy plant here today.
Yeah, they have no idea where Jesus is, but it's only a matter of time. They're going to go ahead and get this bomb plant down. It's 1v4. Can Jesus save this team from going down 6-3? This is not a position you want to be in. But hey, the cards have been dealt. You've reaped the benefits of winning game number 1. Let's see if you can make something happen here and extend this one. Nade shot's going to hit, but it's not going to get a kill. Info's there, but is the follow-up? I don't know.
Oh, misses the shot. Second opportunity. That one also goes a bit wide. R4F finally drops, but he killed off enough time to allow Godsley to push forward for the trade. Well done. Very well done, and great help considering that, I mean, Godsley was dead to rights. He had nowhere to go as soon as he was seen from that top 10 position over towards Sniper Tower, so good assistance from his teammates. And now a very daunting task in front of Team Bobby. Have to go 3 in a row to force OT, and it's a quick 5-man hit towards B. Bobby's going to be the first one up. The nades actually are going to stall this. This is a great read out of the utility. And look at the defense. They're already starting to capitalize by moving forward and trying to deal with this. And that's going to work out nicely. First kill good. That will confirm the play from the front. Tech on the back with the pistol. One more shot needed, and he finds it. What a play out of the sole defenders over towards B. The stuns land, and the defense collapses.
Oh, and on top of that, you got Jesus, who went on the full-on flank, knew someone was lurking. He's going to be good for the second as well. Defense prevails this round. The round solid for the attack. Finally, a bit of success, and that was well orchestrated. The call-outs had to be pristine. The comms, I mean, I could imagine being in that moment. Everything just happened perfectly for them to get that takeover, for that bomb come through. So aggressive B-side push fails. Right now it's Krozen doing what he does best. He's finding the opener. He's looking for more. The blood's brewing right now. It's Lucasen right on the outside. Bobby's going to be able to take down.
That's a big pick.
The trade. That's a big pick, but it's not going to hold off this bomb plane from going down.
Now Smoke will deny any possible follow-up angles, but the flank is open. Krozen, oh boy. What a shot that is on the little B. I think he also got a good look at Lucas in deep. Nade will confirm that information was indeed scouted out. So now it's on to how do you retake through the middle of the map, and Krozen has seen just about every part of this retake. Bobby will fall. No hiding from the scope of Krozen. Sees one more over the middle. Can he land the shot over the top of the car? No, how about it? Tech and Lucas, they're able to find 2 straight. Now all of a sudden you got Lucas in on a long-range angle, but denied. And at the exact same moment, Tech will also fall. And the series will tie up at 1 with a 7-4 win here on firing range to Team Godsley.
Oh boy, oh boy. Did we bought off a little bit more than we can chew? We wanted a scrappy one, Shift. That one was a great answer for Team Godsley as they take the 7-4 win. We're buckling up and heading over to control. The Hollywood Hills have never looked better as Raid is on the agenda. But before we do that, take a look at the post-action report. It was chaos. It was mayhem. It was Team Godsley who came through with the utmost fire. And Krozen, homie, my God. He was working on a different frequency level. How many first bloods or... I mean, some of the shots just ridiculous. 14 he ended up with. What a game for the bad man.
I could tally probably 4 rounds that Krozen single-handedly was the catalyst and reason why they were won for Team Godsley. A couple of the key picks. I mean, there you had that 4v3 situation that Krozen finds the opener and then takes down the final 2. Obviously, that last round, a huge part of the reason why the defense never gets fully set up. Incredible shots all over the place throughout all the intermediate rounds as well. So, big credit to Krozen with the scope, allowing Team Godsley to get back into this series. But everything resets once again. The respawn did not look particularly great. And obviously, I mean, you have to remember that off the break, on standoff hardpoint, Krozen had a sniper in hand. So, is he just, a snipe one trick? You need to see some more, I would say, flexibility coming into Raid, because this Raid control, if the kill feed ends up replicating that we saw on standoff hardpoint, it could get out of hand quickly again.
Yeah, he definitely struggled, but he redeemed himself in the Search or Destroy. He's going to have to find a way to be a little bit more versatile, especially when it comes to Raid. I get it. There's a lot of long angles that you can peek. There are certain angles that snipers can prevail, but you just can't rely on something if it's not working. What's your fallback? You got to have a backup plan roll up in this one. I think him importantly is going to be the player. Crozen importantly is going to be the player that we're going to have to watch to step out and have that breakout performance. If the shots aren't landing, where are you going to fall back on? Where are you going to pull out of your bag's tricks? You can't hit the one-shot snipes anymore. Where are you going to go? Is it going to be the Kilo? Is it going to be the Krieg? I mean, you got to find something with some kind of range. Maybe counter that so. Lucasen energy. Yeah. Maybe we see some SKS action out of him.
Well, we'll see. We're jumping on board with Crozen to start. It will be Team Godsley on the defense. And yeah, sniper rifle stop. What was that? Nade will counter, but it doesn't take away from the luster that was that opening shot. And so with that, mid-map control works out. The offense has to kind of flood its way back over towards A, and they're already quickly making some progress on this first tick. It's going to come through pretty safely while the smoke still kind of denies visibility from the top money window. Vague for one, wants to play for more and gets the second. Lucasen has to go in face of 3 different members and can only find one. So it's the second tick of progress that does get confirmed, but the defense responds and holds off the full progress from being made.
And I love the split approach here. You got 2 ticks of progress on quote-unquote the harder point to cap on this map. You've got a lot of work going through. You got 2 players sitting in demonic form. It's Little B with the Kilo. He's good for the feed. Jesus. Look at the 3 feeds, the clearance. They're going to be able to get the ticks of progress in. Bobby's got the money room now, and the hit has been successful. First wave did not fail, was 2 ticks, and he has continued to tick it on with the kill. Mike, he's got a pred missile and everything. Right now it is only the B objective with a 4 life advantage. Swinging heavily in favor of the momentum is in favor of Team Bobby.
It's just too long of a commitment on the defense to continue to try to fight back for A when it was pretty much done and dusted. Off the respawn, Bobby squad already on towards B. The 3rd tick of progress on the way. Lives also favoring that of the attackers. Godsley up top can't do anything. Vague has to make a hero play happen. Gets on in, contests the 3rd tick while also getting a little bit of depletion here. The offense isn't able to follow up to the middle of the map. Finally, Vague will drop. Little B in the corner. But trades continue to kind of echo out back and forth. These trades are decent for Team Godsley. The problem is it's costing them a lot of lives. And with 1:40 on the clock, Team Bobby can just sit back and keep chewing away at the life count for their potential win condition. And as they've done that, well, they're also now kind of forcing the hand of the defense with progress being made at B. Godsley trying to work his way on in. Shut down a little bit for the double, and that will be the round. Very clean from Team Bobby on their first attack.
Oh, gotta also note, love the optimization. Codwell will come through in the clutch. Control, you saw the lives disappear? Well, guess what? They don't respawn in as they once would. And right there, you had 2 players left standing. That's all you had to work with. So right now, it's Bobby coming through with the absolute fire here in round number 1. They steal a very quick hit on A. They followed up some absolute great trades to come through as well as the life depletion comes in. B hit coming through ringside now is a little bit of control for the side of Team Godsley. For so far, so good. It's 1 player left standing, but majority of the feed in yellow. And Lucasen just continuing to make it rain here with that SKS.
It's not enough in the trade efficiency margins here. Not a lot of mid-map focus off that initial break off for Team Godsley. They are fixing their mistakes here, though. And Crozen's still just relying on this sniper rifle. I mean, you could take it by my tone. It's still surprising to see him trying to rely on this, but it's worked out to at least allow an opportunity for Team Godsley to get on, find the first tick of progress at B. Defense makes safe any late pushes towards A. Can now collapse once again, but they're going into the arms of the chopper who's kind of waiting for them to come out of the laundry windows. Defense not really put together much of a response at all, and unless Little B could pop off, it looks like they may chalk this, but Little B is popping off. He gets the double. That'll force Jesus down to try to follow up and keep this defense alive. The trades are decent enough, and the lives will stay with the defense while also denying the 3rd tick of progress.
Oh boy, this is a repeat of first round so far. It's the blender where we see Team Godsley making their way through. They do get the tick of progress coming through on that B site to complete it. It's going to extend this one. 13 to 15 lives count coming to a very quick cost. 15 to 13 lives, 2 life advantage in favor of the defense. We'll see if they can hold off this A side rotation. As I mentioned in the first round, that A side is probably not as easy to get as the B, but we saw a little bit of a struggle there as the lives coming through. It is going to be shut down in kitchen site now as the defense holding down the angle strong. Mid-nap, it's Lucasen, the claw. It is beautiful scene for him. And just like that, the attack, trying to figure out what's going wrong, trying to figure out what is happening and slowing it down a bit. They got a little bit of time to work with. That's the only thing they have going for them.
You have to put some trust here, as weird as it is for me to counter and say that Crozen can lock things down. on this long angle. You have to put a lot of your focus here if you're Team Godsley towards winning the middle of the map and getting in towards money window. But Tech is denying it. Off screen with the Sparrow. Gets 2 up top. Crozen has to play forward. And as he does, he meets his maker. Vague, try as he may. Not able to do anything, and, well, a 1v8 would be one of the more special moments in Control. Not going to come through. And Team Bobby, yeah, it's kind of almost as expected. And a little bit of a repeat from Standoff. Just domination in the kill feed. Just out-trading Team Godsley. And the lives have become a problem now. 2 rounds in a row. And Team Godsley need to find a response here and now. They need to pull off a little mini reverse sweep in this map if they want to have a chance to get into the grand finals in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, but look at the first round just kind of seeping over in here in this third. Look how much invested property there on that A side. They are going to be able to collapse to the mid-map, but they're going to be able to give a lot of control here over the ring side. One player to deal with here in R4F4. He's been able to seep through the cracks, but he's going to be dealt with. Now this pressure is going to be right here on this B side. The ring is locked down so far for 2 players. One player middle of the map. Jesus going big. Finally, you got to be able to find 2. Nobody has dealt damage. He's made his way all the way over to money room. They're looking for a little bit of double time, and that might be the opening here for Team Bobby to get this one closed out.
Tech, nice long-range shots up towards money window. And the focus for the offense is a bit split. Some pressure towards A, some over towards the middle of the map, and an opportunity for Bobby just to walk onto the B side. So once again, the clock should stall here as they get on towards B. And that's, yeah, this is all just a little bit of a bait. I mean, the little forward play from Jesus Saves has allowed an opportunity for the offense to kind of say, hey, look at us, we're going towards A. Never mind. It's a 4-man stack all of a sudden on towards the B side. That capture percentage going up so quickly. An opportunity to try to contest, but it's not going to work out. Now Jesus has got a claw on your spawn. What do you do against this? Apparently, not much. You got to get nades through. Maybe the only savior is that he runs out of ammunition, but it doesn't come before getting a double. The lives, once again, a major problem as the kill feed continues to ring up yellow. And Jesus is just, oh, gosh.
Oh, man. Kids, close your eyes. This is a brutal one. Yeah, this one's not made for mature. This one's made for mature adults. Good. It is the spawn trap. 2 lives remaining. 1 player left standing. It's all on R4F4. Minute 30 on the clock. You already got progress. Hand is going to be folded. It's the claw. It's Lucasen. He's good for gold. And that is going to be game 3 coming through. 3-0. Man, what a way to end this one. It was scrappy in the search, but that control was a nightmare.
Yeah. Unfortunate seeds. And, you know, I think there's something to be said. He's not the first person to do it. He won't be the last. But there's something about trying to force a sniper rifle and respawn. The SKS is an option. Lucasen has showed how good of an option it is. May want to consider in the future. Regardless, though, I mean, just so many good plays from Little B and Jesus Saves to get into positions to where they're just spawn trapping you. They're keeping you completely content. Just, yeah, well, I guess spawn die. That's what we're going to do for the rest of this map. So a dominant performance here in the final respawn. And that will be great news for Team Bobby overall because they make it to the grand finals from the winner's bracket, which means they get a 1-map inherent advantage in that eventual best-of-5 grand finals. But not the end of the road for the side of Team Godsley, as they will now fall immediately down to the lower bracket and have to go up against Team Noah. One of those 2 squads will have a chance at redemption versus Team Bobby, but I think the biggest thing as far as taking a look at the scoreboard, if you're Team Godsley, you need to find a way to do better in the respawn if you're going to have a chance versus Noah's squad.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And, you know, Team Noah was very cold in their first series. That second series, they lit it up, baby. Noah came alive. That might be a problem here for Team Godsley. They're going to have to regroup, regain, and get their act together because the respawn's big flaws coming through in that search or destroy can, you know, only extend the series to a 3rd game. It can't win you a series ultimately. So let's see if they can bounce back and make something happen as both teams are going to be duking it out. This is a $1,000 match coming up.
They've all been $1,000 matches so far.
Yeah.
That's been the fun part. But let's take a look back over our bracket to get you guys all caught up once again as far as how the day has fared. Again, best of 3s all over the place. And, well, finally, we got ourselves a map 3 between Team Godsley and Team Bobby, but not to be back into their favor. So they fall down to face up against Team Noah, who, as mentioned, looked dominant against Team JHC. In particular, that opening respawn. Whoo-wee! 250 to 36 was the tally in that opening hardpoint. So some things to consider and some responses that have to be formulated here if you're looking for a chance to take down Team Noah and get instant opportunities for revenge in the grand finals. But that will do it for this series. We'll step away for a break, let our teams go through the veto and pick process, and we'll be back with the best of 3 lower finals right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the COD Mobile Rivalry Series, the All-Stars Edition, all multiplayer all the time, competitiveness galore. Well, maybe not so much for some of the maps we've had in the last couple of series, but we have said farewell to one of our squads, and now we have a chance to see who gets a chance at revenge versus Team Bobby waiting in the grand finals, and who will have to deal with $2,000 finishing in third. We got Team Godsley going up against Team Noah. Ooh, baby. I'm pumped for this one. Hopefully we have a more even affair here, because at the moment, I think the onus is on Team Godsley to make some improvements and really show they deserve a chance at that grand finals, particularly in the respawn.
Yeah, it's a redemption tour for both of these teams. Obviously, they've bit the dust in both the same opponents. It's Team Bobby who has made their way to the grand finals. Team Noah, Team Godsley. This is it. You're on the chopping block. Who's going to be left standing to get that redemption now? As we take a look at it, right, is we're in the bottom side of things. It's Team Godsley and Team Noah who are looking and itching for a second opportunity to take down that OP Team Bobby. Right now, as Godsley, got to figure out how to find a way to win those hard points against a Team Noah team who put up some solid numbers in both the JHC series and against Bobby. So if we're looking at it in the grand scheme of things, I have to say Team Noah has to have the advantage, but there goes the spread. This is it.
I like this. First time we're going to go look at Summit Hardpoint. And I like this for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, I think Crozen is not going to have the opportunity to even consider pulling out a sniper rifle for this respawn. I'm hoping that we start to see him kind of take things more in the SKS route, or maybe just put together a kilo. Just spam your way to glory, which seems to be mostly the case for a lot of our players today. On the opposite front, though, I do worry, I think, a little bit to see if Team Noah can handle Crozen on the standoff search and destroy. So I think there are some opportunities, kind of, double-edged sword, so to speak, where Crozen's going to have to put together a response here in the hard point, but should be very influential, and I would assume very comfortable on the standoff search and destroy. Again, the first time we'll see that map mode combination today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this is the first time we've seen Summit all day as we're getting geared up for our fourth series of the event. Obviously, gonna have to see something change up. I mean, if Crozen's going to be using something a little bit less mobile. I mean, obviously, if you're looking at Summit, you're looking at 1 million interactions. He's going to have to play that anchor role, which means he's going to have to hold back and be conservative as all get out. Now, is we're going to see a repeat that we saw in the raid control if it does go the distance. Well, you got to see these first 2 games through the energy that Team Noah brought in their second series of the event. I mean, right now, I think they are just getting warmed up. So, I mean, we'll see if they can get cooled down here by this Summit action.
I'm curious here because this is a map that does force you to pay specific attention to the rotation timings in particular. First 2 hard points, dead center of the map. But what are going to be the decisions and the calls made as we look to go from 3 to 4 in particular? Because that is very much so determined and usually dictated by who can control the spawns. The longest will usually win out the hard point, simply due to the fact that the proximity between hardpoint to respawn location is very, very close. And, the thing that we have to kind of keep in mind is that Noah's squad has been very proactive at kind of fighting both wars at the same time. Whereas when we were watching Team Godsley in their last matchup versus Bobby's squad, they were a little bit more one-dimensional in their approach, whether they were hitting way too late for scrap time or everyone was backing off way too early from trying to challenge or contest some of the back 30 seconds. So those decisions could be punished very quickly, and another reason why I say for Team Godsley, we need to see a much more fluid approach to this respawn and be a little bit less predictable, because I didn't really see enough flexibility into what they were doing and timing-wise on the standoff hardpoint in the last series to make me believe that they could put up a better fight here on Summit.
No, you make a very good point. You go back to that same match. It was this very same team who literally gave up 20 seconds of scrap time with nobody on the objective. So I get it. You're in a bit of a blender. You're down by 130 points, but you're down by 130 points. You've got to put your money where your mouth is. You've got to put yourself on the hill and capitalize. You just can't sit here and accept defeat and try and get those early rotations, even though you're down and out. I get it. It's a little bit of panic in the moment, but in a map like Summit, it's not going to work out. You're not going to get those hills broken. You're not going to get those spawns. It's not as forgiving as standoff can be at times. So they've got themselves a little bit of a debacle. And on top of that, you're going to be a little bit handicapped going into that P1. You're talking about that all-hands-on approach. Well, you've got a Crozen who hasn't really found any kind of stability outside of a sniper. So what kind of contributions is he going to be able to make to open up a floodgate towards that first objective in second? So it's definitely going to be an uphill battle. I do have a lot of faith in the Search and Destroy performance because, man, he was as good as all get out. I mean, well, who else has been good as all get out? Bolu.
Yeah, Bolu's been
I think
great
that
today.
might be an even matchup.
Yeah. Trying to
Hardpoint now is starting to look a
out
little more major.
I'm not sure what the second operator ban was. Annihilator was banned, saw that, but I didn't see a second one banned. So I'm not sure what we're going to get either, because the next follow-up that I was going to get is if we get Sparrows, you got to keep in mind that Sparrows not great at holding hard points, but pretty good on this map at breaking hard points because of the explosive tips that could come through and clear out some of those tight corners. So I'm curious, I think, to see if that's what we're going to get. Are we going to be getting Claws and Sparrows again? I think the assumption would be probably because Purifier in this map is just way too deadly.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see kind of how things unfold with all that. But again, it's another consideration, and one of the things that as we get to stage 5, you better believe trying to evaluate good operator usage will be a very forefront conversation. Maybe not so much for these pickup games. You know, for all intents and purposes, these guys are playing for each other for largely the first time. They save some exceptions here or there, so you have to think it's mostly just a let's just go and see if we can, you know, frag out at this point in time. But those decisions are also going to be, I think, kind of key when it comes to this opening map as well, so we'll see.
Yeah, I know that the first operator ban was Annihilator, and I know they don't know the spread of the maps when they're making their bans, but Annihilator on Summit for me is, I've seen it all too often. It's one and done.
It's so good, bro.
They're so good, but on a map like Summit where you've got like literally a million interactions happening all at one time, it is ridiculous. You pop it, there's one, and there's somebody behind you, on top of you, in front of you. It's a plethora. So Annihilator not being a factor here, we probably won't see as much operator, wasted. Claw is going to be huge. Vortex could be huge. We haven't seen a lot of Vortex.
We haven't seen any Vortex. It's true.
Plenty of Sparrow usage in the last map, and it was huge. So maybe we're going to see a Sparrow usage here if we don't see a Fury ban. So still waiting for that one to come through. So a little bit of late on the draw, but we are getting geared up for this first map of the Losers Finals, or the Gulags Finals, or the Lower Finals.
However you prefer to
take
say
it. Yeah.
The Gulag Finals.
The chopping block.
Yeah, I like that. We are still waiting on one more player, though, so it shouldn't be, hopefully, too long. But, you know, it's just interesting, I think, just to see how the meta largely gets figured out quickly. Every time we have a new patch, new update, everyone kind of adapts to it very quickly. But with the Claw in the mix, I'm going to be curious, I think, to see once we get to Stage 5. I think it's going to be allowed to be used. If that's the case, is it going to be read as, whoa, the Claw is just too good, we also need to ban that away, because then it opens up the door for things like the Purifier or the Annihilator. So we'll see. And we're just hearing from production that the second operator ban was indeed the Claw. So, you know, now you're starting to look at things, you know, you've got the map set done. Are you going to be looking to possibly pull out things like Sparrow and Purifier, although Purifier for a map 3 raid, not great. I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting, I think, to see what everyone chooses to use as we have the Claw off the table for the first time today.
All right, well, I mean, Claw's off the table. Purifier is going to be running rampant in the Snowy Hills of Summit. We've got a little bit of Fire-Ice. Yeah, Fire-Ice combo. Fire beats Ice 90% of the time, right? It'll melt your opponent for certain.
But, I don't know. You know, as much as the Purifier is not as popular, it's a great map for it. Summit's a great map for Purifier. Gravity Vortex gun, same situation as well. So I think either would be options. Again, we're just waiting on the last player to join on in. Hopefully it won't be too much longer. I know we're podcasting a little bit over here. We're theory crafting. May as well start up a Dungeons & Dragons thing. I don't know. We're campaigning for other things to occur here. But we do know a fact that we'll be Summit Hardpoint. Again, $4,000 for first, $3,000 for second, $2,000 for third. So everything is essentially a $1,000 match at COD Mobile, and that doesn't include this best of 3. So shouldn't be too long, friends. Stick with us.
Pretty decent payday, even if you didn't make it to the third, fourth, or third, second, first place spot. I mean, JHC, they got a pretty decent payday for just 2 series. I mean, if you're looking at the grand scheme of things, right now you're trying to get redemption on Bobby. I know Team Noah is not going to go down without a fight right now. As we're going to take a look at the best of 3. Things still are brewing here as we're waiting for the lobby to get started up. If you missed it out, is Summit Hardpoint started off. Stand off for that search and destroy, and if it does make it to a gate 3, there's a pass there for Team Godsley. You're going to find some different strategies. They've got Team Bobby just ran right through him. I mean, I don't think I've seen a very convincing performance in a control raid. I say that's a swing map because the attack can, have its advantage at times. That was that instance where the attack just brute force pushed you on each and every angle.
Yeah. Agreed. Well, hopefully soon, friends. Hopefully soon. We heard that one of the players was in a ranked match. Don't know why they thought that was appropriate, but apparently they thought that was the way to go about things. So we're apologizing, obviously, for things that we cannot control. But I hope you guys are having a wonderful weekend, because it's been, a very eventful weekend across pretty much everything competitive. And obviously this is a bit of a tune-up, getting everyone ready to see what we're going to see in Stage 5. Live in person, first time World Championships across both regions. Come on. Insert that directly into my veins. Need it.
There we go.
Need it.
Addicted. I won't be able to leave Raleigh, man. Let me tell you, we're going to be there for a few days, and I've got to say, best part about it is meeting everybody, hands down. But best thing competitively is seeing those players perform on a stage. I don't think there's ever going to be another feeling that can replace that one. We've talked a lot. We've heard each and every region come through and say, well, these guys couldn't handle their weight against Garena, or these guys couldn't handle their weight against Tribe. We haven't seen. Well, we're going to get to see all that unfold as COD Mobile's got us pretty proper and set up for a spectacular show in a Stage 5 LAN event. So super excited to see that one unfold, and super excited to see this one start up. I know we've been waiting for quite a bit, and rank matches, you might as well go ahead and take that penalty if you leave. Come on now, it's literally 5 minutes, and this series is going to take at least 30 minutes to 45 minutes to unfold.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of dying out here. Hoping the players will be ready here soon, though. Stick with us, friends.
We are up the creek.
We are no paddles, dude. We
Yeah.
left the pier with no paddles.
We might be seeing the ocean at this point, man. Good night.
Yeah,
Is that
facts.
possible? I don't know. I don't think. Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. Well, bantering back and forth. Eventful day and across all platforms. Saw some upsets potentially coming through on some of those college football or college. What do they call it? It's not football in America. Outside of America, it's handball. Apparently, I think that's what they want to call it. It's not handball, bro. Yeah, egg ball or I don't know, bro. They're saying soccer is football. Football is egg
It's
ball.
American.
Or
It's
something.
American football.
It's American football. There we go. There we go.
Handball's a totally different sport.
I know, exactly. Yeah. I was like, man, you guys are just reaching, aren't you? They will die on that hill, though. It's not soccer, it's football.
I don't know. We're dying out here. Waiting for it. What can you say? Just waiting for it, just like you guys are. I'm dead. I have
They
no
call
idea.
it hand egg.
Hand egg. Okay.
Good night, bro.
I usually just, whenever I default to like talking about sports, it's always like, you know, hockey, slappy puck, basketball, shooting hoops. You know, you just gotta have a little bit of fun with it. So, I don't know. Can we go to break? Because I'm dying. I've got nothing to say. This is
I don't
as
know what
long
to do
as
with
we've
my
sat
hands.
on camera.
I don't
know. I don't know.
Okay,
Did you see Will Ferrell on Jimmy Fallon the other night? It's hilarious.
I did not.
Hilarious.
Hilarious.
Indeed.
We're reaching, guys. We're reaching. It's
Indeed
pretty
we
far. It's pretty far, but we're enjoying it. Hope you guys are enjoying it as well. These series have been pretty epic so far and less eventful in some cases. So I think this one is definitely going to be one of those ones. If these guys are getting warmed up this intense, I better see some A1 gameplay. I don't need to see any of that blowout that we saw in the Raid Control against Team Bobby Godsley. Let's go.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know if anyone's going to touch Bobby's team today, which makes me feel real bad because I called him out on Twitter.
Well, hey, we did take shots at him earlier.
You know,
I mean, he's the Bill Belichick right now of COD Mobile. You saw the team he put together. I mean, that was the most diverse team we've seen, in the tournament. So
no, I mean, I'm telling you, I think he did the best job drafting, flat out. Like, I think all the teams were really good. I mean, the player pool is just so deep, but it just felt like Bobby did a really nice job of kind of mediating his draft. And, I mean, to get Lucas in, I have to assume he got Lucas in for his 5th pack just based on how they were listed. That's unbelievable because he's, not only was he like the all-star of LATAM, but he very well may be like the best player today, too. So, I don't know, man. He's been nuts.
Okay, all right. These players are just not making it easy on us today, chat. I'm going to be honest with you. It's quite all right. We're here for all the action. And, I mean, if you're not enjoying the gameplay that you see on your screen, it's because it's not happening as of right now. Just enjoy our beautiful, lovely faces. We're only here for a good time, not a long time.
Well,
we've been here for a long time. We've been here for a long time. Yeah, hey, I'll just shut my pie hole. Look, like I said, we're trying to fill, and boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Oif. Yep. Here we go. We're going to throw to a break.
Yes!
We'll be back when the game is ready. We've no idea what the players are taking so long for, but we'll be back when the game is ready to go. Don't go far. right, we're back, which means that we have to be close to starting map number 1. Apologies, Fred. Hope you guys are just having a good day. I know, we all want to see COD Mobile played at the highest level with some of the best players and arguably some of the best content creators, okay? I'll bite the bullet on this one as we get into it. Summit Hardpoint, finally! Here we go! Mad dash over towards the middle of the map. You expect that Team Noah will have the advantage with the high ground already in their hands. Opening nades also good, but good focus here from Team Godsley, trying to fight back over towards the second floor. And R4F4 getting involved early, able to at least dominate this high ground position. And interestingly enough, they're going to completely clean wipe. It was just space to find a double, and that is a heck of a break from Team Godsley.
Yeah, a hell of a contest here so far. Well-formulated strategy. A little bit of 10 seconds in, you've given it up a little bit, but it's the gunnies that prevail here for Godsley is they're going to be able to roam freely. Space trying to get the contest. Oh, man, a sneaky snake. He's going to be laying right on his belly, right, and gets the headshots to land. He is going to be able to track Crozen, but Crozen, my God, bro. Craig has never looked better. Maybe this is something we should have seen a little earlier from you so far. Well, hey, it's the last time redemption here is it's all for nothing. If you lose this one, you're out. If you win, you move on to get some redemption. So P1, nice. So far so good here for Team Godsley. We've got ourselves a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, great break-off strategy, honestly. You just fight back over the second floor, dominate it, win it, flip the spawns around. You'll be able to hold that, hopefully, as we get over towards the second hill on the outside of the catwalk. And you walked away with 35 total seconds from the bad side on the first hill. This has been incredible. Where was this last game? Okay, Vague with another 2 as the hard point opens up. And while they've done this, they flipped the spawns back around again. This is near perfect hard point coming out of Team Godsley, and they're reaping the benefit of an early 45-point lead or so, pending they can hold on to this next break.
Yeah, 40 seconds left to go. It's certainly enough time to scrap 4-3 in a feed, and a trophy kill for Bolu. Okay, I love that to see it. We're R4F4 going to be able to clean Nero out, but nobody on the objective as of yet now. As we see the vortex is coming through, those are the operators that we had predicted to make its way in as the ball came banned. But big shots for Bolu is good for 2. Not going to be enough to hold off. Now this pressure is going to be too much felt. Right now it's a back and forth fair shift. I'm going to be honest with you. This one's coming down to this P3 rotation where it looks like Team Noah might have the advantage.
Yeah, that's a big early shutdown of the gravity vortex gun. I will be honest, I didn't love the call using it there on the second hill with an early earn. You would hope that you could just use that to dominate the third hard point, but not to occur here. And as Team Noah will be able to reposition and reset things over towards P3, they also collect the first kill on towards Vague. But look at the hit coming from the top side of the mini-map. You've got 2 players from Team Godsley trying to work their way in towards the ski lifts, but it's a nice little delay once again from Vague, and Nero says, okay, my time to hit the purifier out, and it's going to clear out the front door completely. Great zone of control here from Team Noah, and the first 15 seconds are collected easily. More on the way as Nero gets himself a double, able to also shut down Rabalo's Sparrow, and all of a sudden it becomes desperate times, calling for desperate measures for Team God to try to get into this hill.
They're going to try and play a little patiently, though, as 3 players were stacking up on the front door, but they are just funneling into a traffic of shots that are, oh my, blendering its way through. R4F4 is going to be able to get the shots. I don't know if you know how you got that angle, but nonetheless, it doesn't amount to much. Rabalo trying to play for the regain. It's not happening. They're going to have to buckle up, saddle up over towards that P4 rotation. We're almost a full 60 off P3 so far for the team at Noah. They're going to be able to put it into hyperdrive. They're trying to get this flip early now. It's 15 seconds before this one opens up for business. A little less now. Kills coming through. This is a little bit of upset in the air. P1 was great, but where's the regain?
Not good. Not good. Spawns start to flip as the old hardpoint was still active. Pred missile called in to assist, and Team Noah will get the spawns on the rotation from 3 to 4. Now can reinforce the hardpoint. They had spent a couple of operators to make sure that they were able to cement themselves on the backside of this 4th hill. But now it's all about, can you hold on to this? Because there are operators on the opposite side here for Team Godsley. Purifier's on the way in. Nero's got to vacate the premises, and, well, as he does, he's actually able to get a reload off and then come right back in for a first. R4F4 shuts him down. Spawn still controlled, though, from Team Noah. And as they get the reinforcements here sooner, there's a chance for them to rebake. Still 27 seconds, but the kills are coming, and they're coming quickly for the side of Team Noah.
They are indeed. 1v1 here in the hill. Well, it's 1v2. It's R4F4 up the top rope. Clears them out of the objective. That's going to be good for the scrap now as they got to close the gap as Team Noah has run away with this lead. They connect the dots over from P3 to P4. It's all about the P1 focus now as things starting to get a little hot and heavy as we are top side control here for Noah. Looking to put on for the team. Well, Rabalo's right there. He's got your number. He's going to be able to pick up his 14th, and a little bit of top control can go a long way. We saw the retake in P1 the first time around. We're going to see that exact same opportunity here for Team Godsley as we get approached here for this reset.
Well, the streaks shut down eventually. Still Hunter Killer and Predator Missile had been earned up, and R4F4 is already going to use the Pred Missile. Okay. Does take down Nero, but you wonder, was that valuable enough? Because the hit's still on the way, and it's banned for the double. Godsley's pulled out the Purifier, and he got a very weird position. Number 3 in blue just kind of going in between the PCs here in the backside of servers. And again, the range nerf, he can't really do too much with this in his current position, but still ends up walking his way forward to find a kill. And that'll be enough to once again supplant Team Noah from the hard point, start earning up some key time. And what had been a really good first hard point, the first rotation around, it echoes that again here in the second. We've got ourselves nearly a dead even game with Team Godsley getting back into the mix.
Good regain. You just got to find a way to structure yourself on these big money hills. Right now, the leftovers, the scraps, got plenty of them here in P1. It's going to be the last little bit of triple time going in favor. Nope, it's going to be a little bit of contest. So a little bit of an advantage still in favor of Team Noah. They have not given up the lead so far, and they have been remaining in control. Again, the value hills have been devastating for Team Godsley on the regain. Raballo trying to get something to Bruin. He's trying to get the top control. He peeks the angle. Oh my God, the flick. Space finally shuts him down, but Vague inserts himself in the equation. Top control going right back in favor of the boys over Team Godsley.
Pretty big 50-50 coming through. Bolo trying to turn the tides, gets a double. Nero going to follow up. That's just a great isolation, a great call. Purifier used to just completely open up the front of the hard point. And once again, this is leading to Team Noah not just getting the hard point win, but they're trying to get over towards the left side of the minimap. They may actually think that they've completely cleared it, but it's number 5 in blue of Crozen. He's in the backside. He's still contesting these spawns. Now, this is all coming at a cost of hard point time, but honestly speaking, this is going to be okay for the side of Team Godsley because they're not going to lose the rotation to New while also still staying in this game. Scrap time conceded. You've got some streaks and a couple of operators for Team Godsley, and you need to see a full 60 or at least 45 plus come through on this third hard point here to get back into the game again.
Yeah, if you're going to give away that much time, you got to have something to show for it. I mean, kudos to Crozen for playing that anchor role. He did it super well right there. He's going to be taken down. No harm, no foul, though, as the spawns are still going to remain in favor of Team Godsley. Purifier's going to be popped on the hill for Vague. Space to the left side of the map. He's going to get taken down, and each and every angle covered here. Godsley trying to play for the regain. They're trying to put a point on the board, and the restructure here on this second reset, absolutely perfection for these value heals, and the money is always abundant here on the rotation. But look at the spawns. 40 seconds left to go. They're just going to spawn trap them. Maybe this might pan out here, but it's one player left standing.
Bolo did such a nice job right there. He just kind of blocked spawns for a while, and then eventually won a 1v1 that flipped the spawns around. So we will not get the win condition initially of the side of Team Godsley needing to get 45 plus seconds on this hard point. Team Noah in for what looks to be some pretty good time here on the scrap. Back and forth the kill feed goes. And as we start to exit the final 12 seconds, it is Team Noah that's holding on to the majority of this back 30. Finally, the exit will come through. There will be a little bit of time earned here for Team Godsley, but largely speaking, it's just not as much as you'd like to see. Team Noah once again on the early rotation. A lot of it coming the direction of number 2 in yellow of Nero. He's only able to find our brother's bowl. No, that was Nero. He only got 1, so maybe enough for now Team Godsley to break on forward, but just as soon as you start to hope for it, if you're a Team Godsley fan, the spawns come through again, and Team Noah look good for 200 plus points.
I mean, the brains are there. They got the rotation. It just, you know, flip Hayward. Everything went sideways 20 seconds into that P3 hill. Right now, they're paying the cost of getting that flip done. Nero putting in God's work, anchoring and slaying out bros in the feed. He's on 29 as well as his teammates. Ban coming through. They got snow control. Here comes the hit one more time around. Raballo able to find 1, makes it 2. Gonna be able to get 3rd. It's the shots, it's the assist, but it's teamwork that prevails. But it is gonna be Team Noah who's gonna be able to hold on to it by a slither. No, nobody's on the objective. We have fillets from the Purifier, but all this time is needed here for Team Godsley to get back in it, and it is just not happening.
Yeah, great use of the Gravity Vortex. Even though there's only about 10 seconds left, there were so many players from Godsley's squad trying to contest it. Those kills will lead to now a numerical advantage towards the first hard point again, but the shutdowns keep on coming and they don't stop coming. Godsley now to 150 plus with control of the hard point and some contest over the high ground. Kill feed goes pinstripe, back and forth kills, trades galore all over the place, but all in all, it does end up leading towards Team Godsley once again, asserting dominance over the top of servers. An opportunity to extend this game. It has to be clean, though. And oh boy, is it ever. More kills coming through. Nero just trying to play his life along the back. the rest of his teammates trying to get there to assist, but no one is able to actually do too much. Nero was able to get the regen off on his own, but can only stay alive for so long, and all of a sudden, this might be the best look for the side of Team Godsley for almost 60 seconds straight.
Yeah, we get back to P1, reset, and they hit the ground running. Surely enough, it is going to be the contest that is going to continue the alert. It's 2 players left, 1 player, 1v1 style. Here comes the Cavalry. They're trying to deal with the damage to get him out of there. Finally do, and the last little bit of scrap time is going to be enough to recoup. We need all of it to go through on this P2 connection, which is a super toss-up. A little bit of streaks. No, it's a little bit of operators. Rabalo's got a pocket streak as well, so we'll see what unfolds now as we've got top control in favor of, for the first time, Team Noah. They're going to be able to get the hop down. Rabalo there for 2. He's going to be able to shut down the push, and all of a sudden, things starting to look a little more bright here for the boys over at Team Godsley.
You have to get a read on where this next hit is coming from, though, because Team Noah is still playing around for the leader's advantage. They're trying to play for spawns, maybe to get to the 3rd hard point, and it's not read all that sufficiently, really at all. Space doing a lot of the work on the way back forward. Trades come through. Contested is the hard point. 35 seconds on the clock here. And we can get to the point where you could possibly extend this another hill. You have to contest one more time, though. There's still opportunity for Team Noah to win on this hard point right here, right now. But the shoe's on the opposite foot. Team Noah may not know where this next break's coming from, or maybe they do. SMGs light up the kill feed. It's nothing but straight eliminations coming through. You have to contest. You've got to get here if you're Team Godsley. And unfortunately, they're not quite able to reach 250, 210 the tally. A heck of an effort through the first hard point, but all in all, just too good was Team Noah through the majority of that hard point.
No, it was. It was a hell of a regain on that P1, but again, the value hills on this map, Team Noah did it the best, and it showed the points. They close it out on P2. They don't even want to see it go to that P3 distance. So rotations were crisp. They were fine. Taking a look at the post-action report, it was mayhem. It was carnage. It was Bolu, 43 and 27. Holy heck, man. What a series for him so far. 2 minutes and 16. Get you somebody that can do both. Bolu says, say my name. What a freak of a game for him.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. 3 members over 40 kills, almost all of them over 60 seconds plus. On the opposite side, Rabalo put together one heck of a game. And it just wasn't quite enough. And some of the problems that we kind of alluded in that long little pregame setup, saying what are the timings, the decisions that are going to be made, trying to get between P2 to P3, same thing from 3 to 4. It seemed like every time we looked down at the minimap and kind of took a heat check of who was where, Team Noah was making the correct plays at the correct times, and that led to just an unsurmountable tally overall throughout the first 2 rotations. Heck of a comeback effort, but just a day late and $1 short. So now we go to a standoff, search, and destroy. And this is where, if you're Team Godsley, you have to put together a similar look that you did on firing range. Trust that Crozen's going to be your big X factor. Send this to a map 3, and who knows, maybe you can kind of turn the tide in that raid control that'll be waiting here for us. But I say that with some hesitancy because Noah's team has looked really good in search as well, including that winners round 1 matchup where they fell just a touch short of Bobby Squad.
No, you're absolutely right. One thing I will say that is positive, that was a tremendous improvement performance for the boys over at Team Godsley. You think back to that first hard point that we got to see. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. It didn't look too good. Right now is we're going to take a look at the lobby. Everybody looks good right there. It looks like we might be firing it up into it. You got to be proud of the performance that you put together in that summit hard point. That was not something that you could just say, hey, you know what? We just got blown out. No, you put up a hell of a fight. The rotations were there. The holes just weren't, you know, you were constantly on that regain approach, and ultimately that's what led to the demise. You saw the bodies being thrown at P2 was because you couldn't make it to the objective. And surely enough, it's Team Noah who is going to take the advantage of the series. So we're going to see the search and destroy make or break one of these teams. We'll see if we can keep the dream alive for the boys over at Team Godsley. They're going to need Crozen to hit just as many shots as he did in that first search that we got to see him, if not more, because we got Bolo, who is also very aggro, and he has not been the one to miss today.
It's been, I mean, he single-handedly, like I mentioned when we were kind of reacting to the last series, he single-handedly won 3 to 4 different rounds just by first blood advantages, or more importantly, even on retakes, stopping the ability for teams to get into post-plant situations or even get a retake off the ground. So, yeah, definitely a factor, and you expect him to be instantly involved due to the fact we're playing on a standoff. Where on the other front, you kind of look to Space. Can he respond to it? Is he even going to bother? Because, heck, we have to kind of mention it. Space kind of got torn up a little bit in that opening round. You know, the Slums Search and Destroy versus Team Bobby didn't really have a response by way of the scope. So if he continues to get, you know, beat in that 1v1, does the game plan have to change? So there's a lot of things to kind of keep in mind before the dominoes start to fall here for map number 2. But all we know for sure is that Team Godsley has to win this map to keep their chances at a Grand Finals rematch, and obviously a heftier tally in total money available to them. We'll see. Bolu going to be trusted with one of the sniper rifles. Space is the other for Team Noah on this opening offense. Where on the defensive side, it is Crozen, number 5 in blue. That will be the solo sniper, and well, that is just way too aggressive of a challenge from Vague. Read and dealt with instantly, and we have an early 5v4.
There we go. Again, finding those first bloods is key here for Team Noah. They're going to be able to rely on Band to find that opener. He's going to go ahead and peek up for some more. There's no support here for him, so he's able to find one. It's a big win, but oh, he's got a free one right in front of him. That is tough, Crozen. We're looking for you to go big. Unfortunately, you're going to be shut down. Our 4F4 is going to be able to take him down, but the damage is done. It's 2 for the price of 1, and your lead objective player here in Search Destroy is down and out. So Bomb's going to go down. It's going to reduce the clock to 45 seconds, or actually push it back up. Now it's all about this 3v4 retake.
Not a lot of space to work with here either. Do you really want to use a chopper to try to clear out these angles around Tractor and inside Cubby? You would think probably not. Rabalo's opened up some space to work over through Statue, but they're not going to know that Noah is playing deep, and the timing for Noah is going to be really fantastic. He gets one, but now he's got to find the others, and oh, R4F4, he can hop on this. Gods is playing a little bit of defense for him, and the Guardian comes through nicely, allowing R4F4 to defuse, and what a retake it ends up being, surprisingly so, I would say.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The chopper just did its work. It cleared 2 out, and more importantly, it allowed for a little bit of a rotation. Everyone was focused on him, so good retake, good regain, good bounce back. We have a lot of positives to say here about Team Godsley and the Search Destroy. They put up tremendous numbers. Space finally putting some numbers up for himself. He's going to be able to find R4F4. Chopper or not, you're going to be out. So Vague trying to learn from past mistakes, and you can see he is content with holding the angles. Oh, man. Captain on captain violence. Noah wins this one. Surely enough, it's the kills coming through in favor of Team Noah, who have not dropped a single soul so far.
Oh, boy. Okay. Rabalo required to do something, and oh, he has. Good read onto Bolu, but the pre-fire doesn't work out. Crozen was able to echo with a kill of his own behind the play, but now it all rests with him in a 1v3, and he's made a good read here. If he can catch one crossing, that would be incredible. And I believe he did just see Bolu jump. But he misses the look at the other 2 players that are on their way over towards A. This should lead to a free plant. And now the time becomes a major concern for Crozen in a 1v3.
Now slow it down here. 44 seconds on the clock. You got 3 players to deal with. You know there's one in Statue while he's repossessing himself. He can't go through that broken wall area. So things not looking doable here in this situation. We'll see if miracles can happen. Standoff is a glorious map. We'll see if the stage shot's going to hit for anything. We know there's nobody there, but he doesn't. Shot's not going to land. Bolo going to fry him there with a kilo. 1 for 1. We have gone back and forth so far. Attack taking that one on purely based numbers coming through early on. I mean, that was just a well-orchestrated push. Good timing on the plan as well.
Look at this. Quick defensive hit all the way through gas station. This is bold. And the offense, not fully aware or ready for this, has allowed an opportunity for the defenders to come away the benefit of the trades. And oh, Bolu, is he going to catch that nade with both hands? No, he backs away from it. Godsley a little stuck, but good help. And the aggressive defensive play works out wonderfully. Space, the last one left. He is deep in spawn. Somehow Vague was ready for it, but doesn't quite finish off the kill. An impressive shot, but negligible in the long term as the defensive curveball comes through successful for the second round.
Oh, very cheeky, and you can tell it was premeditated, too. You saw Crozen. He didn't have a sniper. He had a CBR. He was ready to rock and roll. Back to the 4th round. Payoff now is we saw the aggression on through, but Space, the jump shot, it's good. Top blue's cleared. Rabalo's dropped. Team-on-team action. Well, Mayhem Boys starting to feel a little bit of itself, but R4F4 right around the corner. Here comes the Deagle. Can't get the chopper or bro when you got something up close and personal right in your face, so trade's coming through along. Crozen's going to be able to find Band. Vague's going to get dropped. We've got a lot of action happening. Right now, it's going to be the defense who have, or the attack who have a primary advantage as well as that bomb plan.
Yeah, this is key. Bolu can just play gatekeeper as the next obstacle that Team Godsley has to worry about. Nero's also kind of resetting the map by stretching deeper, so it's really going to put a lot of pressure on Team Godsley to find a way to retake. But that said, the thing about this is you do kind of isolate yourself, and the 3 kills come through one by one. Are you kidding me? That is just unbelievably good. More than enough time for the defuse. And Team Godsley sneaks out another round as Crozin and Godsley combine for 11 total kills through 4 rounds.
Good night, bro. What a freaking round right there. What was that, a 2v4 retake? How do you sell that? Come on. Noah, where's the Gutties at? Where's the position? Where's that post-plan action at? Well, you can't account for amazing shots that Crozin brings to the table. Combination of the two, just Godsley heating up. This is a problem. We needed the search and destroy win to take us to game 3. Well, we're buckling up for an A-side hit. Rivalry is in a corner. He's going to get dropped. One more player left. The reload comes through for Ban Vague. Oh, my God, by whim. How does he hit the shots right there? The CBR, no match for the Switchblade. Nero finally able to deal the damage to take him down, but damage has been felt. It's 2v3 retake here.
Good read.
Space, oh, baby, dumpster.
Gives up the timing. I thought Godsley had him dead to rights. But Space
look
benefits.
Both ways where you cross the street.
So 2v2. Bomb still held inside a cubby. Space lurking back up to the high ground. And he may have just heard R4F4 drop from the windows. Pistol out. Slide cancel comes through, but no. The automatic nature of the chopper still wins it out. Nero now for the 1v2. 30 seconds has the bomb to play with, and he's going to commit to getting this down here today.
Yeah, smart play. We'll see if he can hold on for dear life now as Crozin, who is, I mean, literally picked up 6 kills in the matter of the 3 rounds. So he's going to get dropped. Nero's got ice in his veins so far. Chopper now trying to make the push in. It's an aggressive one. But look where Nero's at. He's going to get the full-on push. He has no idea. The 1v2 clutch, he made that look simple. How easy was that for you, Nero? Yes. Yes, it was that easy. Perfect timing, good reads, good execution. The 1v2 clutch, man, what a freaking round for him.
Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
And overall, I think we could kind of just rest our laurels so far through these 5 rounds to say that both teams have been a little poor when they've got significant numbers advantages.
A little too big for the pants.
3-2 split here defensively. It's pretty forward, pretty aggressive. Rivalry looking to get flirty over towards the backside. It does catch down Noah on the ground. Work out for a free first blood. Crozin behind that, able to find a second. And all of a sudden, the offense is a bit stuck, although there's some room to work with. Outside a hotel, that'll make the defense adjust. Bomb still in hand, that's being carried by Bolu, but naturally I start to bring him up and Crozin finds him. Big numbers advantage here. There's no reason if your team gods that you drop this round. Cannot do it.
Ban's going to be executed right there. Nero's the last hope. He clutched a 1v2 last round. We'll see what he can do in a 1v3. Oh, man, Cali stakes, not from that distance. No lunge here for that one. Nero's going to catch him right in the bottom side of Granny's, and we'll see if he can make the rotation through. Rafa's going to spot him. He's going to re-peek the angle. Good shots, but it's not going to be enough for a knock. As he extends around, oh my God, the flicks. It's 1v1. How do you sell this one, Shift?
You don't. This cannot happen. Not again. Not for a 6th round, essentially straight. Just play together. Confirm a trade. And now Vega's playing a timing corner. Just hoping that Nero will cross in front of him. He will not be benefited with that. Bomb going to get planted. Vega quickly moving forward. It could be a 1v1 over the top of the bomb. Nero here for it! And another clutch and back-to-back rounds for Nero. Tying us at 3 and swapping the sides. It just can't happen.
Oh, man. I know we're not going to VOD after this one, but if you're the side of Team Godsley, what in the heck just happened? Nero running rampant 2 rounds in a row? I mean, for Christ's sakes, you can't allow that one to happen. We flip sides. We're going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe the defensive or the attacking game is where they're strong suited at. Noah going to be able to open up a first blood. Vague. Can't afford to have those drops here. That's not good at all. Bomb's down as well. Look at where Bolo's at. He has no possibility of moving out of this angle.
That's just I don't understand the play there at all. Vague with the bomb charges into Cubby with no help. And now the defense is fully rotated over, seeing the bomb down just outside the Cubby entryway. They're also red dot chasing just a touch. But able to survive is Crozin. This may take the cake, though. A 2v5 situation. But you have to really kind of wonder, Vague, what was the play there? Did someone else miss out by not going with you? Or was that just one of those YOLO-DOLO, we'll just try to make it happen desperate plays? Because that was crazy.
Oh, man, I've heard a bag of tricks, but just handing it away for free. We'll see if they can regain, though. Here is R4F4 and Crozin combined for 14 kills total. See if they can find 5, and the trump card is what I would call it. We'll see if they can make some miracles happen. Nero's going to be on the outskirts looking in. He's going to be dropped. Bolo shuts down 1. That's going to leave R4, F4, or Crozen, rather, and all on his own. Bolo shutting him down for the 2-piece. What could have been another disaster striking ends up being a clinical round for the defense. And that's exactly what it should have been last round. Shift. I don't know if they could hear us in chat, but that was brutal to watch a 1v3 just fall out of your hands.
What's the call here for Team Godsley? Hard focus over towards Hotel. Defense is here to match, though. Opening nades from the backside of the yard will kind of maybe give a little bit of information away towards this defensive setup that, yeah, there is a little bit of a heavy-handed hit towards Hotel. You can kind of see the defense on the minimap starting to make moves over towards A, but caught peeking was Noah. And Crozen will confirm another first blood. Ban down low, goes prone, pops up, finds a response. We go 4v4.
Big kills, big trades. No kind of map control there. As I say that, we see the bomb carrier making his way over there. Vague trying to sneak his way onto that A site. And you got one player there as sounded. And Bolo, I don't know of anybody else better to hold this angle. I've seen him hold that barrel site with just tremendous patience. We'll see if he can make something happen here as this bomb plant goes down. Slow peek in the angle. You got one right inside of that little hay bells area. And R4, F4. We'll see if the slide peek prevails or if he even makes the push.
You got
one
Band
on the wrap, too. Look at Band. Yeah. Band's right there, but he's red. Look at the rotation right into Crozen's sight.
Yeah, that was all just the defense waiting for Band to hopefully find a first blood and move this post-plant setup around, but it's not going to work out. So now Bolo just has to wander in and just hope he predicts correctly. Not going to work out. And then middle of the map, last 2 defenders dealt with easily. Okay, 4-4, tied up. Solid round from both sides, but Team Godsley looking pretty good here in the offense as far as how they're approaching the sites. Just comes down to can they keep that up, because there's been a lot of success through mid-map, and a lot of it, once again, has been opened up by this man right here. Crozen on 14. A little snapshot does connect onto space, but only for a hit marker. And that will work out for a first blood going the way of the defense. Only for a time, though. Vague does confirm the trade.
Well, here we go. Only one casualty. R4, F4 hanging on by a thread. Ban going to be able to deal the damage in Rapallo, so we got an even playing field. R4, F4 is still not able to recover, but he has not been pushed or contested. Nero on the opposite side. Noah from downtown takes down the team captain in Godsley. The read here for R4, F4. He knows someone's in sight. We'll see if he can get the gunny. The choppers are brewing. Good little peek. Plays his life to the fullest. 35 seconds left on this clock now as the scramble over for the retake. Band's peeking the barrel side. Oh, baby, Vague.
They can bait and switch him here. Yeah, well done. Good double chow comes through. And it's just down to R4, F4. He's stuck. Yeah. That's just really good awareness. Throw a shoulder, catch your intel. Double up. Just double chow him completely. Good use of numbers isolation from Team Noah. Get themselves onto 5. Can they double down here, though, and go back-to-back rounds? Because I will say, for Team Godsley, their offensive approach has led to some really successful looks over the up to this A site. I would say if it ain't broke, don't fix it if you're Team Godsley.
We'll see.
Oh, this is new. Okay. This is new.
Okay, there we go. Clearing out the sites. 2 for the price of 1. We'll take it all day long. Well, 2 for the price of 2 is Nero's going to be able to even things up a bit. Crozen's going to be shut down as the flank has been given up. And look at these 2 sites right here. They made their way into enemy territory. And, I mean, they're kind of stuck here, but do you commit to this bomb plan?
I don't know if you can. I think you have to get through this because you know you're trapped on site. You know a flank is coming. Noah backs away. He does read that they've exited. This is a good reposition from him. But does he get enough help? No, he does not at all. And this is a great read from Team Godsley. Just making sure that they're not trapped on towards A. Now the map is wide open. And if anything, the tables have absolutely turned. Long range shot through the wall. Band's still able to take down R4, F4. And that levels us up to a 2v2. 33 seconds on the clock. A stretch play from Vague. Does he come around the side at the exact right moment? Sure does. And gets the double to keep us tied at 5.
What a way to execute right there. Almost unfolded, poorly. You don't make the execution on the bomb plant. You follow up with the gunnies, and it proves to be a solid affair as we're yet again tied up. Target is 7. Well, you got to win by 2. So one of these teams is going to take the advantage here. They might be able to seal it out here as next 2 rounds are crucial. Push yet again through the A side. This time it's red to a T.
Oh my.
Space and Bolo space yet again. That's going to hemorrhage this Team Godsley team, who are probably feeling himself after last round. It's going to leave Crozen all on his own in a 1v5.
That's a bold time to call a curveball
Yeah.
like that. You get a trophy system down forward, you 3-man hit through the A site defensively, and it works out exactly as planned. Throws in. Oh, he had an opportunity on Bolu, and I don't think Bolu's going to give him a third chance. Smoke out, Crozen backing away through this. Does see Noah deep, misses the first shot. And you know he'll do the same thing. I'm not interested. Let's not give him a chance because stuff like that will happen. Still 35 seconds, but the biggest problem here for Crozen, he's got no bomb to play with at the moment.
Got no bomb, got no time either. It's 30 seconds left to go. It's a 1v3. Practically the impossible. As you can see, the defense going to fall back. You got one inside of the courtyard. Bombs down on the A site. Nobody there to overwatch. So he's able to successfully make this approach over to the site. You know, barring that the defense doesn't know where the bomb is, you might be able to pull something off. We'll see what he has up his sleeves now. It's 15 seconds. He's already eating bullets.
We got the bomb.
Space is going to go ahead and put some damage in. Bomb's going to be collected. Yeah, this is 5 seconds. It's no way. 1v3 team deathmatch. Bolo going to shut him down. We got the upper hand going in favor of Team Noah.
But can they put together 2 in a row? Both teams have just been going back and forth all the way throughout. How do you get this to overtime if you're Team Godsley? Out of spawn. All 5 members are going B. Oh, this is bold. Band connects with an overnade. That will move the defense around. And look at the defense towards A. They've already cleared everything out, not just through the middle, but also towards the A site. Once again, Team Gods is going to be stuck. It's space on the back. Number 1 in yellow gets the first kill, tries for number 2, loses him for a moment, and it's Crozen who responds. And the trades get us down to a 3v3. Godsley once again sees his team escape from what looked to be certain death.
All right, what's going to be the nail in the coffin here? We're going to see a second chance at life for an overtime opportunity. The read here from Nero. He's going to get shots on 1. Not going to be able to get the finish, though. They know where 1 player is. Those other 2. If it's Noah, you got to know that he's going to be holding down a site. And if it's not B, you know for sure it's got to be A. They're not going to be aggressive with it. They want to close this one out. Oh, my God. Rafa gets beamed. The hop-up not favoring him. Nero picking up his 12th. And this just might do it. Bombs down. 30 seconds or less, actually, on the clock. And they still haven't found the way to take out Nero, who has found his way all the way in the backside of the back alley. So 15 seconds left to go. They're going to have to collect the bomb. This is going to be a rush. This one's going to get red. Look at the defense here. The 2 players that were over at A, they're focusing mid-map now.
Shot rings out for Crozen. Nero's going to get a jump up here. Should be a free kill. Yep. No worries. A bit of an anticlimactic finish, but an entertaining search nonetheless. Entertaining series nonetheless, I would say. 250-10, the opening hard point, and this one, a 7-5. Another near overtime in the search and destroy, but it's Team Noah who will get a chance at redemption and revenge against Team Bobby in the grand finals. But a lot of credit, I would say, to Godsley's squad. Crozen was a walking highlight reel in the search and destroy, and good team effort, I would say, from start to finish across pretty much all of the series that we saw on broadcast.
Oh, 100%. Search and destroy came down a few clutch rounds. Nero back-to-back 1v2, 1v3 scenarios. Like, there's no way that goes, there's no way that happens and you're able to bounce back for it. So Team Godsley put their best foot forward, just wasn't enough. Team Noah, they're out for blood. They're back for vengeance. It is going to be against Team Bobby, the grand finals and more, man. I've got to say this one's been one for the ages as far as an all-star event. We've had a lot of fun, but we've also seen a lot of close games. Yeah. And I'm starting to feel those Stage 5 vibes, man. I cannot wait to see what we have abroad over there. But this series, more importantly, is the most important in front of us.
All right, let's take a look to see how the bracket has unfolded from start to finish. 2 O's. A lot of them throughout the entirety of the day, except for that Team Godsley, Team Bobby winners final. And now we get to the grand final scenario. Everything goes to a best of 5. There is no bracket reset, though. So Team Bobby will actually start up 1-0 in the series as we look to see who can get to 3 first. And if, as a reminder, yeah, it was a 2-0 the first time these 2 squads had played, but it was a very close 2 maps that we saw. So what will we get this time? Only time will tell. We'll step away for a break, let the teams unveil what they want to do with their picks and bans, and we'll come back for the grand finals after this. Welcome back, everybody. We've got one more series in front of us, $10,000. Well, some of it's been given away to the fourth and third place position, but we've got $7K of it left, $4,000 for first, $3,000 for second. Team Bobby, out of the winner's bracket, has a chance to try to dominate over, I won't say rivals, but at least banterish friends, as Team Noah is looking for their revenge run after losing out to this team in winners round 1.
Oh, yeah, this is definitely a case of bitter rivalry. I mean, not only are these two, like, head-to-head outside of this event, but they're a race for 1 million subscribers on YouTube, too. I mean, right now, what kind of more bragging rights would you need if you're able to take the bag against Team Bobby in a upset of a best of 5 where Bobby has a map advantage? So, got a little bit of a storyline, a little bit of a plot developing, and Team Bobby versus Team Noah Grand Finals, sign me up.
It's going to be a good one, man. I mean, hey, we already kind of mentioned this at the top of this kind of break that we took going into the series. First time these two teams played, it was tremendously close. Sure, it was a 2-0, but it was a 250 to 218 standoff hardpoint and then a 7-5 slum surge. Really where both games we saw a lot of great kind of IGL go on. Lots of great decisions, lots of great adjustments, and the chess game continued to really entertain us from start to finish in both the two maps. So now that both teams have kind of, thrown their jabs, gotten a feel for one another, plus also the tournament at large, do they pull something out different here as we get ready to go for this best of 5 series where, as we also mentioned, Team Bobby will start with a 1-map advantage kind of as their reward for making it through the upper bracket?
Oh, yeah, you definitely do. One thing you got to consider, too, is if we took a look at that map, our first series of the day, it was Team Bobby and Team Noah, which we decided to get on board with quick. It was for a reason. That one was definitely one of the ones that we needed to spectate at a glance. Noah wasn't, performing the way that Noah is now, so
True.
That's something that Team Bobby has to consider. Bobby has to be better with the gun as far as we saw 417 in the hard point. We cut him some slack then, but I don't think you're going to be able to afford to have a player that does that in this grand finals matchup. I think this is a case where Bobby needs to step up and he needs to show that he is capable of taking down Noah, and it wasn't a fluke in that first series. So we're going to see all hands on deck because this one's definitely going to be very, very competitive, very close, and we'll have to see the maps of what we're going to see laid out in front of us.
Agreed. And just for what it's worth, both players, even though they haven't necessarily been at the top of the kill leaderboard necessarily, great work over the objective, especially in the hard point. So, as we already kind of mentioned, for this best of 5 with a 1-map advantage, the format and the modes kind of changes a little bit. We'll still have our normal first 3, hard point, search, control, but then search and destroy would be map number 4, making sure that, as always, we finish a series on the S and D. So that's at least there for you guys to kind of keep in the back of your minds. So it might look a little bit strange looking at a 1-0 count, but we're playing hardpoint first. We're still going to play the modes in the normal order that you would expect them, save the fact that last map, if we do need all 4 of them, will be search and destroy. So the players are currently undergoing their picks and bans process. Standoff has been a preference for, just to get through the draft in the first place, but in particular for the hardpoint now, a couple of different times for Team Bobby. Whereas for Team Noah's squad, they obviously just came off the search and destroy play on standoff. And Raid has pretty much only been played on control, at least only been picked for control as of yet. But kind of looking over what's going on the screen in the Discord channel in front of us, it does actually look like Raid will be the first opening hard point. So we'll get an interesting look here at a different map mode combo to start off this series.
Oh, that's interesting. One of the things I will note as well, Hacienda going to be banned. That's 100% confirmed. Man. So I know. Look, you're missing out too because Hacienda is a lovely map. It plays out so well in hardpoint. I know people probably bash it because it's not a lot of value hills. The points are out in the open, but it's you've got to have a pack full of OBJ warriors to stack the hill and make the win. Search and destroy probably doesn't. It's probably the best map for it, hands down. But control also pretty level as well. So it's unfortunate we won't get to see it, but I think it's a diamond in the rough in my opinion. Some of these players don't think so as well. But we are going to get geared up for it, man. These guys are going back and forth, finally getting some work done. We won't see a little bit of a stall like we saw in that third or last series we had, right?
The crazy thing about Hacienda is the fact that when it was initially announced it's going to be part of the competitive map set this year, there is a full year worth of VOD on it from when the CWL was playing Black Ops 4. On not all 3 of the modes because it wasn't a control map during the Black Ops 4 year, but for hardpoint and search, it was probably one of the more balanced maps in both of those 2 modes throughout that year. We saw a lot of Hacienda played in the CWL. So I am surprised to see that these teams aren't giving it a try, really in any form. We didn't see it at all really at Stage 4. We haven't seen it at all today, and I guess assumptions would lead us to believe that it'll continue to be a hard veto when we get to Stage 5. Hopefully that will sometimes change, but we'll have to wait and see. But at least we know for a fact we get Raid. The thing about this map is, again, it plays polar opposite sides of the map. So rotation timings are everything. And if we could take anything from the first time these two teams had played, hey, Team Bobby was a little bit too reserved at times when they were playing in standoff. I'm hoping that they don't have those same kind of shortcomings in the first rotation this time around.
Yeah, I mean, because you think about Raid in a whole, first two hills kind of, if you don't get advantage on P1, you set up early for that P2, or at least get the spawns. Are you going to be taken out of it and getting that rotation early to P3? If you do that, it's going to allow the opportunity for a huge gap and playing for that garage site. I think in a grand finals like this, Team Noah is clicking on all cylinders. I don't think you can allow that. I think they got to have a strong performance in both P1 and P2, if anything. Taking a look at the spread, it's a best of 5. Map number 1, it's a best of 5 with a 1-0 lead in favor of Team Bobby. We're going to start this puppy off on a little bit of a hardpoint raid, as we mentioned. Search and destroy firing range. Interesting little selection there, and a control takeoff. Wow, that one's a nightmare if you get the attacking side. I don't know if you've seen that one played out yet, but it is a brutal, lopsided map if you're on the attack.
Yeah, spawn traps galore can obviously come through, but I'm curious to see that the firing range search and destroy. I mean, it's hard to veto out firing range in the first place, but you got to remember that was where Crozin dominated Team Bobby, won like 3 or 4 rounds by himself just by way of the sniper rifle. So there is a bit of a call to arms here. I think if you're looking at Space and Bolu, seeing if they could possibly replicate those problems that Team Bobby had. So we do have something to kind of refer back to there. But yeah, the takeoff control. Ooh, okay. Curious. And then just as how we're listing it again, in the 4th map, we're not going to play that as hard points. So that's where we're giving Bobby's team a credit of that first map win or advantage from coming out of the upper bracket. So an interesting map layout, I would say, overall. But these first 2 maps, I think that these are the best 2 opportunities for Team Noah to not just neutralize the 1-map advantage, but possibly go up on Team Bobby, considering the history that we've seen so far today.
No, you're absolutely right. And you think about it, connecting the dots over to that control, got to wonder who's going to be on the defense. Team Bobby needs to start off strong, and just in case the opportunity arises where they're down 2-0, you're heading into a control on takeoff where blender is one word you can use. I say meat grinder. It is no room for error on a map like takeoff and control. So we got to get through these first 2 for Team Noah, though. They got to find a way to strike quick, and with the way that they performed in the search and destroy last map in particular, it didn't look too convincing. Obviously it ended 7-5, but that was on the backs of Nero clutching several clutches that you had a huge advantage on, or you had the opportunity to reel back in. But I don't know how much of a clutch factor it's going to take for this team to find their way in an advantage in these first 2. So anything can happen in raid, anything can happen in search or destroy on firing range. All will tell as we get geared up for this last series of the night.
Had a lot of clutch moments from a lot of different individuals so far today. I would be willing to wager, there, friend, that we're probably going to see more of it. So as much as you're trying to tap into that market, I think you're probably safe in investing, because we've got a lot of great players throughout the entirety of this tournament. None better than what we have here in this grand finals, I think a lot would argue. So just waiting on the players to get readied up and get started. Raid for the opening hardpoint. Oh boy, I cannot wait for it, because I still expect to see players like Lucazin dominate with the SKS. He's been really smart of how he's positioned himself, knowing when he's called to jump in and be part of the mix versus when he could be afforded to stay back and just lock down a lane. He has been deadly with it, the deadliest we've seen with it, at least so far today. But on the opposite front for Team Noah, the SMG presence that we saw in that last series was a huge recipe for their success. And that might be, again, something they could tilt on and lean on as we get into this series throughout all of these maps. Honestly, all of them could be very, very fluid with the SMG in hand. So I'm curious, I think, just to see if they will find the same success. And who knows, maybe this whole series will be just determining of winning the front line versus winning the back line. It may just come down to that.
That's such a great point. I didn't think about it like that. When you brought up the SMG presence, I thought, man, dang, Vague, Band, or not Vague, but Band, Nero, just all over the map with the SMGs. On a map like Raid, if you can't make it successfully through to the objective, you you've got Lucasen who could possibly shut you down on the rotations, but it's all about mitigating that damage and getting to the objective first, because you got the SMG presence. Once you're in the hill, you're golden. You're able to win those gunfights. So it's all about, you know, battling the terrain, making sure you use those head glitch as your, you know, your sixth man per se. We'll see if they can prevail. As Lucasen's been hot, he's been one for the ages, man. That is one of the SKS talents that I mean, I don't know if you can name a better combo in combo right now. He's a freak of nature, bro. He's unstoppable.
He's unbelievable, and it's just funny, like, listening to, you know, our Latin American counterparts that were doing the commentary for that stage 4. It's like, dude, Lucasen is just, he's different, like, flat out, and it's, yes, very true. I know a lot of people out there may not have had a chance to watch stage 4 of Latin America, but boy, I don't know if we can say his name anymore for it to get through your heads that he's going to be a factor come stage 5, and obviously before that maybe become a huge factor into this series overall. Again, still waiting to see what's going on with map number 1. Hopefully we don't have to sit here and podcast for too long, because we want to see the grand finals just as fast as you guys do. I don't know, maybe out there in chat, just let us know who you guys think are going to win. I mean, again, Bobby's coming in with a 1-map advantage, so that may be enough to help him get past Team Noah, because, like we continue to mention, the first time that these two teams met, it was a very tight affair, and both of those maps could have gone either way.
Yeah, both of those maps could have gone either way then, but the time has shown that Noah's progressively gotten better. Maybe Bobby has been put on ice for a little bit too long, so we'll see if this is now as game is loading into map number 1. We're getting geared up for it. We will stop the banter. We'll go right into the action as soon as possible, as we're getting geared up for our finals of this series. This is for all the marbles. Well, you still got some marbles to spare, but more importantly, got bragging rights and $1,000 more to take this series. So everything 100% on the line here for Team Bobby and Team Noah.
I mean, the difference of splitting up the extra $1,000 between 5 teammates, yeah, the bragging rights almost cost more in a way than the actual money itself. But of course, let's see how it all goes. Over the top of the raid statue, nades galore all over the place, smokes making it look like a rave more than a raid itself. But it is Team Noah. First 3 kills, make it a 4th as Bobby's changed his name to OBJ Bobby. I love it.
Love it. Love it. Much needed right now. They're going to need some OBJ time. They can't even find success here in the ring site. A clear blue sea of Team Noah getting the kills, racking it up. Jesus able to find one, but Space shutting him down. My God. Things not looking too good here for OBJ Bobby, as the boys have yet to put a point on board. They contested for a little bit, but right now they're trying to maintain the focus towards the backside of the spawns, and Bolu is already lurking in the backside of jungle.
This is well read, though, by Little B. He single-handedly is the reason that Team Bobby could get back over towards the hard point, and now he's made safe the jungle spawns. So, yes, it did come at the cost of a little bit of time and, more importantly, influence over the hard point, but Tech working the second kilo alongside of him. They've done well to make sure they're in a good position to win the opening time here at Kitchen. How do you exit from P1 here for Team Noah? They're trying to work their way around the back. No one is watching this at the moment. Tectonic will bail off to make sure no one comes through. A little bit late on it, but his timing will be good. Hunter Killer Drone is kind of baiting them the other direction, but as smoke start to come through, Little B tries to force his way into the mix. They want to make sure they hold on to spawns, and it's just down to 1 in the back. Not going to be enough as the kills come through. Basketball spawns for Team Bobby, but while all this fighting for the spawn positions going through, Team Noah are letting a lot of time go on the hard point.
Yeah, they are. I mean, surely enough, it's 30 seconds left to go. That lead you had rolling in after P1. All this investment for the spawns, nothing to show for it. So far, so good here for Team Bobby, as they are racking up all the time contested. Nobody has made their way even remotely close to getting their foot in the hill. As soon as I say that, it's Van who's going to insert himself in the equation. He gets shut down, and it's the focus to P3 now. As we do see Team Noah kind of cutting their losses and tucking their tails to head for this rotation. Going to need to be a big one now, as they're going to be down by about 20 points rolling into this objective.
No operators as of yet, but Bobby's been able to earn himself up a second streak. That's a Pred missile. He would love to, I'm sure, call that in sooner rather than later, but may have to hold off on that. First 3 kills as the hard point's about to open. Goes the way of Team Noah. The split on the setup here for Team Bobby is a 2-3. 2 from the bottom, 3 from the middle or top. And look at the long flank coming out. It's banned on the backside. He's on 9 in a row. He's going to cut this to pieces, likely before they even get there. That's exactly the case. Yep, those SMGs already becoming an influence as Team Noah holds on to the opening time.
Yeah, look at Lucas cherry-picking his way into the objective. Big shots. Gets one on the outskirts, rounds the corner. Had Noah lined up, just could not pull the trigger. Contest is going to come through as we see 2 on the Lambo side of things, but here comes the collapse from Team Noah, they're going to be able to clear it off. No, he is, Jesus, going to be able to save a little bit more time, but it's nonetheless the last 20 seconds off for grabs. Still a little bit of a feisty push here for the objective. I think now is the best time to rotate. Tectonic going to be looking for those scragglers, but it ain't happening right now as 3 players have made their way through mid-site. Two of them are going to be dealt with, but 2 still holding the precedence here over at this courtside affair. Right now, it's all about the focus for the top side control.
Oh, man, this has been a good exit, though, from Team Noah. Full 60 earned on Garage, and a chance to hold on here at basketball. Pred missile called in. That's just used to try to, once again, win over those jungle spawns. But here comes the hit from the front. Oh, it's absolutely clean from the side of Team Bobby. Cleaning things up. Bolu trying to get some stuff done with the Sparrow, but can he find more than just the initial 2? The answer going to be yes, because he gets number 3. Big 1v1 over the top of the middle, and that's going to be enough for Team Bobby to win the spawns and re-influence onto the hard point. Hunter killer drones for both sides being called in. The hit not done yet. Team Noah with numbers. Through the smoke they go, trying to work their way in. Bolu gets a pretty solid read, but Bobby saves the day, and the hold continues even though Team Bobby has lost the spawns.
They have lost the spawns, but here comes the funnel of death. It's the claw. It's shutting down the staircase. Jesus popping it and pulling out some value here. They're going to be able to take the lead and run away with it for the last 15 seconds. A player up top still in ban is trying to maybe reapproach this one, but I mean, this one might be a losing cost. Ban going around the corner. He's going to get dumped before even getting the contest. So P5 is where we're going to be bound. No one's made the early rotation. You got one person in mid who is going to be taken down. But nonetheless, it's going to be the advantage here for Team Noah as we roll into this objective. They're trying to play the best of both worlds, trying to get the P5 and P1 reset under their belts.
Yeah, you want that high ground over towards P1 as you look to defend over the top of this rock garden. Tough shots from Ban, not quite able to land enough to get the kill. Claw out for space, but he gets shut down almost instantaneously. Jesus saves on the hard point. Gets the reload. It's Noah on the other side, shut down quickly as a nade overhead from Tectonic gets there. And while all of this has happened, not only is it a break for the hard point, Team Bobby will do what they intended to do off of basketball. Gain control of the statue side. This is all working out great for Team Bobby as they're growing their lead to the largest margin that we've seen up until this point.
Yeah, let's see if they can run away with it right now. It's the focus for P1 reset. Little bit, you're going to bounce outside of the pillars, gets shut down. Approach here is still plenty of time to scrap for it. It's going to be Tectonic playing his life. He's going to be taken out as well. Nero now happily able to oblige and hop the hill as well. So P1 reset coming through. 30-point deficit here for the boys over at Team Noah. Things are getting a little bit out of hand. Trying to reel it back in. They've got sights set for P1, but it is a lockdown here on the ring site so far. Launcher control, pivotal, but it didn't pay off last time around. Let's see if they can make something happen here.
Luke is in deep. Able to find a couple of opening kills. Hardpoint opens up. Streaks really the only thing in play. Not a lot of operators charged up, nor do you expect to see them over a very mixy statue hardpoint. Little B inside. Kilo in hand. Lots of ammunition to work with, but it's space. Was able to assist, get the shutdown, and Team Noah very cleanly breaks their way back in. Last one to deal with will be Jesus saves. He gets his way around the backside of a smoke, though. Long-range shots nearly connect fully onto Ban, but he creates time and space for his teammates to come back through, and yeah, well done by Jesus saves. Values his life, allows a little bit of time for his teammates to get back into the mix, and as they do, we get a very back-and-forth affair over the first hard point. Not many advantages for one side nor the other, but as Team Noah get the scrap conceded towards them, they're also making moves this time around to get over towards jungle for the spawns.
Yeah, you take a look at the sides for a little bit. He's trying to hold off that jungle side rock approach. Here comes the hit from the front. It's 2 in the middle site. They are going to be picked apart from 2 players who are making their way over to the hard point. So it's a little bit of a toss-up right now. It's going to be Nero, claw in hand. He's going to be able to clear one, but it's not enough. The Purifier, or not the Purifier, but the objective is going to be taken brute force. Man, this is such a back-and-forth affair here in P2. Going to be regained, though, by the boys over at Team Noah now as they got a little bit of stability. They got the spawns this time around, and right now they are running rampant.
Ban gets shut down. He looked good with the claw over towards window to hit the entire play out of the window from Bobby, but Lucasen gets the instant trade. Jesus with the claw now up. Gets enough help from his teammates to not even need to really pop off much with the specialist, and this has led to a really good break attempt, but Bolu, he gets the Sparrow in. Has a double. Bobby still staying alive. Reloads off with the Kilo. Little slide child takes care of the last contestant, and the final 15 seconds will go the way of Team Bobby as they look to streak their way over towards Garage.
OBJ Bobby slayed his way onto some easy hardpoint time. The slide peak pans and pays dividends right now. It's all about this rotation. You can see Garage Side's already preoccupied 3 players. The spawn's going to be a little split, though, as the point closes out. Maybe a little bit of stability here for Team Noah. They need it. 20-point deficit, a little bit more now as opening point comes through. The hit is going to be a little bit more patient here for the boys over at Team Bobby. They're looking for a well-orchestrated number. Number's not going to prevail, though, on this one. See a blue on your screen. That means it's full kills in control of Team Noah. Oh, man, that was such a good read from Nero. Shutting that initial wave of players down, but Team Bobby's still right back at it.
It's a contest, but that's about it. Again, the split spawn situation. Team Noah just got kind of blessed with a little spawn behind the majority of the hit from Team Bobby. Last attempts here, 30 seconds. And a lot of it for Bobby's team has to come through window side, and the defense is absolutely ready for it. Tech just going to force the square peg into the round hole, and oh boy, maybe it fits. First kill comes through. Tech over the top of the cars has good help as assistance to the middle of the map is going to work out. Tech, can you hold on a little while longer? Every second of a contest is good. And even though Team Noah will break back in for the scrap time, take a look at the minimap on the rotation towards basketball. It's a 50-50 foot race. The spawn's not great here for Team Bobby, and Nero, a big gunfight win, now controls mid-map. Could you turn scrap into initial here for Team Noah? Bobby, not with that many numbers, has to rely on Jesus saves, and as he drops, basketball alone up in favor of the team in blue.
Yeah, 40 points is all that's needed to close this one down. You get the top side of the spawns. Oh, wait, do you? It's Noah who's going to spawn right behind one. He's going to have the control. Here comes the Preddy. It's good for one, and this is it. One last push here for the boys. Well, maybe a 1 or 2. We'll see how it pans out. The spawn's definitely not favoring them. Does not help out the case. One player left here on this tree head glitch. He's going to get dropped, and now it's a sea of uncertainty for the boys over Team Bobby now as they're going to have to brute force it right through the gut. Right in front of side is the claws being popped. Everything gets dumped out on the table. Little B's going to go big for 2. Is it enough for the hold? It is. They need to find one more, but here comes the players from the staircase. Bolu right back on it. It is a 50-50 draw at this point.
Oh my God, it's chaos.
Everybody's
it's absolute
all
chaos.
over. It's mayhem. I don't even know what's going on right now.
Well, it's just down to 1. It's Bolu, the last one left in the side corner. Oh, he gets a little bit of help from behind. Is that enough to win the game? 2:49 on the clock. Can anyone get there to touch? No. Bolu will shut down the play from the front. And oh boy, what a streak. Making their way from garage to basketball not once but twice. Definitely the difference maker in this raid hardpoint. A tight affair throughout the majority of it, but man, 2 different 50-50 foot races for Team Noah making their way from garage. They went on a couple of key gunfights in the middle, and at the very end, the desperate play to pop double operators does not do enough for Team Bobby to get the break and extend the map. And how about it? Team Noah do exactly what we kind of said they could do. Neutralize that 1 map advantage right away. And a lot of it not just came from the guy at the top of your leaderboard, 39 and 22 from space, but Noah earned a key Predator missile to make sure those spawns backside jungle stayed for his team at the very end of the map.
Oh, that was a classic one. I don't think we could ever seen just such a chaotic ending come down to nobody being able to contest. Huge game number 1 to tie us up in the series. That's right. Bobby might have taken the edge in the series, for the chance of, winning out in the winner's side, but it's all even across the board now as we're going to head over to Search and Destroy. Hardpoint was a absolute legendary ending for them. And Shift, man, I'm going to be honest with you, that one swayed, but where did things go wrong for Team Bobby? I think it was maybe the garage rotation where things just kind of got lost out of translation. Maybe those last 10 points that Tech wasn't able to stay alive for it, but you can only ask for so much of one player, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I just go back to what I was already said. It's just that rotation from 3 to 4. I mean, ideally, if you cannot find a way to break that garage hardpoint, you will win the rotation to basketball to make sure you can try to counteract what just unfolded, but that was not the case. So now we go over to Firing and Search and Destroy, and the bad news here for Team Bobby is that, hey, they lost this map to Godsley's crew. Well, I say that. They lost this map to Crozin. So if you're looking at this from Team Noah's perspective, maybe you pulled something off of watching that. Can you get Bolu in space to dominate the sniper rifle battle? Because honestly speaking, Crozin didn't take any heads-up 1v1s against Little B or Tectonic. It was all just holding angles and finding picks around the bomb sites as either part of the push or, most importantly, as a safer angle on the defensive side. If those things could come through again, we very quickly could see Team Noah up 2-1.
Yeah, very, very much so. And then we're heading over to control, and it's a bit of uncertainty for Team Bobby. I don't know who's going to have the attack or control or defense, but we got to get through this one first. We see a little bit of struggles per se. His sniper presence was absolutely dominating the side of Team Bobby in their first approach here in the firing range, search and destroy. Well, the sniper approach here for Team Noah, I mean, Bolo has kind of cooled down a little bit, but he has been just so crispy with the shots when needed. We'll see if they can put up a performance here now as we see Team Bobby going to be playing the first 6 rounds here on the defense. We got a 3-2 split, 3 on the A site, 2 on the B, and a little bit of a conservative approach here for the boys over at Team Noah to counter it.
Yeah, Bobby's team is not going to have a lot of information with the late play from Jesus Saves up to top 10 on is there any threat up towards the middle of the map. But patience is a virtue on both sides. As look at the really proactive defensive play to bail out. Bobby's just going to jump peek to see if anyone hits him through back trail. And then the defense will rotate if they need to. It's a bold call, but I like the commitment. And this will allow the defense to really stay heavy-handed over towards A, as Team Noah is still just kind of killing noise and not giving anything away yet. Minute 10 on the clock still.
Oh, yeah, this is a very, very sound approach here for the attack. Look, they're trying to buckle up for that A hit. There's 3 players now fully rotated. You got Tech, who's cutting off the mid-man. If anybody makes that trailer push, nobody's at home right now. Ban trying to get the intel on the site. As Little B is holding down. He has been good with the shots as well, but he's going to get the intel. Nothing yet on any of the hits, though, so.
I don't think he saw anything.
I don't know. He might have. I think he shot one shot out, but.
The thing about this is the defense can afford to stay weighted towards A, because you've got Bobby locking down the initial play towards B, and Tech isn't even known top sniper towers. Now the smoke comes out. Luka just tapping away. He does get a little information. They know the hit is on. Here comes Bobby rotating over from the B site. They will have numbers here. But just as much as the defense is very avidly watching over the top of the A side, the offense still has a chance to contest over to the middle of the map. 13 seconds on the clock. Have to try to get this bomb planted in Luka. A late response is good for the kill. But the bomb is planted, and Nero on the back takes down his second elimination. Luka's caught between both players. How do you make your way into this bomb site? He has to be wary of the timing that Nero wants to take to join his squad mate. Bolo has also reset over towards America. And Luka now starts to clear. First player is going to be to his left. He has to make sure no one's deep, though. He's going to have no idea on this. And there's not a lot of time. And how about it? A little tricky reset out of Team Noah. Allows them to get the opening offensive win.
Oh, you could credit that round win to the flank, long flank from Nero. He went all the way into the B sites. Once Bobby cleared back, he had the clearance to make it all the way back up from firing range. Gets that one kill on the player who was lurking with Lucas in. And, well, right there, it was a pinch situation. It was not very much you could do. You had 1 in 10, one holding the side effectively at American. So, payoff round. We got a little bit more conservative plays. Nade shots being thrown. No information here. A lot of investment here on this B site. Maybe they're trying to just give away the A side for free, funnel them in for a retake. I think Nero put him on a little bit of pressure, as that flank was absolutely detrimental in that last round.
It's just tough when you're trusting your sole defender in Bobby to be sniping over towards B. Oh, interesting interaction here, but it's actually a late nade from Band that takes Little B out of the equation early. But I will say Team Noah are very clinically making their way through these offensive rounds. And the pressure does definitely amount towards the defense. It's a 2-2 split. Luka's in watching through 10. Jesus cannot stop a plant at A. You can only read intel and maybe catch someone through the bottom of the bomb site. Oh, that's intel for Tech.
Yeah, it is. He sees him doubling back. He's going to give the boys a little bit of a sound off, and we'll see if he can get anything going here in the mid-side approach. Now is still not a bit of progress after that first nade shot on Little B, so looks like we're going to be hitting for another A-side approach. Slow and steady wins the race. Will search and destroy here last round. After the smoke hits, you can almost guarantee a bomb plant's going to come through. Space going to be able to clear Tectonic. Jesus, the last line of defense here on the A-site. He's going to get trapped. He's going to get taken down, and now it's on Luka and Bobby to make something happen.
Well, they're not going to know that Bobby's on the flank with that kill from Luka's in. Oh, what a response that is! Great shots out of Luka to find Noah. So from a 2v5 to a 2v3. But Band is watching the cross through mid. That'll take down Bobby. Now they know for a fact it's just Lucas in off the backside. He misses his opening snipe. Back to the SKS, but can't get around the corner. Band able to finish him off in 2 very, very solid rounds from Team Noah on the attack.
They have just been waiting for the right time to make the push. The smokes have been so great. The rotations through, they get the clearance on the site. They clear out the American, they clear out Jesus and American. They've just been astronomical on getting this bomb plant down with precision and point. Little B going to shut down this B-side hit. He's going to be able to find one in Nero, and my God, what will look like was buckling up for a B-side hit is going to be hindered by his shot. So Noah going to be able to find one in Jesus, evens this out, but right now we're going to buckle up. This is about as aggressive as it has gotten for Noah so far.
This is all flank. Bobby just has to stay alive here. You cannot fall if you're Bobby. It's a 3-man hit off the backside. The only player offensively to deal with this would be Noah. He's got a scope in hand, although he does seem to know that there's a player nearby. A little bit deep. Should see Noah here. Shot tags. Second one connects for the full kill, but in the same time, Band is able to get one and then push forward to clear out bathrooms. Now it's just down to Bobby, and what a response that is from Noah. Great read that it was a heavy-handed flank. The offense turns, deals with it, and Bobby could do nothing besides hope. That's not enough.
That is not enough. Hope does not live here in firing range. You either got to hit your shots or you don't. The rotation was read perfectly, but Band, man, he's the X factor. He has it. My God, here we go. It's the aggressive A-side push. Space opening up. Jesus drops, but it's 2 in the feed. Lucas and Little B able to find the retaliation. Euro going to be able to edge us up and put us at a even life tally. That's going to hold off the push for now, but you can see there's a lot of map control here on that A site. Bolo going to be able to clear the wings off of Little B too, and look at the read here from Nero. He's getting the intel, and you also got Bolo right there, or Noah right in front of him to clean it up. So it's all on Tectonic. It's a 1v3. He's already been found. This one not looking too good here for Team Bobby.
Not at all. Oh, Noah!
Ready up.
How about a little no-scope? Off the mantle. Oh, you know he's going to be feeling it after that.
Oh, he's a gamer,
what a shot.
Objective. Bomb acquired.
Oh, you kidding?
I've never seen COD timing go his way that well. That was just such a great little man. A Little B. Oh, man, he's taking these first 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds offensively. Opened up with 2 clinical shots. That's going to hold off the push and the bomb down. I don't think anybody got the confirmation, but 3 players left standing. 1 peek in that B site. Little B continue to add devastation. Dude. That's 3 already this round.
I mean, you may as well just let Little B and Lucasen come out of spawn. Everyone else can just sit back there. I mean, they're doing everything for Team Bobby. Little B taking this round into his own hands. A very early 5v2. No bomb to play with for the last 2 remaining offensive members, but they are at least both reps of the NYSL Mayhem. Can they find a way to get back into the mix? Nero opens up with the first. Look at the defense rapidly moving, looking for a trade. Can Nero sneak in around 10? He doesn't see the player above him. Neither of them are the wiser. But Nero's timing has gotten him behind Bobby and the rest of his team. Oh, this is absolute tragedy. Tectonic will drop. Nero has become an absolute thorn in the side as Bobby's defensive setup is just in pieces. Sniper out. Space changes it. Breaks the camera on Little B. We got ourselves a 2v2.
Oh, the COD timing. Jesus with the wrap. The flank, it pays off. Nero, last one alive now. He's got 3 this round, doesn't he? Good night. Can he make it 4? Jesus trying to save the round. This time around, the shot's crisp. The hit marker, both of them are weak. Both of them are going to be able to regen. 18 seconds left to go. Nero's got a Rochambeau. Oh, the push. Going to be shut down. It's Jesus saving it for the boys. What could have been an absolute nightmare and another clutch under the belt of Nero. Going to be shut down, and I think that's a difference maker. That stops the momentum for a minute, but we still got 1 more round on here of the attack for the tide of Team Noah. Let's see if they can increase this lead to another before we flip sides.
Oh, this is interesting. Little bait set up here saying we've got a trophy, we've got nades, we're coming B. Oh, but Little B's seen it. Okay, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but all of the threat of those trophy systems denying utility, plus the opening needs over the top, will give Team Bobby the information that this is not a full B commitment, and look what the defense has done. They've double stacked through America. They've got a defender finally inside of trailer. But how about it? A little bit of a kill of the noise. Lucasen gonna get denied by Band, and now the B site is wide open.
Let's see if they can retaliate on it. Now the intel's there. He cleared out Lucasen. They don't know it, but they will here in a moment if they do decide to push. It's going to be a little bit conservative. I'm not sure what the holdup is. You got the one-player advantage. Maybe they're just trying to count their eggs before they hatch. We'll see what happens now. Is we're going to double back for a hit. And I don't know where this read is coming from, but there are two that shut it down if it does happen. First line of defense is Jesus.
Good.
Let's see if he can go big here.
It's just all just creating doubt is all it is here for Team Noah. Oh, but Jesus saves. He confirms that the play definitely is still on towards A. Takes down Band, keeps his life. Tectonic will move from Tin over to try to assist this a little bit closer to home. But this is not a commitment yet for Team Noah. They can still back out and go over towards B, and that may be the call here. Space is already starting to look over to see, hey, can I find some openings through tires? And this is great clearance. Noah's behind him. Space has even gotten the mid-window cleared. This is great news for Team Noah. An overhanded rotation from Team Bobby's defense will allow a plant here at B.
Oh, that might be it, though. Look at the clearance over that A side. I don't know what happened with Bolu, but he kind of just sat there stagnant. He's going to get dropped, but nonetheless, pressure's still on. It's 40 seconds here for the 3v2 retake. Space and Noah have put in God's work, but Jesus says here, I'm ready to put on a show for you. Space now left in a 1v3. Bomb has been planted. 28 seconds left to go. Here comes a collapse. Retake through the hit. Oh, man, the shot's not necessarily landing. It's going to give away his location. Here comes OBJ Bobby. Hit marker in. The machete kills yet again. Tectonic going to be able to clear that out. And I don't know. I'm starting to re-guess that round. Maybe if they would have strapped up for that B hit, if you would have lost one then, it could have been a little bit more of a doable situation. But you lost two, playing a little bit too much time. Sitting here wanting a little bit more of an aggressive push, but hey, they found 4 on the first 6 rounds. That is absolutely clutch.
It's not bad at all. I actually like the call to go B there. Bolu lurking to try to find exits, but doesn't quite work out. Hit marker from Little B on the very aggressive sniper play forward. Pistol out, challenge is over. Oh, Bolu denies, but that's good information. You see both players inside a trailer, and all of a sudden, look at the collapse coming out. Nero takes away the B play. And Team Bobby is currently stuck in between bathrooms and the obstacle course deep over towards A. There's no way in. Space is watching over the middle and also helping double check over towards the firing range itself. Setting up for a bit of a wallbang angle. Nero's making sure there's no rotation back towards B. And yeah, Team Bobby has to commit here to A. And I don't know how you deal with these players inside a trailer.
Oh, look at this. They're going to connect over to Wood. Nero might be getting a little bit too much to ask for. I don't know if they know where he's at. Sure enough, the shots come through, the engagement. It's 1 kill. Nero going to be able to get some shots on Tech, but it's not going to be enough. Tech going to be able to shut him down. But hey, I'll take that trade 9 times out of 10. We'll see if they can regain now. Still a player in trailer. One making the double back to B, and all of a sudden things kind of flipped on its head, and Team Bobby have the player advantage. They got plenty of time to play for.
Oh.
But look at this interaction right here on the backside. Tectonic gets Space with his pants down. Very unfortunate timing, and that's going to leave Noah all in a 1v3. And look, he's on the trail, but
he's seen the play.
Once that first shot hits, it's over for him, right?
He sees Jesus in the corner. Can't quite track him down to the wall. Bobby already on for the plant. Jesus playing with his food. Play off the win condition. 3v1 with a bomb planted. Noah, okay. Oh, I thought he was just going to hold it. He's going to give it a go, though. Not going to last for very long. I thought he was just about to hold it the whole time.
How executed, or how perfectly executed have these like precision movements and engagements and taking things. I mean, we saw slow and steady in the first 4 rounds of Team Noah, but that one right there was a great regain for Bobby. Everything just seems to be attack-oriented on this map for these teams. And right now, it's who's going to have the better strat or who has the better gun. It's Bolu coming through with the first blood. Lucasen, not necessarily sounding off like we anticipated he would.
Little B gets a second hit marker in 2 rounds in the same aggressive angle. Oh, he's got the hard scope onto Bolu! Oh! Does he not pull the trigger? How does that happen right there, Bolu?
Oh, boy.
Stays alive, confirms the second elimination. And now Team Noah should be good for 5. Should be good for 5. You've got the entire map in your control. You've got good trade setups. You've got an easy 1 confirmed kill for Nero if anyone goes towards B. There's no way you drop this round. You cannot drop this round.
We've seen crazier things in this, well, not this series, but in all the series so far today. Right now, it's a minute on the clock, so anything can happen. The setup, though, is just all too good here for the defense. Tech with the peek. Oh, baby! Band's supposed to win those. Not sure how he didn't. Right now, Tech is on a rampage. Noah, you're in the line of sight. He's going to be able to get some shots in, playing his life to the fullest, creating a little bit of the diversion, but we'll see how much longer he can continue to play his life now as he's done the work, and he's going to go ahead and hop. He's getting inside the top side of the sniper perch. We'll see how much more damage he can get as he gets to reload off. So 3v4, certainly doable, but not a lot of time to go.
Does Nero get 2? The play's making its way towards B. This is a 1-for-1 position, but Nero, he gets blindsided off screen. And now the offense has a chance to make their way in. Tech able to trade out space. Bolu gets a snipe through mid-map, but it's just not enough. The bomb's down only for a small time. Someone's got to collect and plant, though. Bolu's not near this play. Tech should be aware of that, and yeah, collects the bomb. Plenty of time to get the plant off. Goodness, he almost sidestepped wrong. Here comes Bolu. Can he stop the plant?
No!
Oh! He stops it!
Wow. I'm in shambles right now. The timing, absolutely perfect. Jesus says, I got you. Not this round, Tech. He cannot save you there. Bolu, he's good for 10, and that's the clutch. That was the difference maker right there. What an epic ending to that one. All 2 minutes of it used.
Unreal. And now Space gets a collat. Oh, gosh. It's all gone sideways.
Oh, Space.
Give him a third through the wall as well. Why not? Oh. This is dirty. Oh, man.
He's feeling it right now, too. Look, he's got the flip going on. A little bit of iron lungs in him, as well as the secondary swap. Just a freak of a game here. A clutch of a lifetime there for the 1v2. All you needed to do was kill that bomb carrier. He did the work. Bolu putting on for the team. 2 players left to deal with. They're flirting with map point right now. This is for the upper hand in the series, too. You're down 0-1 in it. And then right now, it's the hard point connecting over to search and destroy. Shift. And man, Little B and Bobby, what's the chances on a clutch?
It has to, I mean, it's Little B. He's got to open the door here. Just get Bobby a chance to plant. Bolu's still watching that same angle. And Little B will drop just down to Bobby. He is stuck. Gets the first. Trade should be there, and it is. 6-3. Unreal stuff out of Team Noah. In these last couple of rounds in particular, it's just been a lot of resistance from Team Bobby, but at the moment, it's just, it's looking good for Team Noah here on the search and destroy. 5-man hit, desperate as you like, over towards B. If they commit to this, Space is going to hear all of these nades. He's not in a position to deal with an opening kill. He just has to hope for a wall bang, or that he can maybe save Band to get one and get out. Because this is commit. This is a hard commit coming in towards B.
Full investment. It's all or nothing. The first initial interactions, Bobby going to be good for 1. Lucas is going to be able to clear out another. That might be enough for a bomb plant, but there's still 3 players lurking, split across the screen. 1 in 10, 1 making the flank, clearing all odds and ends. You got 1 here holding the container site. It's a perfect setup here for the attack. Just need to execute this bomb plant. We'll see if Team Noah can do anything to stop that push. Oh, the shots through the tire site. Not going to be alarmed to Bolu. He's going to continue to push up. The engagement. Huh? Jesus, gets canned. Oh, my God. What a point blank.
And the bomb's not down. There's so much threat under Bolu, but he wasn't there to deny the bomb plant. He was playing through tire side, and now Team Bobby is stuck. No exit through trail. Bolu's clearing off inch by inch. Backside car. Sees the bomb down, flashing at him. He's got good assistance from Noah through the middle of the map, and with 35 seconds, Lucas and the Tectonic have to force something. And it's at tough angles, and this is just good control from Team Noah. Don't give anything away. Let Bolu be your first point of contact.
Oh, no.
Although he does come a bit wide. Second chance denied by Lucas and there's no trade here. This could lead to a plant.
It's good. And look at the wrap here from Nero. He's finally going to get the clearance. The hit is on. Bomb's going to go down. Noah from the front. Going to get some shots in, but they're not going to land. Gets the job done. Gets out. This is a regain of a lifetime. Nero doubling back. But here comes Noah. He's trying to get aggressive with it. He has not understood that there are 2 players right here on the backside. He's looking for both of them. He's going to get some shots on Tech. Clears them out. Oh, my God. The clutch. Noah Sunday. What just happened? What did we just see? There's no way Noah just clutched that 1v2.
Are
Holy hell.
you kidding me?
It's not over yet. Ready up.
There's
Noah
no
Sunday for
way.
Stage 5?
There's no...
Oh, boy. Put him on a
Dude,
t-shirt.
there's
Put him on a milk carton.
no way. No way no one pulls off
my
that
God.
double.
He's a gamer, bro. He's a gamer. He's a freak.
What
a clutch.
Unbelievable. That is that may take the cake for one of the best 1v2s we've seen today. That's a tradable position with two incredible pro players, and Noah denies it for the win. Golly, what did we just witness between Bolu and Noah those last 2 rounds? Woo-wee.
Oh, my. That's
Hold me
definitely
back,
on
Chad.
somebody's
Hold me back.
refrigerator. Yeah. Noah's definitely going to clip that one, print it out, put it on his fridge. That's going to be a highlight of a century. He took down a 2020 regional MVP as well as arguably one of the best players in the game at this moment, Lucasen. What a freak of a clutch from the captain. 5 kills on board, but the biggest dude that last round? Holy. We got an upset of brewing. 2-1 lead in favor of Team Noah. We're in disbelief. I'm still in shock. My heart's racing.
That's
a little bit
unreal.
of adrenaline bumping.
Unreal
Love
stuff,
to see
man.
Noah.
No reactions. Just emotions. Team Noah 2-1 up now in the series again because Team Bobby came out of the winner bracket. They get the 1 map advantage, but that is essentially nothing now. Control, takeoff. Roll dice, flip a coin. This map is something different. If you can defensively come out in this opening round and dominate, earn your opening specialists, get some opening score streaks, your chances of going 2-0 up in this map are extremely high. It just comes down to, can you assert defensive dominance? I don't know who's starting on what side here, but you'll look to the team on defense first and foremost with no specialists, no operators, no score streaks in this opening round. How do you possibly gain a massive advantage to give yourself the best chance possible at offense? Because this is one of the most defensive control maps that I think we have right now.
Oh, easily, without a shadow of a doubt. Right now, it's all coming down to, luck of the draw. If your Team Noah, you're on the defense, you go ahead and just cash a check right now. Go ahead and sign it over. Make it 4K out for Noah Sunday, who just absolutely 4K'd 2 pro players in a 1v2 clutch. That captain is an absolute tank. He's a beast. He's a dog. I mean, somebody get him out of this game. What a 1v2 clutch. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. Beam one's off the heady. I'm just still trying to replay it in my mind. The control, though, it's certainly going to be a toss-up, but we don't mean that in reference to who's going to take it. It's all about what side you have. We'll have to find out now as we're going to get geared up for what could be potentially our last game of the night.
Could be. $4,000, $3,000. That's all we have left to give. And only one of these teams can come away the winner with the bragging rights, which after that clutch, Noah's going to be feeling a little frisky jumping into this control there, friends. We'll see if it all stays true to possible Noah supremacy, or can Team Bobby get their technically first map win in this series and send us to one more search and destroy. Bobby's going to read the play coming over towards B very rapidly. Jesus saves, able to get involved very early on. The contest is here for the defense from the back, but that all said, Space has gotten through into a very good position. It's going to be hard to deal with them here, and this could lead to an opportunity for Team Noah to stop the clock and get some progress at B.
Oh, yeah, this is the hard work right now. This is one of the harder the objectives is the spawns are literally connected to the defending site right now. Nero trying to play his life. Gunny's a little crispy. He's going to get taken down. And then what progress? Yeah, bold's one word. Live by the gun, die by the gun, though, right? Let's go.
I mean, CPR at that range, and come on. That's just... That is a brazen challenge. But the play stays alive. Bolu's gotten his way through. Bobby's the only contestant onto the B side at the moment. But the problem is the defense is starting to wiggle their way forward toward that very illustrious and sometimes daunting spawn trap situation. Dealt with it nicely. 18-14 the lives. One took a progress locked in at B, but nothing to follow as everything resets. 35 seconds on the clock. And what is going to be the call here for Team Noah? They're spreading the map. 3-2 in nature. Trades are decent, but you've got to find a way to stop this clock and hopefully maybe even get an extra minute if you want to have a chance to see these lives make any sort of a difference.
Right now they did a tremendous amount of progress on the B side, but it's possibly going to go in vain now as the defense is caught onto the situation. Band is right here in enemy territory, going to cash his ticket out. Jesus is going to punch it, though, and that is going to be holding off that mid lane pressure. Bolo and Noah trying to get the breach through the stadium site. They're going to be collected. they're going to be dropped. First round defense stands so far so good. A side hit, 6 lives left. Team Noah trying to keep this dream alive here in the first.
When you start to smoke stack up towards an A point, it just feels like, okay, let's just see if we can get some progress done. Fortunately, it doesn't come at too much of a cost, but I say that with some restraint because Lucasen has been able to turn this last life of his into 2 score streaks. So you didn't allow anybody to earn any opening operators. That's good news if you're Team Noah. But late into that round, Lucasen's able to come together and get himself at least a hunter-killer drone. He did. I thought for a second he had the Predator missile as a second, but he doesn't. So not the worst case scenario. Little B on 9 does get the first operator of the game, though. Just comes down to how do you want to use these while the defense is still learning and earning their own operators as we get into the mix.
Yeah, Lucas said just a note right there as a friendly reminder. It does look like he might have had a little bit of a connection issue, but right now, if you're to the fence, you don't really care about that. You want to take as much advantage as you can, wreak some streaks off of it. So it's going to be a conservative approach. Lucasen's finally going to be able to connect back in. We're going to have 5-on-5 action. A brewing here as Jesus trying to put some foot action here on this A site. He's going to get shut down. And well, right now, the name of the game is earn as many streaks as you can here in this, or maybe earn some kills to go along with it, and maybe pop some operators to open up the floodgates. But it's been shut down every which way. 2 life advantage for the defense. It's going to continue to stay that way for the time being.
And even though Team Noah is not really punishing as much as you typically see on the defensive side, they've given away no progress on either of these zones yet. In fact, I don't even think Team Bobby's set a foot on either of the zones yet. 25 seconds remaining. You're going to have to break the mold eventually if you want to try to extend this. No one has popped an operator as of yet, so we're going to go into round 3 if the status remains the same, with likely all 10 operators ready to go, although Noah's only on 4 kills, so he may be still quite a ways away from it. And yeah, 10 seconds left. Team Bobby's going to do absolutely no threat towards either of these 2 zones, and you expect this next round, Team Noah's going to try to feel things out, maybe pop an operator or 2 if they can get on towards the zone early like they just did in the round 1 over towards B.
Yeah, but it's a good note that no one popped theirs. It's if you're Team Bobby, you don't do anything with your operators until you get operator pressure. So the fact that we were going in all 5 of each team having operators, you're going to be met with a little bit of a response. We'll see how these operators pan out. This could be something successful. If you're talking about breaking the mold, you got to find an attack win here for Team Noah. So there goes the first operator. It's going to be Little B, who's going to find nothing to show for it. Space going to be able to find 1, but it's done. Annihilator off the table, that means the Claw's going to reign superior, and if you can't get up close and personal with it, it's not going to be as effective.
But they're in good positions, our Team Noah. They win the top side of the map. The only player in their way is number 4, Lucasen, who should be traded out here. He gets 1. Finally does. Backside of generators, Nero gets a second. Hold on a second here. The offense now on A with the first tick of progress earned are building a bit of a life lead. They still have operators they could use, whether to try to make sure that they can get more progress at A, or maybe even more importantly, with where Team Noah's positioned, they can maybe just put the life lead as their win condition, because they're spawn trapping a touch here. Second tick of progress is in. Bobby hits the Claw. He's trying to clear, but he gets shut down from behind. This could be an extra 60 seconds, and while it's all unfolding, it's still a 2-life lead here for Team Noah. This has been a great look offensively.
Yo, this is a great opener. I mean, you find Little B who runs right through the middle of the map and pops his Claw instantly. Noah trying to seal the deal here on this objective. He's going to get shut down. Only 1 foot needed left, maybe 2 if they can get a job done, is extend this one. It's as much of an advantage on the attacking side as you're going to get. 140 on the clock now as the attack has found success here on this objective. And right now, you're starting a little bit of a panic if you're the defense.
Yes, you do. Especially with Bolu winning another key gunfight backside generators. All you have to do here if you're Team Noah is trade successfully. Bolu with the Sparrow. Oh, just catches Little B out in the middle of nowhere. Pred missile called, and that'll confirm another elimination. 12 plays 8. The play towards B looking good. Lucasen's got to do something special again. He's on 18 kills, by and far away. The kill leader currently in the lobby, and the trades are coming through extremely quickly. Down to 70 seconds on the clock, and we've got an 8v8 with the first tick of progress at B being depleted.
There we go, a minute left on the clock. Jesus going to get dropped. Space now in prime position. He's looking for more. He's going to get it. SKS user? Yes, yes, yes. I know you very well. 16 on board for Space. He's frying right now. He has been the man with the plan, but it's Noah popping the Claw here. Little last-ditch effort to try and get something rolling here on this objective. Well, maybe we'll play a little bit of TDM. 45 seconds. There's plenty of time to end this one.
Whoa!
Big kills coming through for Noah Sunday. He's finally going to get shut down, but it's only 2 remaining for the defense. This one is a L.
It's looking like it, but Lucasson has popped a claw of his own. Shut down. Band able to find him on a piece of timing. Last one, deep tectonic. He'll drop. And a massive round for Team Noah. Taking away an offense, and not only did they take away an offense, in the defensive effort, Team Bobby spent everything except for Tectonic's operator. This is dire. I don't know how you pull this off offensively with no tools available. If you're Team Bobby, you have to just wreak havoc initially and look at the quick play through. Fountain, Team Noah already looking to set up a bit of a spawn trap. The nades are connecting. Band is getting forward. It's all looking downhill here for Team Bobby.
Yeah, look at the pressure there from Noah. He is just letting it rain havoc there on the spawn sites. He's going to be taken down. Bolo's going to be dropped as well. Kills coming through. 2 for 3 style. Oh, man. Band right there behind you. How's someone going to just drop in? Where's the comms at, Bobby? Come on. We need to see everything clicking on all cylinders right now. You allow a lot of pressure here for this Team Noah to make their way in. This is map point. You can't afford to lose it. Right now, they are at a stall. It's 45 seconds left to go. Nobody on the hill. Tech's finally going to be able to get on, but you've got the life count to a minimum, but you've got to find some kind of success here on this objective.
Man, it's just there's no space to work with. Jesus trying to force something into the equation. Gets the double and will stop the clock by jumping on towards B, but the defense is all over it. Yep, quick trade comes out. 22 plays 17. And just look at the defensive line across the board. You got Bolu shutting down the top side of the map. You've got a double play between Noah and Nero in the bottom through missile. It's just not looking good in any capacity. Tech only gets 1 as he finally pops out the Sparrow. And if you can't tell by how my tone is trailing away, so are also the hopes of Team Bobby. Have to get something right here from Team Luca, essentially. Let's call it what it is. He does get the double. Clock continues to be stalled out. 10 seconds on the clock remaining. You need to get the extra 60 off this A zone. First tick on the way in. Defense still coming off spawn. Second tick will be contested as Band is down low in the smoke. Tech can't find him. Jumps right over the top of him. Still find 1 kill. On the way back, the pistol works out, but the trades are good. And it's 11v6. 3 seconds on the clock. Jesus has to do it all himself.
He does. This is it, man. This is one last push, one last hold. You've got the clock stopped. 4 lives remaining. Make it 2. Time is going to expire. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Crown them the champs. It's Team Noah making their brute force push through the loser side of things. They come back through for the upset over Team Bobby. Give them the paycheck. I wanted to give them the check after that 2v1, that 1v2 in the search and destroy, but what a performance there in the control.
Revenge, a dish best served in sweeping fashion. And with some conviction, mind you. I mean, 250-186 on the raid hard point. Really good, I would say, just respawn and timing and control, moving from 3 to 4. We mentioned that a lot. Firing range. Yeah, sure. Noah highlights it with the final round 1v2 and then a 3-1 on takeoff control, stealing away an offensive round. We don't often see that. Rare form across the board. And technically speaking, even though it's going to label as a 3-1 because Bobby earned the 1 map advantage, let's call it what it is. It was a convincing 3-0 for Team Noah, becoming your rival series champions and the benefit of $4,000 across the 5 of them. Unbelievable stuff.
What's that old saying that we, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. It's slow to start. That I don't care what it is. It's Team Noah who came through and dominated in that series. 3-1 in the control, the 3-7, the 1v2 clutch. Man, I want to go back and clip that and put that on my refrigerator for him. What a freaking show from him. Captain putting his money where his mouth where his money is. His money where his mouth is. It's been a long one, man. We've seen some curveballs. We've seen some slow approaches. We've seen, ultimately, the Gulag series prevail, and that is going to be Team Noah taking the bag here in this COD Mobile All-Star Rivalry Series. What a way to end it there. The upset over Bobby, 3-1 fashion. What a way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a flawless run from the lower bracket. 2-0 against JHC, 2-0 versus Team Godsley, and they don't technically drop a map in the grand finals. So they take 7 straight maps to give themselves the championship here in the Rivalry Series. And Team Noah, Noah himself has been putting together great teams throughout all of these Rivalry Series. I mean, he's been repeating a lot of the same people over and over again, but the Zombies event, here on the multiplayer, the guy's just talented.
I mean, he's got just another notch on his belt, man. This is another day at the office for him. He's just doing it clinically, man. I just got to say, what a great way to spend a Saturday. We had some all-star action come through. We saw some all-star plays.
Yes, sir.
Some all-star performances, and it ended in an all-star fashion. 3-0 sweep for Team Noah. What a way to end it.
What a tempting way also to get us ready for, of course, Stage 5. Less than a month away for our first ever in-person COD Mobile World Championships. But for the Rivalry Series here this weekend, we say farewell until the next one, which there will be a next one. So make sure you follow along with the YouTube channel right now, and we'll hopefully catch you back for the next Rivalry Series. Or at worst, we'll see you in the chat during COD Mobile Stage 5 World Championships. Till that point, make sure you keep holding it down. Bye-bye.